Now, today, we're going to see what if you met Harry Potter and became Vampire Hunter? Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. March 2nd, 2014, New York. Adsila stared at the imposing building and gulped. Okay, maybe it didn't look so imposing, but the old Woolworth building in New York held a magical secret. She took a shaky breath, her hands trembling, running them through her hair, trying to quash the fluttering butterflies with icy wingtips inside of her. What the heck? Was she a coward? Adsila angrily shook her head and stepped right in. Inside, she saw nothing of its glory. What a shame, really. Newly graduated from Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I can do this, she informed herself. I can do this. Yeah, right. But what the heck? She stepped inside the revolving glass doors, and the sight of it all took her breath away. There were few things that Adsila had seen in her life that could be described as breathtaking. This was one of them. It was totally vast. She walked up the grand staircase up to the main lobby. Covered in gold, emerald, black, and maroon, Makusa's headquarters towered high above her. There were no floors above her that she could see, just a vast space reminiscent of a Gothic cathedral. 750 feet of towering space. Yes, there were levels, but well, the whole layout was complex, and the levels with the various departments and offices were well hidden away, so no one other than Makusa employees with the proper authorizations could access them. But that was not what caught her attention. The gilded phoenixes, at least 40 feet high, and coated in gold leaf, rippled its metallic feathers and shook out their tails. Their heads turned towards Adsila, and they surveyed her curiously. She hoped she didn't look like something dangerous or remotely threatening. But it was all right, because the phoenixes seemed to reassure her with slight inclinations of their heads. Adsila took courage from this. She went on until she saw the statues, the monument to those who lost their lives during the Salem witch trials. Several witches and wizards wearing the clothes of that period, all of them different. There were a few young women, a few young men, middle-aged and elderly were also displayed, and young children. That was the most upsetting of all. Adsila swallowed and hastily looked away. Hard to do, considering the statues were very large, but she couldn't stand one thing. Seeing, despite the differences to the individuals portrayed in those statues, who, by the way, each represented a real-life individual, they all had one thing in common: the utter misery, hopelessness, and despair on those faces, including the strain in one young mother, and the utter fear and desperation for reassurance from her little girl, clinging to her mother. It could never happen again. Makusa, short for the Magical Congress of the United States of America, was known to be one of the most democratic, least corrupt, highly capable, and least prejudiced in the whole of the magical universe. Adsila was extremely glad and proud. Extremely proud. The problem is that despite a time period of relaxing their laws, Makusa had once again, after a revitalization of the New Salem Philanthropic Society, or NSPS, decided to tighten them. Now, things were going from bad to worse. Akalon Gandrich, among other hardliners, had succeeded in getting the whole country to vote Makusa into passing a new law that stated that a great deal of the old laws were being put back into place. That is, separation between the magical and no-mage worlds. No, magical person was allowed contact with no-mages unless in day-to-day passing, such as on the way to work. Not unless they had the proper authorization of the president and the whole Makusa. No one was allowed wands without a license which was enchanted to bamboozle no-mages, and which they had to carry at all times. Underage witches and wizards had to obtain their wands at school and leave them locked up during vacations like Christmas break. They obtained their license with the full approval of their teachers only after they graduated, which meant that Adsila had to pass her final year's examinations extremely well in order for her to be allowed a license. The recent wizarding war that took place in Makusa's ally, Britain, and many European countries, and a few Asian and African, meant that naturally there were no-mages there in the United States who believed that all the natural disasters in the different continents and the uprising of separate pure-blood supremacist movements, inspired by Voldemort's. Even now, Adsila had to remember the fellow was dead and gone, to not shudder when she heard his name and his Death Eaters throughout the world, including in the Americas, meant a resurgence of nomage fanatics, who were the tiniest bit aware that wizards and witches were behind all this. There were more witch hunts and lynchings, which were deemed as the work of serial killers throughout the country, though for some reason, the nomages had not yet discovered that the killings were all connected. Thus, hardliners like Accolon Gandrich took this as an opportunity to separate the two worlds once more. Witch hunting and killings were records of the distant past in Europe and most parts of Asia, Africa, and Oceania, but in the Americas, the horrible, terrible truth was it was still very much in place. NSPS had undergone a rebirth, and now Makusa had instilled many laws, including some old ones, to keep everybody safe. But why did the president summon me? Surely nothing to do with this mess America is in right now. Edsela had to ignore that terrible suspicion as she ended up in front of the president's office. Her body shook, but she had to do it. She knocked. Forks, Washington. Claire, Emily said worriedly. Claire looked up at her Aunt Emily. She was a beautiful little girl now, Emily thought, and she reminded her so much of her late sister. She was gone, and Emily had barely survived the pain inside of her when she heard the news. She had lost two sisters, Leah, whose boyfriend she had unwittingly stolen, and the one she had from birth, along with her other niece. The only thing that made her rise from her grief apart from Sam was Claire. Claire, who was currently showing a strange ability to do things. Things that did not make sense, either to Sam or Emily, who had both adopted her. Claire was able to make things move with her mind. Things broke, mended, floated, or just shifted according to her will or emotions, it seemed. Whenever she was distressed, upset, hurt, angry, or afraid, and more. She could have sworn she saw several things. Once, she was near hysterical when she saw Claire leap from the swing and fly in the air before landing neatly at the ground. She saw the flowers opening and closing, water boiling or cooling according to Claire's whims. She discussed this with Sam, and as Claire had no idea herself how she was doing all this, only that it excited her, Sam and Emily did their best to keep things hidden from the outside world, except that the pack knew. Quill had immediately panicked, thinking that if humans noticed, the likely chances was that government agents would arrive and take Claire away. And who knows then what they would do to her. So the pack and the tribal elders who were in on the secret were in agreement. Claire would remain completely hidden from the outside world. But it pained Emily that Claire would be so isolated, so alone. Well, except for the pack and the elders. Hey, Claire walked up to her. She was nearly 10 now. Emily sighed. She bent down to look Claire in the eye. Claire, what did I tell you? Claire pouted and looked down. It broke Emily's heart to see the sadness in her eyes. Not supposed to wander off, she mumbled. That's right. Emily sighed. She pulled the girl closer. Claire, I know, but we have to be careful. Until we find out how you can do all this, and you find a way to control it better, then you have to stay. And I can control it better, Claire said suddenly. She held out a daisy in the middle of her palm. Then she concentrated. The daisy's petals began opening and unfurling before closing and repeating the process several times. Emily smiled. That's amazing, darling. Claire beamed, cheered by her aunt's praise. Just then, Sam walked into the room. Hey, he gave her a smile. He looked down at Claire. And hey to you, Claire Bear. He ruffled her hair. Claire giggled. What you got there? Claire held out her flower. Sam watched it open and close several times before giving Claire a brilliant smile. That's amazing, Claire, he said gently. Why don't you run outside and meet Quill? He's dying to see you. Claire nodded eagerly and dashed outside. Emily watched her worriedly. Her powers are getting stronger, she said. Sam looked grim now. Yes, he admitted. Have you found anything yet? Emily shook her head sadly. She'd researched ancient Quilut and Makah legends both, trying desperately to find something, anything at all, that would explain Claire's abilities. She found little except for certain things that did not seem to apply to Claire's abilities at all. Of course, Claire could not turn into a wolf. But right now, I'm thinking we should look into the legends of other tribes, Emily suggested. Other countries, as a matter of fact. We can try, Sam said with a shrug. In the meantime, Emily shook her head. I don't want her to live secluded like this. It isn't right. Sam shook his head. No, he said sadly. It's not. Samuel G. Quahog was known to be a fair man, a highly skilled diplomat, and a reasonable person to boot. The Second Wizarding War was long over in Europe, but he tried not to resent them for that. After all, it wasn't their fault they experienced terror. But he didn't think that anybody from Britain, even the famous Harry Potter, would know or understand that while witch hunts, burnings, hangings, tortures, boiling, drowning, etc., were nothing more than a barely remembered record of the distant past, in North America and the South, it was very much alive. No, Harry Potter and the British Ministry for Magic, or the International Confederation of Wizards dared to call this unreasonable, prejudiced, and so forth. Not when considerable evidence, including the various testimonies of witches and wizards who were victims, or new victims of the NSBS, were given. Which meant that for now Makusa had to enforce Rappaport's law once again, if only temporary. This meant total separation from the nomage world. Except in passing, wands were permitted to underage children only within schools, and permits and licenses were needed for them to be used to those of age, which meant that they had to carry a license with them at all times. Until some miracle happened, he let loose a breath, until he heard someone knocking at the door. His head snapped up. "Enter," he announced. A young witch entered the room. She was beautiful, with glowing coppery skin, rich caramel-colored eyes, and glistening black hair. But her style of dress was suitably nomage, a tweed skirt suit, her ponytail practical, her small handbag tasteful, but not noticeable. He smiled and stood up. "Miss Etzela Sizemore, I believe?" She nodded and stepped in. "Yes, Mr. President. Please." He gestured to the couch. "Take a seat." This would put her more at ease. "Now, perhaps you are wondering why I summoned you here, and at the same time, why I didn't authorize anyone to say why." Etzela could only nod and wait. "Your record is exemplary, to say the least. In Ilvermorny, Thunderbird and Horned Serpent both chose you. And you chose Thunderbird. Why?" She gave a small smile. "Perhaps I yearn for something more than the daily drudgery of life, sir." Samuel suppressed a snort of laughter. "Yes. And then you went on to achieve high scores in history of magic, charms, defense against the dark arts, healing care of magical creatures, ancient runes, and this is what caught my interest, intensive nomage studies." Etzela waited, her eyes wide. Samuel took a deep breath. "Miss Sizemore, or am I permitted to call you Etzela?" When Etzela nodded, he continued. "Etzela, there are few people whom I can trust with this assignment, especially with the NSBS running around wild, with any Scoured descendant fanning their flames. In 2 months, the 422nd Quidditch World Cup begins in Argentina, and the fans will go nuts if they don't have a chance to watch it live, if they can't travel to watch it because it's too dangerous and the NSBS may notice. Right now, we're dealing with clearing and cleaning any magical accidents and messes that might draw the attention of the Nomage Society, in particular, the NSBS. Etzela looked grim, despite her nerves. "There have been recent reports of magical occurrences, none of which are the same," Samuel continued. "This does not make any sense, but they all agree on one thing. It's in Forks, Washington." Etzela mused, or at least she believed. It sounded like it came from way up north. Samuel nodded. "Yes, Washington. Reports about vampires arriving and going wild, though none of the descriptions matched those of vampires. Werewolves, though again, nothing sounds like werewolves." Etzela looked grimmer still. "And we need to deal with it before the NSPS notice," Samuel continued. "I agree, Mr. President. It's a very dangerous time." She frowned. "But what if there are more than magical beasts there? What if there are wizards? Anything that would take grown, highly skilled, and qualified wizards and witches to control like Aurors?" "Why me?" Samuel smiled gently. "Because," he said, "you may be young, but no one has ever doubted your ability, even though you only recently graduated. Plus, how many people can blend in so well with no mages, especially during such a time?" He had a point. Etzela took a deep breath. "When you arrive in Forks, another colleague will meet you there. A Makusa employee. Her name is Angela Weber. She'll brief you on everything, and you will stay at her house." "I won't let you down, Mr. President," Etzela vowed. "I'll let them burn me alive before I let them harm anybody else." Etzela closed her eyes. Ilvermorny. She missed it. Homesick for school, she thought, amused. Now the bigger, wider world awaited her. She missed the safety, the comfort, the seclusion of the castle. The rustle of the parchment, the smell of ink, the leather covers of the books, and the scratching of quills on parchment. The hours she would spend poring, comfortably curled up in the dormitories, or the armchair in the common room, in front of a cozy fire, or in the library. Now, everything was unpredictable. There were no timetables, no teachers guiding or directing you. Now, she had to do it all on her own. But first, she had to see her grandfather. Operating to the front door, she waited, almost impatiently, for her grandfather to answer her knock. She cleared her throat. Suddenly, her grandfather did open the front door. She grinned broadly. "Osio, Iduda," she said. Her grandfather beamed broadly, ignoring any idea of protocol. Even as an important elder, he went and scooped her up in his arms. "Edsila," he said. "Ha, see you." She gave a small smile. "Yes, I'm fine, Iduda." He pulled back and scrutinized her face. "You're not fine," he said. "You're worried. Look at you." She shrugged it off. "Seriously, Iduda, I'm fine. I've just been in a meeting." "At work?" he asked. "With the president," she muttered. Her grandfather's eyes widened in understanding. "And?" he pressed. "He gave me an assignment." She took a deep breath. "I'm going north." "North?" His gray-black eyebrow shot up to his forehead. "What for?" "What's up north?" "I don't know," she shrugged. "He sent me to investigate some suspicious rumors. We can't afford to have the NSBS finding out." Her grandfather barely restrained his frown when he heard the name NSBS. Or any illegal pureblood supremacist factions either. Both are already causing enough trouble as it is. And clearly we can't rely on the Nomaj president, because apart from anybody related to witches and wizards, nobody else is allowed to know. Her grandfather looked extremely solemn. "I see." He looked very serious now. "I've been speaking to the other members of the tribe, the magical and the Nomaj as well." This sparked her interest, and she asked breathlessly. Her grandfather snorted. "The Nomaj members, when I visited, thought the NSBS were a bunch of superstitious idiots who used what they believed to justify murder. But they're not going away," they said, "any more than the Ku Klux Klan." That was the Nomaj white supremacist group that basically was against anyone who wasn't of European ethnic origins or part of their faith. It was the stupidest thing she had ever heard. Even pureblood supremacists didn't care what skin color you had. The magical members are afraid. They've imposed curfew. They followed every law that's been passed for security to the letter and made new ones. He shook his head. "It's not going to go away. The NSBS know to target Native Americans in particular, though they definitely do their best to target Caucasians, and African Americans too. They know some of us may have powerful abilities, so they look into our legends and start thinking at their clues and not stories." "That's not good," Edsila fretted. "No," her grandfather agreed. "But we can hardly non-tribe members from buying books in our stores and reading our stories." Edsila groaned. "The Nomaj members definitely don't suspect anything," her grandfather continued. "So they go around as usual. This can be very dangerous." Edsila shook her head. "Right? Well, I have to go off. Please, let me know if anything happens. I'll be in Forks, Washington. I'll send you the details later." He nodded. "You be careful, Edsila." She gave a small smile. "You too, Iduda. And Elsie too. Say hi to her from me as well." He nodded. "Stiyu, Edsila. Donatagavai," Edsila replied, before disapparating. "Forks. Claire." Claire looked up. It was Renesmee Cullen. "Where's Jacob?" she asked. Claire shrugged. "No idea. I don't know where they've gone." Renesmee was younger than Claire, but she looked older. In fact, she already looked like a teenager when in fact she was 3 years younger than Claire, who was 10. Renesmee breathed out. "Okay." She looked at the space next to Claire. "Mind if I dash?" "Sure," Claire said, budging over. This was the only company she received that wasn't a member of the pack. Emily, Sue, Billy Black, or Quill's granddad. Claire really didn't mind. She really loved them, all of them, especially Quill. But she was growing bored. So, Renesmee, or Nessie, as everyone called her, began. "What are you up to?" In answer, Claire held out the flower. She opened and closed the petals just like before. "That's amazing," Nessie breathed. Claire sighed. "Yeah, just don't know why I'm the only one who can do it. Plus, I'm bored. No one's letting me out," she complained. Nessie grimaced. She knew exactly what that felt like. She had her parents and Jacob monitoring her 24/7. So no one can explain anything? Nessie asked curiously. I mean, you came from the Macaw Reserve, right? Surely there must be legends that the elders there can talk to you about? Claire shook her head sadly. Nother. Nothing. Nessie shrugged. You know how my dad can read thoughts? Well, he read mine, and I swear he didn't tell anyone, she said. Claire nodded, knowing that he wouldn't have. Well, he thinks that maybe it's a power that you have like my mom. He couldn't read her thoughts, but he didn't figure out why until after she'd been turned into a vampire. That was when she started using her shield. Claire perked up. Oh, yeah, well, he also thought that your powers are a little different though. I mean, they don't exactly fall into a certain category. My mom blocked my dad and Eliezer. He's a vegan vampire who lives up north and can sense people's powers. He couldn't look into Mom's accurately, so that's how he knew she was a shield. But my point is, Mom falls under a certain category. My dad falls into another. Benjamin, an Egyptian vampire who's able to control the four elements: water, earth, wind, and fire. His powers fall into the four elements category, right? She asked, shaking her head at how she phrased it. Claire nodded, understanding. What I meant is every power is different, but they come into certain groups. Your powers, you could do all sorts of things that are completely unrelated to one another, like boiling water and making flowers grow, flying off the swing, unless you can manipulate water molecules. And even then, it won't be easy. Dad can only read the thoughts that pass in a person's head without touching them. This guy named Arrow, he can read every thought that goes into a person's head as long as he touches them. So no answer there either. Claire's shoulders slumped. Well, Nessie began, and then she heard someone. Hey, that's Jacob calling. You got to go. See ya, see ya, Claire replied, still looking at the flower. She rushed off. Claire liked Jacob, or Uncle Jake as she used to call him when she was small, very much. But right now, she wandered off, despite her Aunt Emily's warning. So, Angela, Edsela looked around at the rainy, wet town. What's the situation? Rumors, Angela shrugged. I've been undercover in Forks for years now, drinking de-aging potion to make myself young. Ever since I heard about those Cullens. Those Cullens? Edsela asked. Yeah, the Cullen family. They're blending in with the Nomages, but it's different for them, because they definitely look different. Not in a bad way. They're really attractive. But that's the thing. They're so attractive that people are taking notice. And they don't seem to grow old. I mean, the Cullens have just adopted another kid, a girl still in her teens, but she looks the exact same age as Edward, her older brother who was in my year in Forks High School. You went to the Nomage High School? Edsela asked. Angela sighed heavily. I've been doing this for years. Edsela's curiosity was piqued. She wondered how different it was, the Nomage school system from the magical one. In Ilvermorny and other magical schools, they usually took students from age 10, 11, or even 12, though few took age 12 or upwards, except for Mahoro in Japan, which took kids from age 7, though they stayed overnight only at age 11. Kids learned reading and writing at home, taught by parents and caregivers unless they were Nomage born, which was rare for some reason in the United States. So, the president told me there were reports about vampires and werewolves. Angela frowned, thinking, I don't think they're werewolves. They've never bitten anybody. Yeah, I haven't seen them, but there are no witches or wizards in this area, so I would know if a Nomage came running to the hospital screaming that some kind of big wolf bit them, especially as this is a small town. As for vampires, she shook her head. Again, I haven't seen them, she said, frustrated. There's not much sunlight. At first I suspected that the Cullen family may be vampires. They're never seen on sunny days in high school. Their parents, Dr. Carlisle and Esme Cullen, take them out hiking when it's sunny, and at first I thought they were vampires. But there are no reports of any human or animal carcasses with their bite marks. And their youngest, Renesmee, I know, strange name, but she's really gorgeous like the others, was seen in sunlight. She didn't burn. So, not vampires then, Edsela said grimly. Look, whatever it is, we just need to get it sorted and fast. The NSPS are on the rise, and I heard from my grandfather they're looking into Native American legends for any clues. Of course, they're extremely dumb, but the tiniest speck of awareness and suspicion resides in them, and that puts us in danger. And pure-blood supremacists. She shook her head. Angela grimaced. I know. Looks like we got a tough job. So this is the house. Angela announced, pulling over in her car. "And your dad?" Edsela inquired. "Yeah, he's out right now," Angela said. "The bedroom's upstairs. I told him that I've got a friend here. He already knows I'm a witch anyway." Angela was a half-blood. Edsela made her to the house. The house was spacious, comfortable, decorated tastefully, but modestly. She nodded her appreciation, especially with coordinating colors like the soft green carpet, the ivory walls, and the shiny mahogany tea, coffee, and dining tables. No, there was no sign of anything magical, which was exactly what they needed. "Tell me about these Cullens," Edsela went on. "Well, Edward is one of their sons, like the others he's adopted." Angela listed. "When he was 18, he married one of my best friends in school. Her name's Bella Swan, the daughter of the police chief here." And of course, Edsela already knew that police were the Mugglors. On the honeymoon, Bella caught some kind of tropical bug. Had to be quarantined for months. Edsela stopped in her tracks. When she emerged, she looked different. She looked as good as the Cullens. More like her mother-in-law than her mother. Edsela looked at her strangely at that. And after that, well, we didn't see her very often. Angela sighed. "We never really saw her after she started hanging out with the Cullens. Of course, we said hey and all that. But there was this one point when Edward and she broke up and he moved away, and she was, I don't know, I think he might as well have died or disappeared from the face of the earth. She was more dead than a zombie." Edsela went very still at that. "And when he returned, she lavished all her attention on him. Some of our friends in school resented that. They, me included, tried to be there for her, help her out of that mess, but she just didn't answer our calls, barely said hello, didn't look at us in the eye. She might as well be the only person in the room. And then she eventually made her way out of that mess, tried to reconnect with us. I really tried to see her. I knew she was going through a lot. A breakup is never easy, as extreme as her reaction was. But the others didn't take it so well. Jessica, for example, another girl in our group, wasn't pleased. In fact, she had this thing for Mike Newton anyway, and really didn't like the way Bella treated Mike or the others, just pushing us away and genuinely seeming surprised that she's not welcomed back. "But Edward came back?" Edsela asked. "Yeah, he came back," Angela agreed. "He came back, and she came and revolved around him all over again, like satellite planets around a sun." Edsela frowned. "That doesn't sound like typical nomage behavior, or any kind of behavior from any being or beast." "No," Angela agreed. "I don't know what hold he has on her, or if he's responsible for everything that's happened to her so far. I mean, she broke her leg just before her first prom here in Forks. She moved in from Arizona where she lived with her mother. But it may be magic, some kind of hypnosis or drug. I don't know. You can get addicted to cheering charms if you use them too much. You'd find it hard to be happy without them." "So, what is Edward Cullen?" Edsela asked. "Is he using a love potion of very powerful immortentia? Is he a wizard?" "I don't know." Angela frowned. "If so, he's never confronted me. I've been extremely careful if he is a legilimens because I've had to observe him very carefully. He seems to act like it. So a clemency has its uses, or false thoughts." "False thoughts?" Edsela sounded impressed. "It's hard to conjure those." Angela grinned. "But why would he use a love potion on Bella Swan?" Edsela asked. "Is he in love with her? By the sounds of it, he would have no trouble picking up all the girls he wants." Angela shrugged. "And that doesn't explain Bella's looks either," she said. Edsela let out a huff. "False thoughts charm? At least I can do that," she conceded. The false thoughts charm was tricky, but they could do it well. It was a non-verbal, no-on magic originating from North America in North Carolina by the magical Cherokee, who then taught to European settlers, like the founders of Ilvermorny. While a clemency simply blocked any legilimens from delving into a person's mind and hearing or seeing their thoughts. This charm, true to its name, created false thoughts to be seen or heard by prying legilimens. In Ilvermorny today, the charm was in the advanced level. "Okay, you know what? I'll get started on that, as I need to meditate to get the spell working properly. So, any suspicious activity up here?" she later asked Angela. Angela shook her head. "Apart from what I've told you, and what you've already been briefed, none whatsoever." She admitted. "Okay, so did you take a look into the Quilut legends?" Edsela asked. Angela nodded to a book on the desk right next to the pile of papers she was stacking. Edsela picked up the book and flipped through its pages, trying to find something interesting. One caught her eye. It was an illustration. A mask of the cold, one's the caption read. Edsela frowned as she read it. The mask itself appeared to be a dissection of a diagram of a humanoid skull. Edsela read the passage. The cold ones were a terrifying Quileute legend, spoken of in hushed tones. Their mere mention was taboo. They were cold to the touch, because they had no blood and therefore they needed the blood of others to sustain it. Edsela raised an eyebrow. So a vampire. But she knew that in Europe, Selkies were, in the eyes of no-mages or muggles, thought of as being seals that could shed their skin or seal coat and transform into a gorgeous maiden or an attractive young man. However, what she had read about Selkies was that they were a variation of the mere people who themselves were an actual race of their own, not fisherman hybrids. Selkies were native to Scotland, whereas Meros were native to Irish waters. Sirens, the most famous mere people, came from warmer waters in the Mediterranean and thus were considered by humans to be more attractive. So was this cold one a variation of no-mage perceptions of the vampire myth? She wondered. Or an actual subset of the vampire race, an evolutionary group. She had no idea. Edsela sighed and shut the book. Look, I don't know what's going on in Forks, she said to Angela. But whatever it is, the president is trusting us to keep it contained. No-mages are easily frightened. When they're scared dash, they attack, Angela finished. I know. So apart from you and me, are there any witches or wizards within this town? She asked. As I've said, I don't know, she admitted. Okay then. The NSPS are known to target Native American individuals because maybe they suspect the legends and stories might be real. Edsela pointed out. Plus, the original inhabitants of No-Maj Salem, Massachusetts really didn't get along with Native Americans in general, believing them guilty, or at least some of them, of witchcraft. Angela nodded. So we expect the NSPS to take a serious interest in Native American tribal legends? If it gives them the slightest clue, they aren't the smartest, Edsela said contemptuously. But they have the most minuscule spark of brilliance, even if most no-mages call them crazy. Angela looked grim. Well, be careful of this Bella Swan and the rest of the Cullens, Edsela warned. Avoid them if you can. Shouldn't be too hard, Angela muttered. She mostly avoids me. Is there any chance we can visit the Quileutes? Angela nodded. Their reservation's called La Push, she stated. They have a beach, and I know some people there. Forks, the next day. The air was crisp and cool. Her breath came out in puffs, but at least it wasn't raining. Edsela wondered how people could stand all that rain, and how there were no floods and no drowned vegetation. But then again, they did live near the sea. They were outside La Push when a car pulled up. It was a Volvo. Oh no. Angela muttered Sokovat. It's him. Or maybe her. The car pulled over to a stop. The car door opened. A young man opened the door. He was beautiful, or at least somewhere between handsome and beautiful. It stunned and shocked Edsela to the core. He was lean but strong and straight, like a rapier with chiseled features, strong jaw, full lips, straight, slim nose, and lovely bronze-colored hair, reddish-brown and glossy. His eyes were golden. That wasn't it. He was pale, unnaturally pale, like he had never seen the light of day. Edsela's thoughts were blocked and false thoughts, in case of any legilimens, were shown or heard about the topic she had chosen for that day, so she did not need to fear anyone suspecting. But there was something different about this man-boy, whatever, and furthermore, she began to suspect more and more that he was a vampire. But that was silly. The descriptions that she had been given in her reports did not come close to vampires. So, what was he? Before she could answer that question, a young woman, around the same age, came out. She was breathtaking, too beautiful to be a complete human, and that was what Edsela thought. She was pale, her skin glinting subtly, luminous as a pearl. It was heart-shaped, framed by very luminous dark hair, mostly straight, with large wide-set eyes as golden as the man's, with a thin nose, high cheekbones, and very full lips, accentuated by her narrow jaw. Edsela let out a breath. Right, but that wasn't the end of it. The girl that looked around their age stepped out of the car as well. She looked just like the boy, with the same chiseled features, except more feminine and delicate. And her eyes were brown, and her hair was in loose bronze curls. Ibella, Angela Baba, the woman Bella, looked at them and waved back. Huh. She seemed friendly. At least for now. Do they suspect that she was a witch? The three of them came over. Hi, Angela. The woman Bella's voice sounded like golden bells. What brings you here to La Push? Oh, I have a pen pal visiting. Angela grinned. I invited her to Forks, and I'm in the process of showing her around. That's nice. The man Edward must be stated. Hi, Bella said, looking at Edsela. I'm Bella Cullen. Edsela Sizemore. She smiled and shook Bella's hand. She had to struggle not to recoil. Her skin felt like ice. Edward shook her hand as well, and Bella introduced them and Renesmee. Edward's hand was as cold as ice, but Renesmee, or Nessie's as she liked to be called, felt warm, like she was running a temperature. What the heck? She looked related to Edward, but her skin... So where are you from, Edsela? Oh, I'm from North Carolina, she said. Wow, you came from quite a warmer place, Edward noted. Wow, was he really to talk? She gave a sheepish smile. Yeah, so you're Cherokee? Edward asked. She looked at him curiously. Yeah, my dad's Cherokee, she said. My mom's Narragansett. She looked at him still. How could you tell? She managed to sound merely curious. But if this Edward was truly dangerous. I've been to North Carolina, I know the Cherokee, he said casually. And you have a Cherokee name? Ah, Edsela said, nodding. Do you regularly come to La Push? She questioned. Nah, we're just dropping Nessie off. We're off to work soon, Bella said. Nessie nodded. Meeting someone there? Edsela asked. My friend, Jacob, Nessie replied. Jacob Black. He's a family friend. Nessie. That signaled the arrival of a highly ripped and toned boy with glowing russet skin, deep liquid black eyes, and high cheekbones. Really enviable skin, Edsela thought, though who was she to talk? Isha? Nessie said merrily. Ibella, Edward. Jacob greeted. Jacob, you remember Angela, my friend, right? Bella asked. Jacob nodded. It's nice to see you again, Angela. Likewise. She nodded to Edsela. This is my friend, Edsela from North Carolina. She's my pen pal. Hi. Jacob took her hand, and Edsela gave him a smile. His hand was as warm as Nessie's. Welcome to La Push, Jacob said. Edsela smiled warmly. Thank you, Jake. Voices called out from behind him. Jacob. Several Quileute boys appeared. They all looked toned and ripped. Do they all work out regularly? She wondered. Hi, Nessie, Bella, Edward. The boys greeted in turn. Jacob introduced them to Angela and Edsela. She's from North Carolina, he informed them. Hi, I'm Quill, one of them said. Welcome to La Push. This is Embry, he nodded to another boy. Colin. Another boy nodded. Wait, where's Seth? Jacob asked. Quill shrugged. Dunno, somewhere behind. Last I saw, he was trying to keep Leah and Paul off each other's throats. Jacob groaned. Right, I'm gonna go sort that out. Just then another boy emerged. Hey, Nessie, Bella, Edward. The boy, Seth, Edsela presumed, waved a hand in the distance. He said, Nessie said cheerfully. Seth, this is Angela and Edsela. Seth walked over to them, grinning, and then stopped and froze. Air. Hello. Angela said hesitantly. Edsela tried not to squirm. Seriously, what was wrong with that boy? It made her self-conscious. Was she that terrible looking? Weird? Seth. Jacob grabbed his arm. Hi, Seth said breathlessly. It's really nice to meet you guys. Likewise, Edsela replied. She noted the covert looks the Cullens seemed to be exchanging with the other Quileute boys, like they knew something she and Angela didn't. Well, I hope it's okay. I really wanted to show Edsela La Push, Angela said cheerily. The response was a chorus of enthusiastic, of course, and why not, s from each of them. So, Edsela, right? Quill asked as they walked into the reservation. That's a Cherokee name? Yeah, my dad's Cherokee, Edsela said. Second time that day. My mother's Narragansett, Quill stated. And you live in North Carolina? Yeah, but Angela's been my pen pal for a while, so I decided to come along and visit, Edsela explained. She's been begging me to for a long while. Yeah, I'm really glad she could come, Angela grinned. Me too, Seth said cheerfully. A little too cheerfully. Edsela frowned, but forced a smile. Thank you, she said. The tour didn't go so badly. Seth seemed a nice guy, actually. Eager to please, adorable, but not clingy or as annoying as Edsela thought at first. Some of the boys headed off. Apparently, they said something about telling Sue Clearwater, Seth's mother, apparently something. And Leah, She was Seth's sister. Sue Clearwater came as soon as the boys told her what had happened. She spotted the girl from a distance. Beautiful, definitely, though not vampire. She had silky coppery skin, glistening black hair, wavy and thick, and an oval face with beautifully shaped and delicate features. Her eyes were astounding. They were large doe eyes, framed with long lashes, colored like melted caramel. The way she held herself, Sue could tell that she was a strong girl, able to handle the secret of the pack. Her smile was warm, but it also looked strained, like there was a hint of sadness there. Sue blinked. She didn't know what to think. She sensed, despite not looking like it, that this girl had a sort of grimness to her that did not match up to her warm and friendly demeanor, the way she laughed and joked around with the others. Like there was some hardness there, some sorrow, something that wasn't, as nice as she may be, as lighthearted as the people that surrounded her. Sue blinked. How did she know that? How could she possibly know that? Either way, Sue thought, hopefully, that this girl would make a good match with Seth's lightheartedness. They would balance each other out, she decided. Edsela looked up ahead. There was a group of tribal elders, she guessed. Angela had headed off somewhere, and now her companions included Seth and his friends, including the warm and friendly Jacob and Nessie, and now it seemed they were about to introduce her to the tribal elders. No mages, she thought. There were no witches and wizards here apart from Angela. Hello there. A man in a wheelchair came up in front of them. Hi, Billy, Nessie said, bending down to kiss the man on the cheek. This is Edsela from North Carolina. North Carolina, huh? Billy shook her hand. What are you doing in wet, rainy Forks? Visiting a pen pal, she shrugged, smiling. I'm Billy Black, Jake's father. He informed her. Oh, that explained the familiarity. Edsela Sizemore, she replied, shaking his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. This is Sue, Seth's mother. Billy nodded towards a woman with short black hair, a thin face, and black eyes. Sue put away her scrutinizing expression and had a warm smile on her face. Hi. She reached out with her hand. Pleasure to meet you. Hello. Edsela smiled politely. Pleased to meet you too. Sue smiled, but her eyes searched Edsela's face. This is my sister, Leah, Seth gestured to Leah. His eyes pleaded with her. Be nice. Leah forced a smile. Edsela nodded, and her lips twitched politely. She didn't seem like the casually smiling sort, so meeting a person which seemed overly chirpy did not seem like in Leah's best interests. Edsela studied the young woman. She was tall, with perfect copper skin and glistening black hair. Her eyelashes were incredibly long, thick, and curling. But there was something else about her, a sort of toughness, a shrewdness, a lack of girlishness. Edsela thought she might just like this girl. Her smile was warmer, much to Leah's surprise, when she regarded her. Are you going to be staying here for a while? Well, actually, I need to head back after a while, send some messages to my folks back home, she admitted. I'd love to stay, though. Well, there's a bonfire soon enough, Billy spoke up. We'll be telling the legends of our people. Maybe you can share some of yours. Edsela smiled. I'd love that. Her eyes turned back to Leah, whom she regarded with interest, before smiling and nodding at Sue, Billy, Quill's grandfather, Seth, and the boys. Billy let out a low whistle. Well, Seth, she seems nice. Yes, Sue smiled. Honey, I'm really happy for you. Then her smile faded. But she lives in North Carolina, though. Seth's smile faded, and he instantly looked worried. Don't worry, Billy assured him. This happened for a reason. I'm sure it'll work out. Seth sighed. I hope so, but I don't think it's going to be easy. Billy gave him a serious look. Love is never easy. Leah blinked. That girl, I don't know, but she seems different. Not in a bad way, but I think she actually likes me. Yeah, thought so too, Jacob murmured. Really? Sue sounded pleased. Well, I hope she stays. How are we supposed to break the news to her? Quill muttered. Claire lost track of time. She was out on the beach. The boys were in human form, talking to Billy, Sue, and the others. She sighed, bored, wishing she could run with a pack. Just like the others did, Claire tossed some small pebbles out onto the sea. She wanted to go to school again, meet some friends, even do horrible stuff like homework. She wandered on the beach, not really seeing where she was going. What made her so different? She wondered. Why could she do all the things she could do, and no one else could? Why was she all alone? Claire wandered on, feeling miserable. She hated feeling so isolated, so alone. Nessie's family were vampires, and they stuck together. One big happy family. The pack was family. But even though Aunt Emily and Uncle Sam were like her parents now, she felt isolated. Different. Renesmee had grown up in a loving home. But she also spoke to her what it felt like to be different before she knew that Nowell and his sisters existed. Who did Claire have? Was there anyone like her? In the clearing in the woods, Claire picked up a pebble. She watched it float and bounce around above her palm a number of times. If there is anyone like me, she prayed. Please, please let me know. I don't want to be alone anymore. Suddenly, there was a rustle from the bushes, and Claire jumped. Are those pack members? She wondered. The rustle went out again. Quill? She asked hesitantly. No answer. She tried again. Jacob? Seth? Leah? Uncle Sam? Embry, anyone? Then the rustle came again, and they attacked. Claire screamed. The men jumped from the bushes all around her and grabbed ropes covered in foliage, tossing them to each other all around her. They swung the ropes and lassoed her. The ropes caught her on the arms and legs, and Claire gasped as they tightened, and the ground disappeared from beneath her feet, only for her to crash to the ground. Quill froze in shock at the sound of Claire's scream. So, did Renesmee and the pack? Claire! He cried out. The pack were running in her direction in no time. But in the meantime, Claire wasn't having any of it. Grab the nets! One of them yelled. They started throwing nets all over her. Claire gasped as she realized that even the wolves would find it difficult to save her if they heard. Then suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw a blinding flash of light. What was that? Claire didn't have time to think about it as more flashes of light ensued, and the men who captured her howled in fear, pain, and shock. Suddenly, it was all over. She heard some tearing noises, and someone was up there, pulling the nets away from her. She jerked. Hey, it's okay. The young woman soothed. It's okay. Claire stared fearfully up at her. I'm not going to hurt you, she said. I promise. Claire tried to breathe evenly. Take deep breaths, then let it out, she advised as she pointed some sort of carved stick at the ropes. Stop, Sam shouted in his head. The wolves froze. Quill would have went on murderously, but then he stopped dead at the sight in front of him. So did Seth. Here, Adsela said, pointing some sort of intricately carved stick at the ropes that held Claire's hands and feet together. Nearby, several motionless figures lay. Adsela muttered a word, and the ropes that bound Claire's hands and feet together snapped. The wolves gaped. Claire gasped. Ow! How did you? Her eyes traveled to the men lying on the ground, and they bugged. Here now, Adsela warned. Look at me. She held Claire's face between her hands. Remember what I told you. I'm never going to hurt you. I'm here to help you. So breathe in and out. In and out. That's it. Claire kept breathing, and soon, her breathing and heart rate calmed. You okay now? Adsela gave a small and reassuring smile. Claire nodded. That's good. What's your name? Claire swallowed. Claire. All right, Claire. Are you hurt? Claire shook her head, frantically. And no, she stuttered. Quill went to go forwards again, but the others blocked him. You sure? Adsela raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Claire blinked rapidly. Who were they? She asked. Adsela spared them a look. Her face grew dark. Not tribe members, she muttered. And then she saw the emblem. Her eyes widened. Claire, she said, turning back to the young girl. What happened? How did they see you? I don't know, Claire admitted. I was in the beach, but then I, sort of wandered off. She looked ashamed. I know I wasn't supposed to, but I just needed time, I suppose. Adsela sighed. All right, Claire, she said. But what made them attack you? Claire opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Adsela watched her carefully. Claire, she said. It's all right. I've already promised not to hurt you. Did they see something? Something that they couldn't understand? Something that you've kept secret for a long time? Claire bit her lip and looked down. Adsela sighed. Did they see something floating, for example? When Claire looked up again, her eyes wide, Adsela knew she hit a mark. Were you making it float? She asked as gently as she could. Claire bit her lip again and nodded. Adsela closed her eyes. Claire, she said, opening them again. How many do you think there are? She sat straight and blinked. There are 5 of them, she stated. And how many do you think I am? Adsela asked dryly. Claire stared. 1. But I beat them, Adsela stated. I beat them and they're knocked out now. What did you see? Claire blinked. Only flashes of light. I saw lots of light exploding in many colors. Edsela nodded. That's what I did, she admitted. Claire's eyes widened, and she sat straight. How? She demanded breathlessly. The same way I cut your bonds, Edsela replied. The same way I broke the net that they threw over you. She looked right at Claire, though trying not to intimidate her. The same way you made that thing float. Claire was breathless. You're like me? Edsela nodded, smiling. Claire gaped. I knew I couldn't be the only one. Edsela smiled and laughed softly. No, Claire, you're definitely not, she said. But then her smile faded. Claire, she said, I take it nobody in your family is like you? Claire shook her head. Technically, Uncle Sam could turn into a wolf, and so could Quill. But they weren't like her. Edsela sighed. Right? Claire, there is no easy way to say this, but yes, you're definitely not the only one who could do these things that you do. She looked at her. There are many people, in fact. Many people from all over the world, not just the United States of America. Claire's jaw dropped. The reason you haven't heard about us is because we've stayed hidden for centuries, as long as history can remember, Edsela continued. We stayed hidden because of people like them. Her eyes darkened as she pointed to the unconscious men. They don't understand us. And because of that, they're afraid because they don't understand how we can do these things, and they're paranoid because they don't trust us because we're different and we can do things that they can't do. Some of them might even be jealous because we can do these things. And because of that, they think we're evil and we should be killed. Her face darkened. Claire's eyes widened. Why? She asked hoarsely. Edsela stroked her hair. Because they're afraid. They don't know much about us at all, but they know the tiniest bit, and that is only that we exist. We're not stories, but they make stories up about us. They say that we can do these things because we're evil, and that it's not natural. But you're not evil, Claire, are you? Claire shook her head. And neither am I, Edsela said gravely. But they won't stop to listen to us, or even exercise patience just because you're a child. They don't understand how we can use magic, and they can't. Claire's eyes widened. Magic, she breathed. It's magic what I can do? Edsela nodded. Yes. Claire, you're not just an ordinary girl. And neither am I. They say bad stuff about us, and they try to hunt us, to hurt us, but not all of us are bad. You're a witch, Claire. That's how you can perform magic. Claire's eyes were positively massive now, and so were the wolves. A witch, she breathed. Edsela nodded. And I take it you're a no-mage born too. No what? No-mage, short for no magic. It's what we call people with no magic. If you're a witch or wizard born into a family that can't do magic, then you're a no-mage born. Oh, Claire said softly. It's hard to say how that happens, Edsela admitted. But some witches and wizards are born into no-mage parents. Because of that, that makes things very difficult to keep children safe from no-mages like them. She pointed to these people again. Edsela stood. Claire, she said, who do you live with? My Aunt Emily. Edsela frowned. So, she was an orphan. Only her. There's my Uncle Sam, Claire offered. Edsela sighed and helped Claire to stand. Then she walked over to the still unconscious men and pointed her wand at them. Ropes burst out from the end of her wand and tied themselves around their arms and legs. She lifted them and they floated in the air like gruesome, overgrown puppets. The wolves tried to breathe normally. Edsela murmured another word, and they turned invisible. Where'd they go? Claire asked, alarmed. Don't worry, they're just invisible, Edsela explained. I cast a spell that's known as a disillusionment charm on them. She looked back at Claire. Claire, she said, where do you live? We need to speak with your Aunt Emily and your Uncle Sam. I know you have more questions, but they'll have to wait until we get you to safety. Osio, pronounced. Oso, greetings to a tribal elder, a clan mother, or another person in a high rank in the tribe. Eduda, pronouncet. Aduda, gra paternal. Hasiyu, pronounced. Hasiyu, you are good, can be used as statement without the question mark. Elisi, pronounced. Like sit without the T, grandmother. Stiu, pronounced. Stiu. Be strong and goodbye. Donadavovi, pronounced. Donadavini. Until we meet again. Thankfully, Edsela knew protocol. She was qualified to deal with no-mage-borns and their parents, or any no-mage. Though revelations could only be permitted by the president in that case, and in the most pressing of emergencies. But Edsela knew it would never be easy. Of course, For little Claire, that would explain numerous things, and a world of fantastic possibilities just opened up right before her eyes. And yes, as she had said, she wasn't alone. But her grown-up guardians and caregivers were another matter entirely. Getting them to believe in magic and accepting it, and the fact that one, witches and wizards were not generally supposed to be evil, and two, that their kid was one of them, was not going to be easy for them to accept. So imagine her surprise with what happened next. "Miss Emily Young?" Adsila asked hesitantly. Emily blinked. "Yes." Adsila sighed and gently pushed Claire in front of her. "May I come in? There is something I must speak to you about." "Don't worry, your niece isn't in any trouble," she added hastily when seeing the look on Emily's face. "There is just something important I need to speak to you and your husband about." Emily stared but quickly opened the door for them to come in. Emily and Sam stared at them. Adsila had just explained to them what happened. Claire had looked down and appeared ashamed, and Emily had gone to reprimand her. But Adsila had stopped her. She is young and uneducated in this, therefore, she has little control over what she is able to do. Adsila paused for a deep breath. "And we had no way of knowing that they had appeared in Forks." "Who?" Sam spoke up. "The NSBS," Adsila replied, "also known as the Second Sail Mists." They both stared at her. "That weird, superstitious hate group?" Adsila gave a harsh and bitter laugh. "I see they've been making headlines among you as well." "How can they not?" Emily muttered. "They're everywhere. And they tried to hurt Claire?" Sam's fists tightened, and Emily immediately placed her hand above as to calm him down. "Yes," Adsila said gravely. "Young children with abilities like Claire are particularly vulnerable, especially as they have no way of controlling them, untrained as they are." She paused again. "I'm sure you both know your niece is not an ordinary girl." Emily never took her eyes off her. Her heart hammering, she wondered what Adsila would do next. Adsila looked worn and tired when she next spoke. "The NSPS are not the first people to appear throughout world history that does these things. There are many groups much like them. Worst of all, entire nations of no-mages dash." "No what?" Emily asked hesitantly. "No-mage," Adsila said, looking more worn and tired than before. "Short for no magic. They persecute us under the false belief, which I can promise is not true, that people like Claire and I obtain their magic from the devil, and therefore, we should be eliminated." Emily nearly stopped breathing. Adsila winced inwardly. She smoothed the way for Claire, but she wasn't sure if she could smooth the way for her relatives. "It's happened throughout history. Many of us dash." She spared a hesitant glance at Claire. "You don't have to be here if you don't wish," she said gently. "This isn't at all nice." Claire shook her head. "I want to stay." Adsila sighed. "Very well. Many of us were put to death in the most horrible ways possible. Magic has existed for eons in this earth, but for some reason, only a portion of human beings are able to perform it. The rest we call no-mages." "Did Claire's parents have a special ability?" she asked hesitantly. Emily, wide-eyed, shook her head. "No," she stated. "No, they couldn't do anything." But then she remembered something. Or else, her mother couldn't. "We never really knew her father. He left before she was born." Adsila winced. Claire looked down. "Very well. She could have inherited this from her father, or she could be what we call a no-mage born. In other words, she will be the first of her family line to hold magic, at least for a very long time." She took a deep breath. "There is no easy way to say this, but your niece, who knew nothing of this until less than an hour ago, is not an actual no-mage. She is, as I am, a witch." Emily gaped at her. "A witch?" "A witch," Adsila said, sighing. "She was born with this, as I was, even though she might not have inherited her ability. But yes, she is a witch, like broomsticks and pointy hats, and dash." Adsila sighed again. "It's one of the worst-kept secrets that witches and wizards ride on broomsticks. But not everyone wears pointy hats. And we certainly do not worship the devil. Thank you very much. None of us obtain our powers in any way. We are simply born with them, whether we like it or not. Look in every culture in the world, in their folk tales, myths, and legends, and you will hear about magic. People using magic. That's us. Many of these myths, legends, and folklore are based on us. The most famous example all over the world, of course, is Merlin, the greatest sorcerer of all. King Arthur, even that witch in Snow White, Her stepmother was real. So was Snow White. She received odd looks from the three of them. Adsila breathed in for a few seconds. We are living in secret precisely because we are under threat from people like them, she mentioned. And because, despite the fact that a number of us may secretly provide things like cures for nomage illnesses like the flu or the common cold or anything that harms livestock, we are still in danger. All over the world, in every single country, every witch and wizard community lives in secret. Depending on the danger, they may live near or within nomage communities or isolated away from danger. We are nations within nations. Here in the United States, there are two governments. The one you all know of, headed by the president you've all heard of, and the Magical Congress of the United States of America, also known as MACUSA, our governing body, which is headed by President Samuel G. Quahog, our head of state. They had to absorb that in silence. Adsila looked concerned and sympathetic. I understand, she said as gently as she could. This is too much, but this is nobody's choice. No one chooses to be born as they are, but like it or not, your niece Claire is a part of this world now, which means she is, in fact, Adsila hesitated to say this, in danger from these nomages called the NSBS, among other hate groups. She took in another deep breath. I'm sorry if this isn't to your liking, but it is the truth. I ask, only that you remember, despite these new revelations, that she is a child and your own niece after all. She took the deepest breath of all when preparing to state the next sentence. I understand, however, if you are not fully prepared in the demands of keeping an underage and for now uneducated witch or wizard child safe from the threat posed by the NSBS and other groups like them, or by other nomages, for that matter, all of whom, I might stress the importance of, are to be kept strictly unaware of the existence of witches, wizards, and other magical beings and animals. Beings and animals? Sam asked in disbelief. Adsila nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. Yes, I'm sure you may be aware that dragons, unicorns, and fairies live mostly in Europe, and to a small extent in Asia and Oceania. Not in America. Claire looked disappointed at this. But the Americas already have an incredibly vast range of magical beings and beasts, which I'm sure you've already heard about. When they looked confused, Adsila pressed. Bigfoot? Sasquatch? They live in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, so yes, I admit there are indeed Sasquatches living in Washington. So if you've heard any funny stories, any claims made by hikers to have seen Bigfoot, then it's probably them telling the truth. Both Emily and Sam gave her funny looks. There was an uprising in 1892, so our capital's no longer here. There are numerous creatures in America and many countries throughout the world, and the task of MACUSA and the ministries and councils of magic is one, to ensure that witches and wizards follow our laws, such as prohibition of the use of dark magic, more on that later, and keeping the international statute of wizarding secrecy. The three of them blinked. The laws agreed on by all magical governments to keep the existence of witches, wizards, and magical races and beasts a secret from nomages. Therefore, it is also the responsibility to keep all those I just mentioned safe from nomage discovery. That is the reason why most people now believe that we are nothing but folklore, myth, and legend. Her lips twitched into a quirk. It's worked very well in the nations of Europe. Unfortunately, here in America, she trailed off. Emily expelled a breath. We've had to change our capital several times, Adsila admitted. The NSBS are still hounding our every footstep. And children are the most vulnerable, as I've mentioned a number of times before, because they haven't been trained to use magic properly. Even controlling it is difficult. I can control it, Claire suddenly protested, speaking up. I can control my magic. Adsila turned towards her. Can you really? She asked gently. So whenever you're angry, scared, excited, and happy, or in any way upset, you haven't done something without meaning to? Claire bit her lip and looked down. So how does she control it? Emily said all of a sudden. Adsila whirled back to her, looking surprised, but not in an unpleasant way. Can you teach her? Adsila looked at her sympathetically. I'm afraid it's not my place. I could, but I'm not qualified for that sort of thing. The education of young witches and wizards are mostly left to professional schools. So where's the nearest school? Emily asked desperately. The one I went to, and generally every magical child in North America attends, is Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It's located she paused. Again, I must stress the importance of you keeping this secret. I may not wish to do this, but if you leak this information to other nomages, we may have to take action, but it's in Mount Greylock, Massachusetts. Emily gasped. But that's too far, she blurted. Atsila winced. Is there anything nearby? Sam asked, desperately. Atsila shook her head. Even if there was, I cannot recommend you send your child to one. One, because they're not registered in Makusa, therefore I cannot vouch for their quality of education. Two, it is also unknown how they treat their students. And three, we can't promise if they have taken the sufficient security measures to keep underage children safe and free to learn and practice magic in a safe environment. As a rule, magical schools are situated in landlocked, mountainous areas with more than enough magical wards to keep the children safe and secure, as well as dark creatures, dark witches and wizards, as well as nomages out. Even magical parents teaching their children at home will have an enormous amount of trouble concealing all the magic from their nomage neighbors and passerby. Atsila softened her expression further. I can see that you truly care for your niece, magic or not. That is good. She gave a bittersweet smile. Some nomage parents react very badly to their child having magic. So bad, as a matter of fact, that Makusa has had to intervene on more occasions than we would like to admit. She confessed, any threat to the child's well-being and life, as well as breaches to the international statute of secrecy, usually sees nomage-born children are more than often removed from their homes and families. Their families' memories are erased or modified to make them forget they ever had a child that could do magic dash. Emily's eyes widened. And Makusa workers would have to arrange for the children to go to loving magical foster homes. But it doesn't always happen. She looked pained. Too many innocent children have been killed by their parents for the sole crime of being born with magic. There are more fanatics than we thought. Of course, the nomage authorities often get wind of this, but they believe the parents are insane or just cruel. They're still punished, but we have to make sure that no one, and I mean nobody, ever finds out about our existence. Otherwise, millions of innocent lives will be in grave danger. We cannot afford another witch hunt, witch trial, witch hanging or burning like in Salem. Sam looked very grim. So this school, he pondered. It's in Massachusetts? Yes, Atsila murmured. And there's nothing and nowhere safe enough for her nearby? He asked heavily. He and Emily looked aggrieved. After months of caring for her as their own daughter. No, Atsila said sadly. There's no school safe enough for her nearby or good enough. But she only has to go there for months. She returns home during summer breaks and Christmas and Easter, though she can choose to spend the latter two at school. She then regarded them silently. You're taking this awfully well for two nomages, she said quietly. Most parents are in shock, and they try to deny things. They make it out that their kids are ill or something similar if they don't get violent. She was beginning to be suspicious, Sam thought. They might as well tell her, he reflected. After all, hopefully, Atsila would be joining their tribe soon enough. And then Atsila spoke. I have to tell you, the reason I came here up north wasn't to spot underage witches or wizards. In fact, until today, we had no idea that there was an underage magical child in Forkson. La Push. I came here because I was ordered to. I was to make contact with a witch named Angela Weber. Angela. Samburtid. Surprised. That's right, Atsila confirmed. I work for a branch of Makusa that is the equivalent, you might say, of the nomage. What is it? FBI? Slap. She shook her head in frustration. I was taught everything I needed to know about the nomage world, or so it seemed. FBI, Sam said dumbly. Or SWAT. So you're a federal police agent? Or a detective? You can say it like that, she admitted. I was here on the orders of the president. We were ordered to investigate and report on any funny occurrences here in Forks. She reflected in guilt that this wasn't true. But her department in Makusa was classified. Sam and Emily exchanged startled looks. For months, rumors have persisted, fueled by nomages, who by all means should be unaware of things like these. Of course, you have the occasional hiker who claims he's seen Bigfoot, but that many nomages? And their reports and rumors that are spreading are alarming. Rumors about giant wolves the size of horses that turn into humans. There are witches and wizards that can turn into animals, animagi we call them. But if they were animagi, they were being awfully indiscreet and could face the risk of prosecution for breaching and endangering the International Statute of Secrecy, which usually means long-term imprisonment. Or maybe there's a congregation of dark witches and wizards that wish to harm the mages and challenge them. We can't have that either. There's just been a war in Europe, made up of wizard supremacist groups, pure blood supremacists who believe just because they are completely magical in their heritage, everyone else should be wiped out. And unfortunately, this has encouraged some people who are either sick of living in secrecy and have lost beloved family members to groups like the NSBS, or are just ignorant and cruel, to rise up and challenge mages. They started taking their revenge. And because of that, the NSPS and others like them are finding it easier to convince other mages that witches and wizards exist and are evil. Adsila looked drained. This means there is a lot of danger going around. When I first heard, I hoped this was nothing more than one Sasquatch or a number of those, just acting mischievously without the support of their own community. I was wrong. There are rumors of very strange werewolves, who, by the way, aren't supposed to run in packs. And we don't know just how bad the threat is to wizards and mages alike. And vampires, except that they are nothing like the vampires we are used to negotiating at best and dealing with at worst if they get into trouble and harm us. In fact, vampires are supposed to live in Europe. There aren't any here. She sounded strained, like she was barely reeling in her frustration. Sam and Emily exchanged breathless glances once again. Claire was silent. She wanted to tell Adsila. She really did. But somehow, she didn't think Adsila would take it so well. Adsila held out her hands. Just so to say, things are getting tense. We may not like it, but she spared a glance at Claire. Claire's a part of this world right now, she said softly. Emily nodded numbly, not really saying anything. And about those NSPS members, Adsila's voice now hardened. I'm going to hand them over to Nomage police as soon as I interrogate them. Can you help me? She asked. Sure, Sam said, trying to absorb his own shock. No, they could not tell Adsila. Not yet. Not until they have proof that it wasn't them. He needed to tell the pack. And the Cullens. But first, where are they? He demanded. You don't know what you're doing. The man screamed. Get in there, son, Charlie Swan said roughly, shoving the struggling, squirming man towards the two restraining police officers who locked his arms together. A third officer ran to assist them, and several more ran forwards to restrain the other men. Trespassing on private property without the permission of the tribe, attempted harm and abduction of a little girl. Well, safe to say, you're going to be in here for a long time. Charlie's eyes were steely. You guys must be crazier than I thought. We're not crazy. One guy howled. That girl, she's a witch. And her too. He pointed a shaking finger at Adsila, who simply raised an eyebrow. Sam looked murderous. It was a good thing Quill wasn't there either. He wouldn't have restrained himself from ripping those scumbags to shreds. They're witches. The man wailed. They worship the devil, man. The devil. He screamed. Nutcases, another officer muttered, shaking his head. This is going too far, Charlie said sternly. If we find out this was orchestrated by their leaders, we're going to take real action, and not just us. He looked upset, and not without reason. Thanks, you guys. He nodded. For bringing this to our attention. Adsila gave a strained smile. What sort of action? She asked, warily. Charlie sighed and shook his head. After this, we'll be presenting info on the NSBS, or Second Sailmist, to the FBI. These guys are nuts, and now it's getting out of hand. No one's going to be happy now that these guys have tried to harm a little girl. Heck, even the inmates in jail would try to beat him up if they ever heard what these guys did to Claire. We're going to have to put them in isolation. He thought aloud. Sam exhaled. So the evidence will go public? Adsila asked, still wary. Will we be called in as witnesses? Charlie shrugged. Perhaps. These guys have got to be stopped. And now Adsila was concerned. She should have modified their memories. She cursed silently. How could she have been so stupid as to assume that just because no mages like Police Chief Charlie Swan would think these guys were nuts would mean that a whole group of people would be assumed as nuts? Especially such a large group? She was risking a breach in the International Statute of Secrecy. Worse still, if the other members of the NSPS were to catch wind of this, they would march up to Forks. If they had been sent here, people were likely keeping tabs of them. She needed to modify their memories fast. What if other members of the NSPS comes up here? Edsela asked. Charlie's eyes tightened. Then we just have to keep them out, won't we? Now we have proof that they're probably all doing illegal activities. Yes, Edsela thought. This would keep them away, but she would still have to modify their memories, or confound the jury or witnesses. Make them believe that they saw Claire with a magnetic device or something like that, something which had a mundane explanation. But they would be mistaken. Better to let them think they were mistaken than to get anyone else suspicious. Thank you, Sam nodded. Pleasure. Charlie nodded back to him. Edsela spared a small smile. What now? Sam asked, once they were safely away from the place. I can't risk any breach of the International Statute of Secrecy, Edsela said quietly. Especially during such a time. I have to go. Back. Sam looked at her as if she were crazy. I need to modify their memories. The evidence against them can be used in Nomage court to testify against the doings of the NSPS, but we have to make them sound insane so as to not uncover anyone. Make them think that what they saw had a very mundane explanation for it, and that they overreacted. Edsela paused. No harm done if that happens, but it doesn't mean that the NSPS won't send more members up here, especially if those guys were monitored and sent here by someone else. Sam pursed his lips and nodded. Okay. Will you be able to dash? Being a part of the division that is comparable to what you know, Majas call the detectives, means you can do numerous things, Edsela said with a small smirk. But I'm concerned with what will come next as soon as this goes public. The NSPS will be marching up here to find proof of the existence of witches, wizards, and magical beings and beasts. Sam gritted his teeth. Don't worry if they try to trespass on Aquilut land, he said. We'll be waiting for them. I'll inform the elders of this crazy group coming up here. Edsela looked skeptical. Even that's not enough. I'm going to contact the Auror office. When he looked confused, she explained. Aurors are the policemen and domestic forces, like SWAT, as you said to us. We deal with dark witches and wizards. Just in case any pure blood magical supremacists come knocking, I will need to report directly to the Director of Magical Security in Makusa. The Bureau of Covert Vigilance and Nomage Obliviation will be immobilized. Angela will get to work on that. She spared him a glance. Sam was absorbing all what she said in silence. It genuinely sounded like she was part of a fully structured society, as secret and ancient as it is. There was no informal thing like an alpha wolf or the Volturi that acted as, well, the Volturi did. He wondered what wizards and witches, including this government called Makusa, would do if they ever discovered their existence. And that vampires did live in America. He needed to speak with the pack and the elders. And the Cullens. In the meantime, Claire will need to be kept away from public Nomage attention, as that would not be healthy for her either, as well as from anyone that could harm her. She's too old for a magical day. Care center and school starts when pupils turn 11. She confirmed. As such, she hasn't even received her letter just yet. Her letter? Sam asked. They'll write to her? Yes, sent by Owl. She gave him a wry grin. We don't use Nomage Post. Owls know exactly what needs to be sent and where. And they're hard to catch. Sam blinked. Now, if you'll excuse me, Edsela said. I would like to go over what needs to be done and to give Claire the proper security measures, as well as informing you about them as soon as possible. But first I need to make sure. She gestured with her head towards the police station. Sam had finished telling the wolves. Well, showing to them what happened. Later on, Edward had helped in explaining to the equally stunned, dumbstruck Cullens on what happened. Now they had just finished a meeting with one another and were silent. As they tried to let that sink in, Emmett broke the silence. So, do they wear pointy hats or not? Edward rolled his eyes. No, Eminencia. They wear boaters instead. He snorted. Seriously, all that and you ask about hats? What are we going to do? Esme interrupted them. If they come up here, well, like I said, they sounded like a completely structured society that had been around for a very long time, Sam stated. Yeah, and she's part of something like the CIA, apparently, Embry muttered. Dude, your imprint's a witch detective. He said in incredulity towards Seth. Seth just stood there, stunned. Leah was almost as stunned as him. Yes, and she was supposed to meet with Angela Weber here. She was her contact. Sam closed his eyes. She's a witch too. Angela? Bella asked incredulously. Angela, my friend from school? Angela. Jacob mused. Then his eyes bugged. and he started doubling over, chuckling hilariously. "What's so funny?" Sam asked, but Jacob was unable to breathe, laughing like mad. Edward began to chuckle too. "What?" Bella asked irritably. "Bella." Jacob gasped, tears of mirth in his eyes. "You said werewolf, vampires. If Angela was a witch, she could join the party too." Then he doubled over again. Bella's eyes widened, and she began laughing hesitantly. Eventually, most of them joined in. Jake wiped tears from his eyes. "She really is a witch, just as you said, and you didn't even know it." Edward grinned. "That's my Bella." Leaving that aside, Jasper said after a while. "Who did she say was coming over?" "Sam frowned. She said something about a director of magical security and contacting him. It's like the director of Homeland Security in the White House, and their equivalent of a SWAT team." "Whoa." Emmett breathed. "They have a SWAT team?" "Claire is safe," Sam said hesitantly. "For now. She's going to direct us to the proper security measures until Claire can go to school." Quill frowned, pursing his lips. "I don't get it," he said quietly, trying not to sound whiny. "This is our home. Why does Claire have to go all the way to Massachusetts to be safe?" He asked quietly. Sam placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know," he said gently. He really didn't want to let her go either, him and Emily. It would be painful. They would miss her so much. "But she's not safe here, Quill. And there are no magic schools that could keep her safe and away from any air nomages, or teach her how to control her magic that well. Plus, we've got Sasquatches loose in this state," Embry muttered. "And those people coming up north," Jasper said suddenly. He was worried. "Humans, nomages, have seen us, haven't they? Wolves and vampires." Sam grimaced. "Apparently." "And the rumor spread," Rosalie said in shock. Leah breathed sharply in horror. "That's why they're coming up here. Not because they've heard of Claire, but because they've heard of us. All of us, and they think it's Claire." Jared's eyes were wide. "Or other witches and wizards. And they think that they're protecting magical species that ought to be exterminated too," Jasper breathed. Bella looked horrified. "They all did. What are we going to do?" Sam swallowed. "We have to tell Atsila about us. But I don't think that she may trust us. Or any of them for that matter." "Why not?" Paul asked. "Because she believes in other witches and wizards like her. That vampires, for example, live in Europe," Sam explained. "That's what she said. Just before she left, I asked her about the possibility of vampires and werewolves or shape-shifting things here in Forks. She looked at me strangely and said that there were no vampires or werewolves in America because their government screens everyone and everything coming in, even in nomage airports like searching for drug mules. Or terrorists. They're known to have the toughest laws and to extradite anyone carrying potential threats to nomages, wizards and magical beings, and beasts alike. Even anyone carrying the werewolf strain, or vampirism, has to get a special permit, and everyone takes precautions when they arrive. Things like monitoring them, and they have to have a clean record of good behavior before they come here. Even the werewolves that tend to bite people have had to behave well in their human form." "Whoa," Jared said quietly. "So, if they find out," Embry said nervously, "they could—" "What?" "I asked her about shapeshifters, and she said that witches and wizards can shapeshift, turn into animals. But they are registered within Makusa and every country's government, and it's hard for them to learn how to transform into an animal form." He looked nervous. "It's not hereditary. If we do tell her," Paul said warily, "how will she take it? Or her government? It sounds like a really structured society, like the U.S. government that we all know," Carlisle mused. "That's what I thought," Sam confirmed. "I told her that, and she said that they've been here long before American nomages gained independence. They were formed as a result of the Salem witch trials." Everybody, specifically Carlisle and Quill, winced. Quill, because he quailed at the idea of Claire undergoing such horror. Carlisle, because of his human past. If these witches and wizards had ever learned about it, they would not take to him or any of them kindly. "They could extradite us," Jasper considered quietly, "or subdue us in any way possible, send us to prison, whereupon things would be enchanted so we can't break out. Hunt down the Denali's. Warn the other magical governments. Keep you guys under control." Jacob started to shiver as well. "Jake," Sam said, "they're not going to hurt Nessie. Seth imprinted on Edsela for a reason. This was meant to happen. Seth nodded fiercely. He'd been silent for a long while, but he knew she would never betray them. And I don't think it's to destroy anybody. It could be a risk to her too, Leah argued. If she found out, if she knows about us all, and she didn't tell her government who she works for, by the way, she could get into serious trouble. I don't know about you, but it sounds similar to what nomages do here. If someone kept crucial information that could potentially endanger the whole community, they could get arrested, imprisoned, or worse. She looked at her brother. Seth was white and shaking. She knew how painful it would feel to lose a loved one. And she knew Seth, as gentle and kind as he was, would be dealt a crushing blow, despite his strength, if him and his family ever got his imprint into trouble. So keep her unaware? Jared asked incredulously. She has to know, especially if all of them, and those creeps, are coming up here. But dude, what's going to happen to us? Paul asked. Claire will be in school by the time she turns 11, Sam announced. Atsila's reassured me of that. And the fact that Emily and I took it so well, she said that they're not taking Claire into foster care. Quill breathed out deeply. Apparently, parents and caregivers that don't deal with it well have their magical children removed from them and all memories of them erased, as they could pose a danger to the kids and the society as a whole. That's another thing, Paul muttered. How do we know they're not going to mess with our heads? He said, bewildered. How can anyone just take our memories away just like that? Edward raised an eyebrow at him. I could read minds. I assume they probably have spells for that. He remarked. Paul scowled. Maybe, but I still don't like it. Seth scowled at him. She's not untrustworthy, he snapped. She saved Claire's life. If she deals with the supernatural on a daily basis, then maybe, if we get her to listen, she won't take it so bad. Leah placed a hand on his shoulder. I know. But what if it gets her into trouble? Seth instantly started worrying all over again. We'll figure something out, Carlisle said, trying to sound encouraging. All of us. In the meantime, how's Claire taking to it? He asked politely. Well enough, I suppose, Sam answered. I think she's extremely happy that she's not the only one and that there are many. The idea of her going to school and meeting other children just like her also appealed to her. And the school is a castle, so that's every little girl's dream. His lips twitched. She's taken really well to Atsila. She isn't scared? Esme asked hesitantly. Sam shook his head. Not in the least. Well, perhaps, but she's just too excited. She was young, after all. Angela looked grim. They're on their way, she said, looking at Sam, Emily, and Claire. Under Sam's insistence, Quill had to stay away, although he wanted nothing more than to be with his imprint right now. But Jacob pointed out that if he did stay with her when the wizards came, they would immediately grow suspicious, even if they pretended he was Sam's relative or something. They couldn't find out just yet. Not even Atsila. So, Angela said. She smiled. We'll just have to sit tight, won't we? She invited them to sit, and since they now knew about magic, she waved her wand and bottles. Jugs and glasses came floating into the room. Claire's jaw dropped in amazement when she saw it float gently to the table in front of her, before hovering, pouring drinks. The bottles uncorked and a light sweet mead poured out onto the glasses, or in Claire's case, pumpkin juice. Angela informed them that pumpkin juice was commonly drunk at Ilvermorny. You definitely love the food there, she said happily. They have a welcoming feast at the beginning of every term, and again during Halloween, Christmas, and Easter, if either during that time. Independence Day, which isn't usually celebrated by us, but it's still fun anyway. And Thanksgiving. A feast? Claire asked. Huge feasts, piles of everything you could ever ask for, Angela said dreamily. Literally every person's dream. Who doesn't like to feast? Emily looked happy and sad at the same time. So, what is it like there? She asked. Well, Atsila began telling them all about Ilvermorny, how it was founded, who it was founded by, and the houses. The 4 houses are Wampus, Thunderbird, Horned Serpent, and Pukwudgie, Angela smiled. As she said, which house were you in? Claire asked eagerly. I was in Pukwudgie, Angela said, where healers are said to go. It also represents the heart. I was in Thunderbird for those who are adventurers at heart. Atsila grinned. It also represents the soul. So the houses represent a part of you that is dominant? Emily asked, sounding interested. And a quality that you possess? Atsila nodded. That's right. So the remaining 2, Wampus is for warriors. It represents the body. Horned serpent is for scholars as it represents the mind. So, how do you choose which house? Emily asked. You don't, Adsila replied. The houses choose you. When newcomers first arrive to Ilvermorny, they are directed to a round hall with a circular balcony above so the other students could watch. On the ground, there is a picture of a Gordian knot symbol. The student is invited to stand in the middle, and it's framed by carvings. A horned serpent with a jewel set into its forehead, a wampus, a thunderbird, and a pukwudgie with a bow and arrow. Thunderbird signifies its approval by beating its wings. The horned serpent's jewel glows. The wampus roars, or the pukwudgie raises its arrow. That's how you know which house wants you. Claire's mouth formed a silent wow. What if more than one house chooses you? Emily asked. Then the student gets to choose, Adsila replied simply. Horned serpent and Thunderbird chose me. I chose Thunderbird. I'm an adventurer after all, she said with a smile. Claire looked bright and excited. I can't wait to see which one I'm in, she declared, making the adult smile. So will I get a wand after that? Adsila nodded. Once it's done, they take you to another room where a wand is chosen. Or rather, it chooses you. Claire looked confused. You're talking like it has feelings. Oh, that's because they're more than just instruments we can use, Adsila stated. The wand chooses the wizard. And of course, even without the war in Europe, you would know, Angela mumbled. Her aunt and uncle were two of America's most famous wand makers. Really? Claire turned her odd and eager eyes towards Adsila, who laughed. Yes, she admitted. Two other ancestors were two of the first Aurors. Angela said, grinning. I read about them in the history books. Aurors? Emily asked. Those dark witch and wizard catchers? Adsila nodded. When it was first formed, Makusa needed Aurors desperately to keep people safe. They were among the first to volunteer. They faced monumental challenges, so everyone is still in awe of them today. Another one was President, Angela said, laughing at Adsila, who was shaking her head in embarrassment. Maybe you'll be president someday. Adsila sighed. Like I could get anyone to vote for me. She mumbled. Besides, I already have a job. I'm working my way up, and I love it. I love my job and what I'm doing. Thunderbirds, Angela said with a smile. Always adventurous. Adsila didn't deny it, and she smiled slightly. I always crave adventure, she said simply. Sam blinked. But I thought you were in Forks High School, he said. How is it that you had time to go to boarding school in Massachusetts anyway? I am older than I really look, Angela admitted. I'm in my mid-30s. I had just graduated from Ilvermorny when I came back to Forks. I asked to be stationed here to keep an eye out for my parents and my brothers. I'm no Majborn, as I was needed to keep an eye out for any magical beast, being, or wizard that could potentially cause danger or breaches to the International Statute of Secrecy. I decided to blend in. I was trained as an Auror, but I also have ties to the body of the protection of magical species. I could have been a worker somewhere in Forks, but I felt I would rather have the high school experience to truly understand what the town was like and how people were living and to pick up any gossip or reports that might prove interesting, especially in such a region left to many magical creatures. Then she frowned. Of course, I had to drink de-aging potion regularly to make me seem younger to blend in. And even then, I can't seem to find the source of all the troubling reports and rumors flying wild. The Olympic wolves. Vampires. As if vampires would have left the comfort of their European manors and castles to risk the light of day and travel to America with us, screening everything. But the rumors persist. She looked upset. Sam and Emily were very still. So, vampires burn in sunlight? Claire asked skeptically. The ones I've seen don't go out in daylight. Adsila stated. Not just sunlight. It makes them weak. They also have highly venomous fangs and saliva. It's contagious. Their nails can elongate into talons, though I don't know if they're venomous or not. I was in Albania for a time, met at least 5 of them. They were civil and friendly, I suppose, or at least most of them. They don't typically drink human blood, as the ministries and councils of magic would be far from pleased, and then they would be forced to take action. Emily and Sam exchanged covert looks. This did not sound like the vampires they had met and heard about. Was it possible that the Cullens and their friends were another species of vampires that had escaped the wizard's notice? After all, Angela did say they lived in Europe. What would happen if they did find out about them? And the pack? Something. He remembered Edsela saying that they registered the names of every witch and wizard who learned how to shapeshift in order to make certain they did not abuse their power. Would they too be registered? She mentioned that their world had scholars. If no mages didn't view the pack as a threat, then would they study them? Screen them? Experiment? He didn't know. Would the wizards do just that? Moreover, he could not allow them to do anything to the Cullens. They might let it slide, but if those Volturi ever knew about the magical world and that the Cullens played a part of bringing their attention to the vampires, then they would be in serious trouble. In fact, they would probably be facing a large-scale conflict, maybe even a war. He got the feeling that even the vampires that stuck up for the Cullens would not be happy with them. Would they monitor the Cullens? Exterminate the ones that drank human blood? Not that Sam would mind anyone not drinking human blood being around, but it seemed dishonorable that, as they were willing to stick up for all of them, not just Nessie and the rest of the Cullens, that they would be repaid in kind by being hunted down all because of a slip of the tongue. Still, Edsela must have trusted them enough. She did approve of them raising Claire, when she could have taken her away to foster care, where they would never see her again. Cool too. So, will the letter arrive soon? Sam asked. Edsela nodded. Yes, the closer she gets to being 11, a few months before term starts. What about uniforms and school equipment? Emily asked. Where can we buy them and how much do they cost? You can buy them in D.C., Edsela replied thoughtfully. Or in cities like New York and Boston. But you won't be able to pay for them with no-maj money. We have our own currency, dragons, not dollars. Makusa and the school puts aside a fund to pay for the equipment of students, including uniforms. How will she get there? Sam asked. Edsela opened her mouth about to reply when a loud cracking noise was heard outside the house. They're here, she said grimly. Miss Sizemore, one of them announced. Yes, Edsela asked, one eyebrow raised. We heard that you recently discovered a no-maj-born child whom the NSPS had attacked. You could say that, she agreed. The Auror nodded. Very well. We have the right dash. Wait, there is no need for that, Edsela explained. No need to take the child into the social care. They raised an eyebrow, and Emily gently pushed Claire behind her, Sam in front of them both, afraid that they would try to take Claire away from them. I followed protocol, and I explained to the caregivers that Claire is a witch. They took it calmly, she said, just as calmly. Perhaps astonished, but they did not react badly. They're not fanatics. They've already given me their word that they would not breach the international statute of secrecy and expose us dash. We did, Sam said fiercely. And that Claire is not in danger of being harmed around them, Edsela continued. She's one of the lucky ones. The Auror's bushy gray brows rose. Really? Well then, I'd have to report this. But even so, the risk remains dash. I've taken the necessary precautions, Edsela interrupted. I took the liberties of placing wards around the house and garden. I explained to them the security measures, new and old. They've promised to comply with it to the letter. We did, Emily called out from behind. And the laws of the international statute, Edsela kept going. They don't live in such a big community, sirs, so therefore it will be easy enough for them to keep their knees hidden. The Auror still looked suspicious. Still, there are more forms to follow, he said sternly, especially during dangerous times like these. The NSPS have arrived here in Forks. We have no doubt that more will follow. He turned back to confide in his assistants. After a time, he looked back at them. They may come if they wish, he stated. It would make things a whole lot easier if they agreed to comply with our laws. Officially on magical documents. Edsela inwardly groaned. This is going to take ages, but we need to get to New York. New York? Emily sounded surprised. Why are we going to New York? Because the headquarters of Makusa is there, Edsela said grimly. There's going to be a whole lot of official stuff to get over with if you wish to keep your niece and be trusted enough not to have your memories modified. As of now, Claire is a citizen of the magical United States of America. I suggest you start packing. Edsela pitted them. She really did. Claire had her picture taken, name recorded, and youth identity documents made. Fingerprints were stamped, seals were stamped, signatures were signed on parchment by the adults, including a very apprehensive Emily, and even Sam looked overwhelmed by this. On the upside, the fund that was to pay for Claire's schooling and everything she needed would be handed to them as soon as they were able to get to a bank. They had the documents for that. Genuine ones that could be told by goblins, not forgeries. Edsela helped them throughout the whole way. But she told them as soon as they were given apartments to settle in, for a few days at most, or one night at least, that she would then leave. She stayed to help them settle in. Upon arriving to New York, however, Edsela reflected, they had been greeted with a less than pleasant sight. The NSBS was there. A young man in his 20s, dark-haired with ink-blue eyes, was speaking on some steps to a large crowd. "Open your eyes," he shouted. "They are everywhere. Witches, occult practices whereupon they sacrifice young children." "Really?" Edsela muttered. "These people are evil, and they must be stopped," he shouted. "They take young children and teach them the ways of the occult. Once they get in, they can never get out. It's like in any cult, except it's stronger. Open your eyes. They are among you." They simply hide in the crowd, walk through the streets, dressed like any ordinary person. He exclaimed, "They brainwash you, and they practice the occult. They take young children away. What more do you need convincing for? The disasters in Europe, particularly in Britain with the collapsing of bridges, so-called hurricanes, all of a sudden, and the disappearances of innocent families, all of which every scientist admitted they could not explain how this came to be, nor expert detectives where those people had gone, or how did they die." The crowd in front of him cheered and waved their flags. Edsela noticed the flag. It was a red banner with a pair of hands snapping a wand in half above a yellow fire. Claire was shivering, shaking. Emily was pressing her close to her, trying to remain inconspicuous, but she was pale and terrified too. Sam was shaking in rage. Edsela placed a hand on his shoulder. "Come on," she said. "They're lunatics." All in all, when they did get over the awe of Makusa's headquarters, seeing the statues of those that died in the Salem witch trials were also not encouraging. Edsela sighed. And they had yet to encounter pure-blood supremacists, and she didn't think they needed to be informed about the Second Wizarding War in Europe just yet. No. They had to concentrate in getting Claire her new school uniform first. "So the NSBS has done something monumental, it seems," the man mused, stroking his small goatee. "And no one will have a clue. Those British wizards," another person shook his head. "They instantly say, everyone is equal, when no one else would do the same." He scoffed. "They have no idea. They've forgotten what it's like to live the horrors of the past." "Well, the past is real, my friends, and soon they will stamp us out." Clamoring was heard all across the room. "My friends, the NSBS are gaining ground. Just now we have had word that they attacked an underage girl with accidental magic. They are heartless. They are inhuman, and they must be stopped." A witch rose gracefully from her chair. "Makusa also has no idea of the threats that are in store," she said calmly. "And neither do these new vampires whom we have just discovered. They are fools, and soon we will rise from the ashes. Not them, but us." "The wolves too?" someone asked dryly. The witch smiled. "Leave them to me." She smiled at them all. "Never fear," she whispered quietly. "The Dark Lord is gone, but his legacy continues. Vengeance will be ours, my brothers and sisters. Reaffirm your allegiance to our cause, and we shall have vengeance." "So, that all happened in the past 24 hours or so?" Jared asked skeptically. "Yes," Sam said exasperatedly. He was exhausted. So were Claire and Emily. Edsela had been remarkably kind, shielding them from the worst bureaucrats and taking most of the work for herself, as well as arranging for comfortable rooms, good food, and whatever else they needed in New York. She had been there every step along the way. He told them that. Seth beamed, relieved that she was so nice and that they had a good opinion of her. "But they're still suspicious," Sam said wearily. "Because the vampires which they apparently have met are nothing like you guys," Jacob said disbelievingly at the Cullens. Edsela had taken Sam, Emily, and Claire back to their home in La Push. She sighed, weary. Honestly, this was too much. Why couldn't she have stayed home? Why couldn't she have been content to take whatever important position they had over there? But she wanted more. She wanted to get out into the world, to soar. She was so caught up in her own thoughts that she failed to see what was in front of her at first, until her foot sunk into a puddle of something squishy. At first she thought it was mud, but it didn't feel like mud. She frowned and looked down. There she saw it, a pool of congealing blood. Edsela's eyes widened, and she looked up, seeing a trail of blood right in front of her and leading her to. She ran to Sam and Emily's house as fast as she could, She didn't dare apparate with no mages around. She knocked frantically on the door. Yes. Emily answered the door. Someone's body has been found in the forest. Edsela said breathlessly. Emily went pale. What? Someone's been killed, Edsela gasped. Before Emily could go on her first instinct, Sam or the Nomage police, Edsela was already there, with a team of Aurors. Emily watched at a distance, though the Aurors were edgy around her. What is it? Edsela said, her face incredibly pale. It doesn't look like any ordinary animal, one of them muttered. Emily looked up, her face starkly white. See the face? He pointed. It's completely torn off in great big chunks. There are teeth marks. Edsela was white. What kind? I know Sasquatches live here, but I know it can't be any of them. No, the Auror agreed. They look canine. Emily went, if possible, paler. Canine? Edsela breathed sharply. The man nodded grimly. We've done several spells just to be sure. Definitely canine. But Rougarous live in Louisiana. Edsela exclaimed. I highly doubt that it's a Rougarou that somehow ended up here, he said calmly. Then what is it? Edsela pressed. It can't be werewolves, and certainly not animagi. If it's canine, what in the world is Dash? We don't know, the Auror said grimly. But perhaps it is related to the rumors you've been hearing recently. Edsela and Emily drew in a sharp breath, although for different reasons. Emily, she said quietly. Where's Claire? With Quill, she whispered. Edsela's eyes widened. Emily, she hissed, pulling her aside. American witches and wizards are living in a sort of state of emergency right now. We're not allowed contact with Nomages, unless we are related to them. And even then we have to have a permit like the one I gave to you and Sam. Not until this crises are resolved, including these monsters and the NSBS. Edsela looked grim. We aren't allowed any contact with Nomages, unless we've been given the proper authorization, or when we pass them on our way somewhere, and we have to get through them. And we're especially not allowed to have our underage children, who aren't in complete control over their magic just yet, out of our sight. Especially not with Nomages. Maybe some Nomages won't harm them, but with the NSPS already proving that they can make it to Forks. She trailed off. Emily was speechless. She had to tell Edsela. How could she not? Claire was imprinted upon by Quill and Edsela herself. Without her knowing, was imprinted upon by Seth. She had to know, but somehow, when Emily opened her mouth, she could not bring herself to get the words out. Where are they? Edsela asked quietly. At the beach, Emily whispered. We'll have to get them, Edsela said. And with Makusa employees and the NSBS patrolling this place, we need to get Claire safely back without anybody knowing she's with Nomages. She spared an uneasy glance at the Aurors. If they find out that you guys are lax with Claire's security, Emily swallowed. But we're not, she protested in hushed tones. We trust Quill. Edsela regarded her sadly. Even we may be betrayed. Quill was skipping tiny pebbles with Claire on the sea. Seth was there. So, how do you think we should tell her? He asked quietly. Leah shrugged. Just be honest to her. Easier said than done. Embry snorted. Look, there she is. With Emily, Seth scrambled to his feet. Edsela came to them, and it appeared that her smile, though polite, looked tired. Emily came with a warning gaze at them. Claire, she called out to her niece. I hope you guys won't mind, but it's getting late, and Claire has to get home. Quill nodded. I'll take you there. No, Emily said quickly. It's all right. She forced a smile. Seth said breathlessly. Edsela's eyes turned towards him. Hi, Seth, right? Seth nodded, trying not to flush. Yeah, he admitted. And Leah. She smiled warmly at her. And was it Embry and Quill? When they nodded, she smiled. I was just in La Push, dropping off a cookbook me and Angela borrowed from Emily. I met her on the beach. She was looking for Claire. Edsela lied smoothly. Well, thank you, Emily. It was really kind of you, she said politely. I'll best be going now. Please be careful. All of you. But her eyes particularly lingered and gave meaning to Emily and Claire. Seth opened his mouth about to say something, but Embry grabbed his arm. Not now. Edsela turned and left. Emily let out a breath. Auntie Emily? Claire asked. What's wrong? Emily breathed in again. Something terrible has happened, she said quietly. The wolves tensed. You guys are being suspected. In your wolf form. Their eyes widened. In a rush, Emily told the whole story. though she covered Claire's ears at the gruesome part of it. Their jaws dropped. I can't believe this. Leah weakly. Emily, you have to tell her. We didn't do anything. I know. Emily threw her hands up in the air. But those guys said that whatever killed the man had canine teeth. Like dogs. Or very large wolves. So they're on to you. What's more, she said darkly, the magical America is in a kind of state of emergency. They've declared a new set of laws to keep witches and wizards safe, and in particular children. They aren't allowed to go near no-mages. That means in their eyes Quill's eyes widened. They can't do this, he blurted desperately. Claire's eyes widened too. Emily shrugged helplessly. Annie, Claire protested. I know. Emily shouted. But they're scared. Scared for their people and scared for their children. With the NSPS coming up here, and now they're afraid that no-mages would find out about them, and they've decided to monitor this whole area. So Claire has to follow the rules if we don't want her to be taken away into foster care if they feel like her life is in danger. Quill opened his mouth, but Emily said, for now, until they leave. And what about Edsela? Embry asked quietly. Are you going to tell her? Emily hesitated. She looked at Seth. Seth looked pleading, desperate. Same as Quill. Emily closed her eyes. We will, she said quietly. Let's pray that she doesn't react badly and sees reason. We can give her our side of the story, but we'll need some way to prove it, won't we? Emily opened her eyes. Yes, she agreed. We will. Edsela leaned back against a tree. She felt bad for them. She truly did. It must have been terrible to live a double life, she thought. But who was she to talk? She told Emily, Sam, and Claire that she worked in their equivalent of the FBI, but that wasn't true. Edsela's department was classified, and she had to continue the investigation no matter how much she wanted to drop or go home. What were those beasts? The Rougarou, as the aura mentioned, lived in Louisiana. There were no dog-like creatures. No vampires either. Not since Amarillo Lestat had been deported from America following abuses of his boundaries in biting actual live humans. All werewolves were not allowed in America, not unless they followed strict guidelines and agreed to be monitored. So what were those things that haunted this place? Edsela shook her head. She couldn't think about it right now. Then she heard a rustle. Edsela was on her feet in an instant. She began preparing which curse in case there was more than one attacker. Then she froze as she heard footsteps right behind her. Her heart pounding. She had to train herself to seem unaware and relaxed until the person was behind her in a single fluid moment. Not what an NSPS member or any kind of no-mage was expecting. She spun and tackled the opposing person to the ground, taking them by surprise. There was a yelp that sounded strangely masculine. Seth Clearwater stared up at her. Hi, he said sheepishly. She quickly got off him. I thought you were one of them, she whispered. I'm sorry. Seth shook his head. Don't be. I'm glad your instincts are so quick. We're gonna need them to survive. Edsela inwardly snorted. Seth had no idea how right he was. She turned around. You've got people trespassing on your tribe's land, she said warningly. Are you guys increasing security? Keeping a close watch? Oh, we are. And for a fraction of a second, she thought his voice hardened. Are you going to go home? I'm going to Angela's house, she said shortly. And I'll contact my family. Let them know that I'm okay. I've asked the police not to tell my name to the public. And I know for a fact that Sam asked not to have his niece's name included in the tabloids either. No doubt my grandmother would be begging me to return home. Seth winced inwardly, but understood completely. And your parents? Edsela hesitated for a second. They're dead. Died in an accident years ago. I was brought up by my grandparents. It was no accident. But she wasn't about to tell Seth Clearwater, a total stranger that she'd met only twice before, and a no-mage to boot. That, I'm sorry, Seth said quietly. My dad's dead too. Involuntarily, she turned back to look at him. I'm sorry to hear that, she said sincerely. How did that happen? Died of a stroke, he said numbly. It was a terrible time. Edsela looked down and nodded. I should be heading back to Angela soon. She'll be worried. She sighed. Nothing's safe anymore. No, Seth agreed. And then a strength entered his voice. But it will be. After all, who says it won't? Edsela spared him a smile. Be careful. You too. Seth nodded and smiled back as she turned to move away. Part of what he learned when living with a girl, like Leah or his mother, was when to know when a lady needed her space. He couldn't tell her now, or confront the fact that he knew her secret. Well, he'd seen Bella and Edward, and he'd been with them for the duration of Nessie's pregnancy, but Bella and Edward weren't like any couple he'd known. Not even the imprints. Sam and Emily were like that, or Jared and Kim, Paul and Rachel. Not only did the pack have duties, but the imprintees had lives of their own. Friends to meet up in Starbucks. Time to kick back and reflect on the day. To study and or work. Family time to catch up with. Admittedly, although he did like Bella, unlike Leah, he did see how things suffered in her life. Seeing Jacob's memories made him see that Bella would fall apart. Without Edward, when he left her, her family life suffered, partly because she kept so many secrets and spent so much time away from them, even for a short distance. Same as her friends, whom she ignored, admittedly in her catatonic state when Edward dumped her. As a result, her friends weren't exactly warm to her. And he knew exactly how Jacob felt when Bella didn't see him because Edward kept her from him, apart from jealousy, which was why Leah hated her. And Bella didn't have a clue, according to Leah, how much she hurt people, not just Jacob. Angela had been to La Push several times, and it was clear as day that she came on her own and how she felt about it until Edsela arrived. He didn't have anything against Bella. She had done a great deal bringing the pack and the Cullens, who were in fact good people no matter what anyone felt, into a stronger alliance, and in some cases friendship. But he knew Edsela wasn't her any more than Leah was. Seth smiled and turned away. His sister appeared to like her too, but Seth knew her secret, and he worried that one morning she would disappear. After all, she was only supposed to be here temporarily, wasn't she? Okay, so that's that sorted, Edsela said awkwardly. What now? Angela was typing away at a computer. The sight of it made Edsela smile. They were unbelievably useful things, these nomage inventions, so long as there isn't enough magic to make things combust. Even enchanted quills didn't compare. In any case, no. Mages also had pens that did not require dipping in an ink pot too often. She definitely liked those, rather than quills that required sharpening and ink, even with magic. Okay, so one thing's resolved. And I've had contact with the body of the protection of magical species. They mentioned everything's all right within the Sasquatches, so it's definitely not them. And more on everyone who's monitoring ports, the Flu Network, broomstick regulation, and everyone who's undercover in nomage airports. Nothing and no one coming in when they shouldn't be allowed. She looked up at Edsela. So nothing wrong there, and yet there's something fishy going on around here. Edsela said firmly. I don't know about you, but these boys in the Quileute reservation, they just keep popping up. And there's something about that Seth Clearwater. She shook her head. But I do like him. He's a nice guy. In any case, I feel like Emily's deliberately not telling me something. Angela nodded. Did you see her scars? Edsela blinked. Yeah. What happened to her? Mauled by a grizzly bear, apparently. Soon afterwards, her cousin Leah's boyfriend, Sam Yulee, left her for Emily. Edsela blinked again. Leah? Leah Clearwater? Seth Clearwater's sister. Yeah. Angela frowned. Why do you keep mentioning him? Nothing, I don't know, grumbled Edsela. Angela looked bewildered, but wisely didn't say anything. Yeah, her. She and Emily Young were like sisters when they were really young. Leah Clearwater was also going out with Sam Yulee back then. At that time, Emily was living in the Macaw Reserve. She came over one day, and no one really knows what happened, only that Sam had been acting strangely before she even got to La Push. Next thing you know, Emily got attacked by a bear. She ended up in hospital. Sam was distraught and refused to leave her side. Leah panicked too, but not too long after, Sam and Emily emerged as a couple, and according to the girls at the reservation, Leah hasn't been the same ever since. Edsela looked shocked. I can't imagine the nice young woman I met called Emily Young, Claire's aunt and foster mother, and the kind, polite and considerate, responsible person named Sam Yulee, with the people that stomped on other people's hearts, particularly the ones they were close to. They seemed so kind and considerate. They weren't horrified when I told them Claire was a witch. She frowned. Not until I mentioned the NSBS. Yes, and that really surprises me, Angela said. Just how easily they accepted it. And did you see Sam Yulee? He was all understanding and chill about it, like he was processing and absorbing every bit of knowledge. Unlike Emily, he didn't ask too many questions. Did he seem shocked when you told him Claire was a witch? Edsela shook her head. He seemed stunned, but not too much. She said, Angela looked alarmed. Do you think the NSBS might have infiltrated La Push? Edsela stiffened in shock. Might be. My grandfather says that they're targeting Native American tribes to see if any of them are magical. They're even looking into the legends, and they came all the way up to Forks. Angela looked horrified. There hasn't been a Sasquatch uprising for over a decade now. That's because we've learned to treat them better, Edsela pointed out. Maybe, but no magical creatures acting up either, or magical beings, Angela countered. Edsela, so why all of a sudden? These reports come up about giant wolves that seem intelligent and could possibly turn into humans. Why all the reports about strange vampire-like creatures? Angela pressed. And how does anybody know that they're vampires or werewolves anyway? Animagi? I don't think so. Not every person can turn into the same kind of animal. A pack of werewolves? But these wolves are in control of themselves. Angela took a deep breath. You know, I went to Britain once. Really? Edsela asked. To Hogwarts, Angela confirmed. The British School of Magic? Edsela asked. The one that Ilvermorny was partly modeled after, and the one where the last battle of the Second Wizarding War took place. That one? Where Slytherin's tree came from? Slytherin's tree was a tree that grew in the grounds of Ilvermorny School, a species of snakewood previously unknown that grew from the planted shards of Salazar Slytherins, the founder of Hogwarts, wand. Isolt Sayre, the founder of Ilvermorny, had inherited that wand which she later buried. That's the one, Angela confirmed. And they have a forest up there. It has wolves. The students there think it's werewolves, but they're wrong. I've seen them up close. The headmistress knew about them. And the gamekeeper. They're the offspring of werewolves that mated during the full moon. Edsela straightened from where she was leaning in the doorway. What? She breathed. It's true. I asked the Care of Magical Creatures teacher, and he said that a werewolf can have children with other werewolves or with humans, but they would never inherit the lycanthrope strain. But if two werewolves mate during the full moon, they would have wolf offspring. These wolves are massive, semi-sentient, and beautiful. They're gentle creatures, nothing like their parents in their wolf form, and highly intelligent. Edsela blinked. You think that these wolves here are like them? Angela shrugged. Who can say? But there would have to be real werewolves here too, Edsela pointed out, frowning. The closest thing is the Rougarou, and that's in Louisiana. I know, and it doesn't match the description people who saw these wolves claim to have seen, Angela admitted. Is it possible? Before Makusa was formed, because a whole lot of immigrants, both nomage and magical, arrived here, that there would have been a werewolf appearing? Or some species of vampire on the brink of evolution? Edsela frowned deeply. I think we would have discovered it by now, surely. Angela nodded. That's what confuses me. And the wolves in Scotland knew to keep hidden from humans, nomage, or muggle, and magical alike. They certainly didn't go around attacking them like Krupps. So what are these things? Angela frowned, getting worried. Edsela shook her head. She tried to think back to the events that day when she saw Claire being attacked by members of the NSBS. What happened that day? Before Claire got attacked, Angela held up the Quileute elders and distracted them while Edsela went around the grounds, looking for any suspicious signs, as reported being seen, specifically as Angela had told her, around the reservation territory and the Olympic Peninsula. She'd found odd tracks all right, paw prints which she'd revealed using magic, and traces of other things too. But before she could get to them, Claire had been attacked. Edsela's frown deepened. That got nowhere. Was there anything suspicious about the town in general? Anything or anyone strange that she had found that somehow didn't seem entirely human, or simply even nomage? Then her eyes nearly popped out of her head. The Cullens. Angela had introduced them. Edward, Bella, the friend that pretty much abandoned Angela in Forks High School, and the girl with the strange, unique name. How and what they looked like: surreal, inhuman, beautiful in a breathtaking manner that wasn't entirely human. And their hands. How Edward and Bella's felt like ice when they shook her hand. How the other girls felt like she was running a temperature or had an overdose of pepper-up potion. That wasn't natural. She didn't know about the third girl, with the sadly complicated name, but Edward and Bella, vampires. Vampires that went out in daylight. Angela, she said at a distance. What can you tell me about the Cullens? I know you said what you know about Bella, but I want to know about her husband and his family. Their habits in school, everything. Before Bella changed to become just like them, Angela told her. The Cullens were highly respected in town. They were all adopted by Dr. Carlisle Cullen and his wife Esme. Even the Hale twins, the blonde ones. Emmett and Rosalie Hale were 1 year above Angela and her classmates, so she didn't see much of them. Except during breaks when the Cullens tended to stick to one another. But Edward, who was in a number of her classes, did exceedingly well in school. Like he could read the answers from the teachers' minds, or knew exactly what they were all thinking in general. And when the whole Cullen family came together during lunch, they never ate. That was the strangest thing. Always they had trays loaded with food, fruits, sandwiches, sodas, nachos, whatever. And they never ate. They sat there, talked for some time, moved the food around, but Angela saw they never ate. And then when they got up, they dumped the uneaten food in the trash. Bella ate, and she didn't look like them until after she returned from her honeymoon and recovered from her tropical bug. Months later, she slowly began to reemerge. It was impossible, and she couldn't be certain, and yet she didn't know about the wolves. But the Cullens were vampires. She was sure of it. Angela, she said quietly, prepare to leave. We may be in greater danger than you know. I believe the Cullens are vampires. Be careful. Angela warned Edsela for the final time. I know. Edsela gritted her teeth. You can't confront them like this. Angela hissed, her eyes wide with incredulity. I can and I must. Edsela insisted. If they harm me, then it's your cue to inform Makusa and the Aurors. If they harm you, do you have any idea what's going to happen? Angela nearly wailed. You're Sizemore Edsela. Your family's one of America's most respected, even the ones that don't have the family name. Edsela gritted her teeth even more when she heard that. I know, she said, willing herself to keep calm. But now I know for sure. I don't know what kind of vampires the Cullens are, and I don't think they're harmed by sunlight and possibly garlic and wooden stakes. But whatever they are, and whatever their weaknesses, they're the vampires that lead the Nomages here. Hopefully I can find out more about the wolves when I talk to them. But why? Angela wailed. If they aren't harmed by sunlight, garlic of wooden stakes, then I might not survive this, Edsela said calmly. But I can easily escape. If I can't, well, send the Aurors in. That will get the vampires in big trouble. Angela looked incredulous. Edsela met the Cullens just as they were about to enter the house. A stunning white, 3-story colonial. She put on a smile. She also had false thoughts shielding her real ones. She waved her hand. Bella straightened in surprise. Oh, hi Edsela, is it? Edsela nodded. What brings you over here? Actually, I just wanted to talk with you guys, if that's okay. Edsela asked hesitantly. Sure. Edward gestured towards the house. Edsela shook her head. No, please, I don't want to take too much of your time. Okay. Bella nodded. Edsela put on a smile. Look, I know it's all of a sudden me just dropping in on you out of nowhere and prying, but I want to ask a few questions. Have you heard anything funny going around here recently? Bella and Edward exchanged glances. Not really, Bella mumbled. She shuffled her feet. She's lying, Edsela thought. Bella was a terrible liar. I don't believe so, Edward said smoothly. He was better, but still fake. Oh, really? Edsela frowned. Okay then. It's just strange that the NSBS ended up marching all the way to Forks. I mean, I know they have cells all over America, but to march all the way in Forks and just attack a little girl. Edsela shook her head. It's terrible, Bella said. But at least the police are investigating now. Sadly, I don't think the police are getting anywhere without much evidence of conviction. Edsela replied. The convicts are tricky. There's no way they're going to confess that their leaders are involved. But in any case, I think they didn't come here to hurt Claire. They kept looking at her. You don't? Edward asked. Edsela shook her head. No. I think poor Claire was at the wrong place and the wrong time. No. I think the NSBS were searching for something else. Edsela chuckled. It's silly, really. Really? Edward asked. What is? He was frowning, leaning his head, his brow furrowed as if just couldn't make sense of anything. Yeah. I mean, a whole lot of people in and around Forks are saying that there are vampires here. Edsela laughed. Vampires and giant wolves. Or are they werewolves? She laughed again, pretending not to notice Bella and Edward stiffening. I mean, technically, I would be very surprised. I mean, my government screens, everything, she continued. Not minding she just revealed a crucial hint of something. If she was wrong, anyway, she would erase their memories of this event. Everything and everyone that came here, including the ones that may breach what we witches and wizards call dash. She finally looked at them, her smile fading. The International Statute of Secrecy. And the fact is that a lot of nomages are discovering that magical creatures exist. There was a corpse found in La Push's woods with canine bite marks all over it. I think it's safe to say at least we've discovered something. She looked at them. Bella tried to speak. I don't know what your dash. Please, Mrs. Cullen, Adsela stated. You are a very bad liar. You're not like any I've ever met, but I know you and your husband are. Vampires. Bella and Edward, Adsela noticed, were frozen in shock. What? That was Edward. The question is, how did you get here? Adsela said in a steely voice. Makusa screens everything. I don't mean you individually, but the vampire strain. We were here before the Nomage declared their own independence, so we've been keeping our eyes out for longer than you've imagined. Granted, there were vampires here in the United States, but they've left. Except for you, it seems. She looked at them hard in the eyes. We don't bar vampires from entering the United States, but we make sure that they're registered like all other immigrants. They legally agree to abide by our laws, and we have our ways placing spells to make sure that they don't harm anybody, particularly if they're living amongst humans. Yet you guys don't have any registration on official Makusa documents. You don't seem to have any of those spells placed on you, and you guys have been here for a long time, according to a friend of yours. Adsela's voice was starting to grow dangerous. So mind explaining me, first, why you dared breach the International Statute of Secrecy? What kind of vampires you are? How did you manage to stay hidden for so long? And I would advise that you answer now, because a little girl nearly got killed because you guys were quite careless. Her eyes flashed. We weren't careless. Bella blurted. We try to keep everything hidden. We dash. Edward grabbed her arm. The creatures, whatever they were, did not flinch. Then slowly, Edward held out his hands. I can explain. He began. Please do, Adsela said through gritted teeth. Edward took a deep breath. Look, I swear for as long as we have been here, we have never taken a human life. Adsela narrowed her eyes at him. Or endangered anything apart from the animals we hunt. You hunt? She asked skeptically. Edward swallowed. Now or never. We're not human, he admitted. We were once, but we transformed. I'd say you're a vampire, but I've met vampires before, and they aren't like you. She began suspiciously. You're not one of the Fae. They live in Europe. Fairies, way too large and definitely European. And no idiot would think you're a Sasquatch despite your location. She scoffed. No, Edward said, trying to rein in a smile. I don't know what kind of vampires you've met, but I assure you, we are vampires. Astonishment, suspicion, and disbelief colored Adsela's eyes. Do you really expect me to believe that? She asked. Makusa has been here longer than the Nomage United States, and we keep tabs along every border. Before them, so did the witches and wizards of the tribes. Yeah, well, Edward shrugged helplessly. We're not like the vampires witches and wizards have familiarized themselves with. And I can't say for sure, because as compared to the others, I'm relatively young. I was turned in 1918. Ever since then, my family has stuck to a vegetarian diet. Excuse me? Adsela lifted an eyebrow. It's our way of saying we feed on animal blood, Bella cut in. Hardly vegetarian, she scoffed. She shook her head. How do I know you're telling the truth? She asked. What about those wolves? Bella and Edward exchanged glances. Well, it's not really our secret to tell, Bella said hesitantly. Now both of Adsela's eyebrows shot up. Oh, and why not? She narrowed her eyes. Were they behind all this? Answer me. She gritted her teeth. People have died because of the NSBS. Maybe you've killed some. Maybe you haven't. Bella cut in again. We haven't. But the NSBS certainly has. Adsela shot at them. Maybe I could just call Angela over. I'm certain she would want a good explanation from you guys. Her eyes narrowed towards Bella. I don't believe you, she stated. Maybe I'll just dash. As if sensing her intentions at that moment, Edward struck. Adsela blinked and gasped. She flew to the ground, but Cullen was on her in a minute. Fortunately for her, or unfortunately, she cast a shield charm. The invisible charm threw Edward into the air when he knocked into it. Edward! Bella gasped. At that moment, Edsela let loose red sparks into the air. Bella, acting quickly, slammed down into her before Edsela managed to cast a hex. Edsela landed on the ground. Edward got up again and, to her absolute horror, wrenched her wand from her fingers. No, she screamed in horror. I'm sorry, Edward said, raising his hand before knocking her out cold. A short while away, Angela saw the sparks. She gasped. Now is the time to act, Edsela groaned. Everything was dark, and her head hurt. Edward, she heard a woman's voice hiss. I can't believe you two dash. It wasn't his fault. Bella protested. We had to do something. At the sound of her voice, Edsela's eyes snapped open and she snarled. You! She tried to wrench herself loose. Give me back my wand, you dash. And she let loose a string of hateful curses, insults and swear words in her native Cherokee and English directed to both Cullens, but mostly Edward. Edward raised his hands into the air. Look, I'm sorry. You! Edsela screamed again, struggling against the ropes that bound her. Give me back my wand, you filthy, polluting scum. You don't touch a witch's wand. She struggled further. Carlyle stepped forwards. Look, please. I am sorry for the rough treatment my son and daughter has handed to you, dash. Edsela shot him a glare. If this was a matter of that, it would be very easy to forgive in comparison, she hissed. No one touches a witch or wizard's wand. Not even other witches or wizards. She shot an evil glare at Edward. I swear, if and when I get out of here, I will make your life hell for that. She snapped. Causey took your stick? Emmett asked incredulously. Don't. You. Daddy. Edsela snapped. If I found out you've damaged it, dash. He hasn't, Carlyle said, trying to calm her down. Honestly, none of them get what it meant to a witch or wizard, taking their most fundamental and basic tool. Of course, they didn't really need a wand to use magic like Edsela and other Native American witches and wizards, and those in Africa and Asia. The wand was a European invention. It was useful, but not necessary. But it was the lifeblood of witches and wizards' magic, part of their soul and physical being. And that Cullen filth, Edward's eyes widened. Whoa, I didn't know, dash, he began as if hearing her thoughts. You. She spat. She turned her gaze to Carlyle. If you're going to rip me apart, do it now. I'd rather not stand the sight of that filthy, dung-licking dog, dash. And I'd never thought I'd hear somebody call Edward that, a voice muttered. Edsela's head snapped towards him. It was Jacob Black. You, she exclaimed. He held out his hands. I'm not one of them, he admitted. But I was sent here to neutralize you, and to make sure you aren't harmed. Harmed? She shouted. My wand got touched by another freaking being. She strained further. Without my consent. Jacob gave a reproachful look to the Cullens. Look, she's Seth's imprint. You can't just dash. I know, Edward said guiltily. He picked up a pocket knife, but not before Edsela reached out and tried to hurt him. None of that now, Jacob warned. They're faster than the blink of an eye. It's a miracle you managed to cast some spells as it is, before they got to you. She glared at him. And what's your role in this, may I ask? She demanded. Jacob took a deep breath. I'm a wolf. She froze. What? I'm a shapeshifter, Jake admitted. I can turn into a wolf. Edsela stared at him. But it can't be. You're a nomage. Well, I'm not a wizard, he explained. But some members of my tribe can transform into giant wolves. Edsela flinched. It was you. She gasped. We didn't hurt anyone. Jake exclaimed. I swear. You brought the NSPS here. Look, we didn't mean to. Jake pleaded. None of us did. We were just trying to protect ourselves. From what? Other vampires, he admitted. The one that don't feed on animals. She scoffed. Like I said, Makusa would never dash. Maybe not those vampires, Edward pointed out. We're vampires of a different kind. So what? She directed a gaze filled with hatred at Cullen. Are you telling me that those vampires have been in America this whole time? Undetected? Well, Edward shifted uneasily, and so did many of the Cullens. Yeah, Edsela leaned back with a groan. Look, I'm sorry, Edward apologized. She didn't even look at him. I didn't know a wand meant that much to a witch or wizard, dash. It's illegal, she snapped. Unless it's a criminal involved, or if we're literally at war, to disarm and take a witch or wizard's wand. Are we at war, Cullen? She drawled. Edward flinched. Because by attacking me a few moments ago, You made it pretty clear, Dash. I don't want war. He protested. She glared at him. Nobody touches a witch or wizard's wand. Not unless they voluntarily give it to them to be examined. It's the most fundamental part of me. Take my frickin' broom if you have to. My robes. My old school uniform. My badge. Merlin, take my freaking life, but never take my wand. A little startled and ashamed at this outburst, Edward stepped back. It's taking one of the most important parts of my identity. She hissed. And the fact that you, not even a wizard, dared to set your filthy, dung-stained fingers on it. I swear, if I don't kill you, I will certainly throw you in jail or worse. Oh, you're dead. Emmett acknowledged. Jasper winced and Rosalie looked incredulous, while Alice gasped, having received a vision of some kind. What is it? You're going to be in so much trouble for touching her wand, she fretted. Right? Edsela drawled. Like I said, you can take my life, but never my wand. Not even my family could touch my wand, even to pass it to me, without my permission. The only time was when my great uncle made that wand especially for me and presented it. That was the only time. Once the wand claims you, it's yours. You touched my wand. That's not just illegal. Edward, Alice groaned. She'll forgive the fact that you hurt her, but we're all about to get into serious trouble because you touched her wand. Enough. Bella stepped forwards. Look, he doesn't know any witch protocol or anything like that. He would never intentionally attack a Makusa employee and imprisoning her while stealing her wand? Edsela drawled. No, I didn't think so. They could see she was relentless. Who could have known that a simple stick dash, Rosalie mumbled. Unfortunately, Edsela heard her. That simple stick has been my first and foremost protection, my most flexible and useful tool, my sole item in school for many years, and I learned how to stir a potion with it to heal boils, replenish blood, close wounds, and to hex, curse jinx, fight and fix Christmas gifts to my grandmother. She glared at her. The core was saved and given to me by my mother and father before they died. The ant made the wand around it. It's my most precious possession, even without the rest of them. Edward closed his eyes, and even Bella and Carlyle couldn't defend him. I am sure. Before anyone could answer, a howl was heard outside the window. Crap, Jacob muttered, and before anyone could stop him, he ran to her and untied her. The pack's here. If they know she's Dash, but Edsela kicked her chair up at his face and ran out. Edsela took a deep breath. Summoning her magic, she cast a wandless spell. Stop her! Edward shouted. A silver wolf the size of a horse leapt at her, followed shortly by two more wolves, but Edsela's spell exploded. The explosion couldn't kill the wolves, but it threw many of them several feet into the air. Edsela ran out of that place. She got out as fast as she could, gasping for breath. She was exhausted, but she knew they were coming. But she didn't look where she was going. Suddenly she tripped. Get the witch! A southern accented voice yelled. No, no, no. Edsela's horror mounted as the NSPS arrived, casting their nets, and one of them raised a spade and knocked her out cold. Again. Ouch! Paul grumbled. He lay where Edsela's spell blasted him back. Embry blinked, trying to clear his gaze. Jared groaned. Then in the distance they heard a yell. Get the witch! And then a scream. No, Seth said, real fear in his voice. He took off, reverting to his wolf form. But it was too late. Stop right there. Angela Weber had arrived. Several Makusa Aurors stood poised at the Cullens and the wolf pack, their wands pointed. Angela, Edward pleaded. Please, we didn't dash. A few more Aurors arrived, floating ropes binding a growling wolf Seth, even at his muzzle. Seth was suspended in the air. Leah growled. Let him go. Where is Edsela? Angela pointed her wand at Edward. Angela, Bella pleaded. Please. We were friends in school. Angela glared at her. Some friend you turn out to be. First you shove us away in favor of your pretty boyfriend. And while I can understand love, I just can't understand how you treat your friends. Even when we wanted to help you. And you were genuinely surprised when Jessica wasn't too happy to have you back? Or anyone else for that matter. Don't think I don't know how you feel about Mike, Tyler, Eric, or anyone for that matter. And now you dare hurt one of my friends? Bella looked astonished and hurt. She took a step back. Angela, I didn't mean to, I swear, Dash. I'm not going to repeat this again, Angela said dangerously. Where is Edsela? She ran, Edward said in a rush. We were talking, we tried to explain everything to her. She didn't believe us. He then winced. Matt, Angela called. Matt lifted his wand, pointed it at Edward, whose eyes bugged, and then Edward now knew what it was like to have his memories flood right through him without his consent. It was not pleasant. The wizard saw the conversation between Edsela and Edward, witnessed the fight, and Edward taking her wand from her, Edsela leaving, being attacked by a giant wolf. And suddenly he pulled out, and Edward gasped, falling to his knees, panting. Edward! Bella ran over to him. What did you do to him? They saw my memories, Edward gasped. They went inside my mind. You! The wizard snarled. He ripped the wand from her hand before knocking her out and taking her prisoner. He took it. The wizards and witches gasped. You! Did what? Angela growled, with a genuine fury, which was so unlike the Angela Weber Bella had known. You! Touched! A witch's wand? You took it? Edward could only shrug helplessly. Seth whimpered, sensing what came next would not be good. The explosion of hexes, jinxes, and whatever else certainly was not. A wall of shield charms grew around them, and soon they were all prisoners. The wolves groaned. Leah's vision slowly came back into focus, and she heard voices. What the hell? She slurred. Then, despite the shattering pain in her skull, she bolted upright. Seth! She cried. I'm here. Seth sounded like he'd been crying, but surely Seth, one of the strongest wolves, didn't cry. Seth, you okay? Leah choked. Seth looked at her with reddened eyes. Edsela, he said softly. Leah blinked. Where are we? They were in a dark and enclosed space. Wait, were there bars? Leah's jaw dropped as she realized where they were. They were in a jail cell. She heard groaning and saw the other pack members stirring and getting to their feet. Where are we? Paul groaned. You! Seth had never sounded more furious. You attacked her? You attacked my imprint. Paul glared at him. I didn't attack her. And neither did Jared or Colin, he said, naming the others who had leapt at Edsela as she was fleeing the house. All we tried to do was to stop her. But in case you haven't noticed, that spell she cast on us blasted us several feet into the air. Destroyed part of the Cullen house too, Leah mumbled. It was a nice house, despite its occupants. So where are they? Embry asked. The Cullens? My guess is they took them too, Leah mumbled. Leah, Seth, Jared. Guys, is everybody okay? That was Sam's voice. Yeah, we're here, Quill called out. They were all in separate, adjoining cells. He looked desperate and pale. Claire, can we get out of this place? Embry asked. Seth snarled. What do you think? My imprint's been taken. She's probably going to be burned alive at the stake, like they did at Salem, and we're all locked up in here because you guys jumped on her and scared her off, and Edward Dash, he spat out that name. And Bella took her prisoner and stole her wand. He had never said a bad word about Edward before. Despite what anyone else felt, Seth was one of the genuinely kind. He looked positively furious, to say the least. Leah reached out to calm him. Don't, was all he said before turning away. Seth. Paul had the decency to look ashamed. I'm sorry, Dash. Let's just try to get out of here, Sam suggested. Jared nodded, stood up, and launched himself at the steel bars of the cell. Instantly, something collided with him and threw him back several feet. Jared, Sam shouted, hurrying over to him. Ow, Jared mumbled. My guess is that we can't bust ourselves out, Leah said dryly. You think? Quill sprang up and began pacing, tearing at his hair. What have they done to Claire? And Emily? And the rest of them? Miss Claire Young has been taken into protective custody, a smooth voice answered. She's being processed and calmed down. She is being given all the care we can possibly give. The trauma and shock will ease eventually. We gave her a tonic to keep her calm and checked for any injuries or illnesses. The wolves whirled around to face him. A middle-aged African-American man with a grim face watched them. Who the hell are you? Paul snarled. Right now, as a standard procedure for a Nomaj-born child, we have given her all the necessary vaccinations and potions to keep them fresh for all magical illnesses and ailments. She's been taken to a magical children's home, eaten dinner there, and given some new clothes, toys, and books to keep her occupied, and someone's monitoring and supervising her there. She's well looked after, I can promise you. His gaze turned cold. And soon she will be handed over to foster care. Leah stood up. You can't do this, she began angrily. Her Aunt Dash. Miss Emily Young's memories are being modified at the current moment, the man answered icily. She has no memory of any of you, or her niece who will be taken into foster care. They gasped. What? Sam charged towards him, eyes full of horror, shock, and loathing, before the spell placed on the bars threw him backwards. You Dash. And for once Sam began to swear horribly. Go ahead, the man replied, still frosty. As such, we are doing both young Claire and Ms. Young a favor here. She's a nomage. She has no place in the dangerous world of magical beasts and beings. Claire is too young and too vulnerable to remain in the dangerous world full of nomages, who, by the way, have captured Miss Adsela. Sizemore Dash. Seth looked up and gasped, and are now being tracked, making their way south, taking her with them to be lynched, hanged, or burned. I'm not sure which. Seth went white. Please, he begged. You have to let us find her. He choked out. The wizard raised an eyebrow. And why should we? Miss Sizemore is being tracked by the best aurors in the country. Her grandparents are enraged, worried, and grief-stricken. Her brother, too. Her maternal grandfather, who lives in Rhode Island, wants you guys tarred, feathered, and burnt at the stake. After what happened to his daughter, you can't possibly blame him for being upset that his granddaughter's been taken. He shook his head. She's too young. I don't know what the president was thinking. She was barely out of school Dash, which is why you have to let us find her, Leah said desperately. Let us go, please. I don't think so, Miss Clearwater, is it? She's in enough danger as it is. As for you guys, how is it that a pack of shapeshifters whose abilities appear to be hereditary rather than developed as animagi do? So that leads to the conclusion that you aren't witches and wizards. Based on the blood and gene sample we took while you guys were asleep, you have 24 chromosomes as to a regular run-of-the-mill nomage 23. And these vampires have 25. They aren't regular vampires, but they are vampires. How they dash, he stopped himself and laughed. But that's for later, he stated. The lights flashed on, and Edward's vampire eyes, normally so clear in vision and everything, but which had gone blind, regained their vision. So had the rest of his other senses. He was sitting in a bland room with metallic walls, a one-way mirror, and a blank white table in front of him. He was sitting with his hands bound behind him. He was sitting in front of a man, a wizard most likely, with dark hair and dark eyes, staring piercingly at him. Mr. Edward Cullen, the man replied. Or should I call you Edward Anthony Mason Jr.? Edward froze. Who are you? He managed to reply. Who I am does not matter. It's you who's our main concern, the wizard said lightly. A nomage boy, born in Chicago on June 20th, 1901. One father also named Edward Anthony Mason, and a mother named Elizabeth Mason. You also had a baby sister who disappeared under very suspicious circumstances. Then you caught the Spanish influenza, which also claimed the lives of your parents. Yet here you are, a vampire. The man slowly lifted his hand. The light overhead hit Edward, causing his skin to burst out in sparkles. A vampire of a very different kind. Edward swallowed. You were transformed by Dr. Carlisle Cullen, the wizard continued calmly. And you joined him and his wife Esme around the country, even around several continents, traveling disguised as no-mages, without any restrictions, any precautions, anyone monitoring or keeping track of you, even when you are in the country. We have never harmed a human, Edward said hotly. Oh, really? He arched an eyebrow. Yet based on the Auror's findings via use of legilimency, he has found that you have harmed humans. More than one. You drained them, drank their blood. Edward's eyes went wide. Guaranteed, they were criminals, and you thought that you were saving them, but there was nothing and no one to stop you. Nothing to stop you from procreating with a human nomage either. If vampires could flush, Edward would have. That's private. How private, really? The man's eyebrow rose higher. You hear people's thoughts. Are you sure that's private? Are you really one to talk? Edward would have flushed deeper, and you sired a child. A damper, as we call it. Half vampire, half human. Guaranteed. Your actions towards the unborn child were appalling. Abhorrent, really, considering that you were the father, and especially as you were the one to blame for your wife's suffering. Edward flinched. But you and your wife seem to have attracted a fair amount of attention yourselves. Just how many vampires like you are there in the United States of America? And in the whole world? Matt saw a large number. including when they came to stop these Vulturi from Britain, Ireland, the Amazon rainforest, Egypt, Canada, Eastern Europe. Man, I have to say, I am impressed. To go undetected by magical governments for so long. Edward went whiter than his normal color. Please, he begged. They haven't done anything dash. If his friends, particularly the ones that came to their rescue when Renesmee was accused of being an immortal child, were found out, I beg to differ. They've clearly fed on humans, the wizard replied coldly. A lot of humans, and you claim to be against that? And they've attracted a great deal of attention. Also, the NSPS heard about these giant wolves that seem from time to time form an uneasy alliance with you. An imprinting? Soulmates. Edward closed his eyes. Was there anything they haven't found out? Ironic, considering he most likely made people feel this way. He was getting a taste of his own medicine. Your own daughter? The wizard grimaced. I must say, that does seem horribly disturbing, considering that Jacob Black is around the same age, not physical, as your wife, her mother. But Adsela Sizemore? You know that her family is one of Magical America's most prominent and respected. Another Adsela Sizemore was president of Makusa, and another one was renowned beauty in her day. And Claire Young is also a minor. It's not like that, he pleaded. Ah, the man said, shrugging it off. I'm sure Adsela's family would be very happy to hear it. As such, they're already horribly upset that after the deaths of their son and daughter, their granddaughter has been captured by the NSBS. Most likely, she's going to be hung or burnt at the stake. Edward gulped. This was the worst situation he had ever gotten anyone into. I wouldn't worry about your daughter and Claire Young, at least, the man said mildly. Little Claire is about to be taken into foster care. Your daughter as a damper may pose some threat to humans dash. Edward stiffened. And any other magical being or beast, so we will monitor her. But as she is not venomous and has largely been reared on an ahem vegetarian diet, or else on donor blood, all she needs to do is agree to the proper precautions. To be monitored and report whenever she is going to leave town or the country. To allow regular access to her thoughts, not via her powers. To see whether she has strayed from her non-human diet, be given a permit to stay in this country, or leave it, etc., etc. She hasn't been harmed, manhandled, or imprisoned in any way, and maybe you will be allowed to contact her once your trial has been set. Trial? Edward's eyes were wide, though he was relieved at Nessie's safety. Yes, technically you are allowed to choose a legal advocate, preferably another vampire. Though I don't think any of your friends will be happy with what you've done, he scoffed. Did you really think you can keep things a secret? And now that Sam Yuli's told the rest of his pack in your coven about the existence of Makusa, and based on what the NSPS has done to raise Nomage eyebrows and suspicions, technically you are facing charges of breaching the International Statute of Secrecy, which, by the way, all sentient magical beings agree to, not just wizards, and new laws are in discussion whether to instantly remove Nomage-born children like Claire Young from their homes and erase their parents' and caregivers' memories of them. Edward gasped. Not to mention you touched a witch's wand. That's a big no-no in any language. And Edward was wondering when that was going to come up. And I wouldn't bet on your father to talk you out of this, the wizard said calmly. As such, Dr. Carlisle Cullen's own memories show that he was involved in witch hunts and witch burnings. His voice turned horribly menacing. As such, the only reason we've managed to keep him alive is to isolate him from the ones that, if they knew, would tear him to shreds and set the pieces on fire. That was centuries ago. Edward spat. He spent centuries of healing and being a physician as compared to at least 2 decades of being under the thumb of his fanatical father. Isn't that more than enough? It would be if we trusted you, the man said coolly. Or Sam Yuli and his pack, for that matter. You will be granted a legal advocate, a European vampire, one that we're familiar with, perhaps to explain and compare the differences between you and them, and someone to be defend you in court. Where are the rest of my family? Edward said through gritted teeth. They're being held just as you were. You'll join them soon enough, he said shortly. Edward clenched his jaw. You have rights, Mr. Cullen, like anyone accused, but don't let it give you a false sense of security. You attacked a witch, a Makusa employee, and a member of one of America's most respected families, without cause, before she even attacked you. You stole her wand, which not even other wizards and witches, even family, are allowed to touch without her express permission, not even to hand it to her. As a result, things are looking pretty bleak for you and your coven. Same with Mr. Yuli's pack, who illegally broke the International Statute of Secrecy by handing classified information, including the location of our country's school, to you. The man stood and waved his wand. Edward hissed as darkness covered his eyes again, and he was blind. Like Zephrina's power. Or rather, Alec, as he felt numbness entering him and his senses cutting off. That did not make him any happier. Edward felt himself being shoved somewhere as his senses slowly came back to him. He felt vulnerable. He felt useless, and he felt like an idiot. An idiot who clearly misjudged things, led everyone he ever cared for and more into a whole lot of trouble. Slowly, his vision blurred and cleared. He was sitting in a cell made of steel with bars. Edward frowned. He was usually smarter than this, but when he thought of not only what they were going to do to Carlisle or his friends, but of Nessie and Bella, he ran towards the bars of the cell with the intention of ripping the bars off, when something threw him into the air, and he landed on the floor of his cell. Edward groaned. Of course they were enchanted. Probably had things to hold trolls, giants, and Sasquatches too. He shook his head and tried desperately to figure how to get them out of this mess, even if it meant making him look like the criminal as compared to his family and friends. What happened to Edsela? Edward frowned. Yes, he thought sheepishly. He was an idiot to attack her like that, without provocation. He should have tried to talk things out further, called Carlisle and Jasper to explain, and to calm her down, but he panicked. If he had, they wouldn't be in this mess. Edward! Bella's voice gasped. Bella! Edward's eyes bugged out, and he gasped. He searched the place, desperate to find her. But apart from empty cells, bars, and walls, where are you? I'm right next to you. I think there's some sort of magic wall separating us, came Bella's muffled voice. Are you okay? Me? Edward shook his head. I'm fine, what about you? I think so, she admitted. But what happened to Nessie? Edward swallowed. They haven't harmed her or taken her into custody. They promised me. Bella seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Although she didn't trust these wizards, despite her feelings, she had the feeling that they would keep their word. And the others? She asked. Edward shrugged helplessly. They know Bella. They know everything, he lamented. They went inside my head like both me and Arrow did, and saw my memories. Not just my idiotic actions with Edsela, but they saw everything. The humans I did drink from, even to save others, the wolves, the locations and meetings with the Volturi, and the ones that came to support us as witnesses when they came. Bella nodded sharply. Who they are, where they are. And they're not happy that a different kind of vampires have been going around undetected, feeding on human blood, and in my case, siring a damper. Damper, the official term for a half-vampire, half-human hybrid, Edward explained. They know that there are vampires in North America, so they're going to go after them? Bella's voice rose higher and held a strong dose of horror and fear. Like the Denalis? And Peter and Charlotte? But the Denalis don't drink human blood. They don't, Edward confirmed. But Garrett has. And so has Peter and Charlotte. Edward, they came to our side. As witnesses, they came to help us and were willing to fight with us. I know. Edward threw his hands into the air. And they know about the Volturi. They're probably making plans to march to Volterra right now. And if they don't get to us, the Volturi probably will. He hung his head. I've gotten you into this mess, he whispered. This is my fault. Bella heaved out a sigh. A door opened and light came in. In came Emily. Emily, Sam gasped, hauling himself onto his feet. I convinced them not to erase my memories, Emily confessed, and arrest me like you. She had her hands bound behind her back. A witch was leading her. Some growled. Let go of her. The wolves stiffened and looked ready to fight. Don't bother trying to attack or save her, the witch replied. There are monitors and warning spells to make sure prisoners stay in, no matter what they are. The door swung open, and they shoved Emily inside. Sam caught her. The door sealed shut, and the witch left. Claire? She choked. They took her into foster care. Sam whispered. I'm so sorry, Emily. What about Kim? Jared asked desperately. And Rachel and Nessie? Kim and Rachel are at home with Billy, Emily explained. And your mother, she said, looking at Leah and Seth. They breathed a sigh of relief. I wrote a note telling Nessie to run to them before they caught her. They eventually caught her, but she handed it in to them. Nessie, Jacob choked. She's fine. She hasn't been harmed, arrested, or anything. They're monitoring her and keeping close tabs on all our relatives. But Angela made them agree not to wipe anyone's memories until they find out what they know. But Nessie's fine. She's staying with Billy. She assured them. The wolves all sighed in relief. Sam shook his head. But why are you arrested? He asked desperately. Well, I am, or was Dash, she choked. Claire's official guardian. And I knew about the pack. I'm married to you, and you did pass on what Sela said about Makusa and every information to the Cullens and the rest of the pack, as well as the elders like Billy and Sue. She looked down, including the location of their school. They're not happy about that, Sam. I think Dash, she choked again. I think you're going to be in serious trouble about that. The wolves exchanged glances. Sam held her tight. It'll be fine, he tried to assure her. It'll be fine. But they knew it would not. What about Sela? Seth asked. Are they having any luck finding her? He asked desperately. Emily took a deep breath, pulled away, and looked Seth in the eye. Seth, she began. She's been captured by the NSBS. They've taken her down several states. We're in New York right now, but I think they're in the southern part of the United States. One of the guys, apparently from what anyone's heard, sounded southern. Seth's breath hitched. They're going to kill her, he breathed. They're going to kill her by burning her alive. Seth Dash, Sam began. Yes, that's quite likely. Everyone spun at the sound of the voice. A tall wizard, Caucasian with dark hair and eyes, stared at them. Who are you? Jacob challenged. Marcus Weiss, he replied. Director of Magical Security in the Department of Magical Law. Enforcement. He looked them over. Your imprints are fine, if that's what you're wondering, he stated. Except for Ms. Young here, who's about to have charges pressed on her like the rest of you. And Miss Sizemore, who, as we all know, has been kidnapped by the NSBS, possibly tortured, and is facing imminent death by hanging or burning at the stake. Seth paled. Please, Sir Dash. Miss Sizemore's family are understandably extremely upset, Weiss continued. Her grandparents on both sides have considerable influence in Makusa, their tribes, and the magical United States as a whole. And her brother is a rising star and one of our best aurors. Miss Sizemore herself works for the magical equivalent of, what do you guys call it? The CIA. Emily's eyes widened. But Sela said Dash. She told you a cover story, her department's classified. Weiss said by way of explanation. Unlike many others, she actually sticks to the rules and does everything to make sure everyone stays safe, including young children like your niece. On the other hand, Makusa's laws might be far too lenient. In the old days, we used to take Nomage-born children as soon as they start showing signs of magic. Their parents' and caregivers' memories of them are wiped, and so are the children's to make the pain easier, he explained. Nowadays, there was too big a sympathy for the parents, but I think after you betrayed Sela Sizemore's trust, there might be a revival of that law, and many Nomage-born children will have to say goodbye not only to their parents, but to their memories of them. Emily was shaking, and so was Quill. Sam looked. There were no words to describe it. In regards to the fact that she is what you call an imprint, do you really think we would allow a minor, not even old enough to start school, into a clandestine relationship with someone 13 years her senior? Disgust dripped his words. You must be joking. It's not like that, Quill defended hotly. Do you think Sam and Emily would let me live if it was? He demanded. I first act as her brother. Then we become friends. And eventually it will happen. Weiss did not sound convinced. So, you expect that little girl to marry someone whom she sees as her brother? That's kind of gross in anyone's eyes. Quill glared. And doesn't she get a choice here? Weiss challenged. The point of having a life is about having choices, making mistakes, and succeeding both, so that triumphing becomes all the sweeter. You've robbed her of that, of a life, boyfriends and all, when she was still in diapers. She has a choice, he argued. The wolves looked menacing. Except that the little girl's feelings is guaranteed point to you, he sneered. Even here, love potions are illegal. Our healers and potioneers are searching for a cure to this thing. Same with all the other imprints. I suppose it is like a love potion. You can get anyone infatuated. You can make them obsessed, and they can seem like the sun when they're really an ugly lump of coal. But it's not true love. Not even the most powerful love potion, Amortentia, can successfully replicate the thing called love. It's love, Quill said, outraged. Maybe it isn't that love yet, but it's love. You're threatening and damaging the growth and development of a child. Weiss snapped. A child who's been secluded and lost her own parents. You won't see her again. You certainly will never be allowed to touch her. He looked at Quill in disgust and contempt. She's safe from you. And you dash, he looked at Sam and Emily. The location of Ilvermorny School was given over to you, as you were the legal guardians of a Nomage-born child. You signed agreements, as guided by Miss Sizemore, not to reveal the locations or existence to anyone. But you did. Sam opened his mouth to protest, but nothing came out. In any case, Claire won't be staying in a magical children's home for much longer. Not now she's revealed to have family, Weiss continued. What family? Emily demanded. Sam and I are the only ones, Dash. Her father's family, he replied. Claire is eligible for membership from the Pocomtuck tribe, as her father is from there. She will live with her paternal uncle and aunt until she goes to Ilvermorny. The world seemed to shift at Emily's feet. What are you talking about? She gasped. Weiss gave a crooked smile. You didn't know? Your niece's biological father was a wizard. Carlisle? Edward shouted. Edward, came Carlisle's voice. Edward, Esme gasped. Where are you? We're separated. There's some sort of magical wall, Edward explained. Are you okay? They interrogated me, Edward said miserably. But they didn't need to. They looked into my mind and saw my memories. He heard Esme gasp. They could do that? Emmett's voice sounded incredulous. Edward yelled. Is that you? Rosalie, Jasper, and Alice. Are you guys there? We're here. Alice's voice appeared in addition to Jasper's and Rosalie's. Where's Nessie? That was Rosalie. Nessie's safe. Edward proceeded to tell her all about his conversation with the wizard. They gasped. They're going to dash. Emmett choked. I know. Edward shouted. What have I done? Yes, Edward, Rosalie growled. You could have called Carlisle to explain it all to her calmly, and Jasper to keep her calm. But you didn't. And now they got into your mind, and they've learned all our secrets, like where our friends live. How are we supposed to explain to Tanya, Kate, Garrett, Eleazar, and Carmen what you've done? They've lost a sister to the Volturi, and they came to defend us. Edward hung his head. I reacted on instinct. Whatever spell she placed on her head, which generated false thoughts, started to wear off. I panicked. Now, they're going to Denali, and they're going to hunt Peter and Charlotte and warn other magical governments about us. Yep, that's what they're going to do. A voice appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, the magical walls separating them disappeared, and they could see each other clearly. Bella and Edward gasped and ran to each other. So did everybody else. But they saw the man. He was very pale, with curly blonde hair. Who are you? Emmett blurted. L'estat de Leoncourt de Drobleth. I am joking. My name is Hadrian DeMille. I'm your legal advocate. He looked them up and down, and I'd like to know everything, including whether you're guilty or not. He stated point blank. We're not, Bella blurted. So, why are you in here? Sir, it's all a big misunderstanding, Jasper said, trying to get some word across. First off, we did not mean to get the NSPS dash. That fanatical Muggle hate group? They stared at him. Muggle? Edward asked. Nomage, as you Americans call it, he shrugged. They're the ones that are still hunting witches and wizards and burning them at the stake, yes? Yeah, them. Edward said, eager to continue. Anyway, he told them about them. Hadrian asked them about their biological differences and wondered why the wizards never knew about them. As he spoke, Edward saw that his canines were pointed, small fangs. We are different, he thought with astonishment. But how? Evolution? Most likely, Hadrian replied when he heard what Edward had said. So, how long since the mug? Nomages have had their attention on you? Since the Volturi came, Edward explained. When Hadrian's brow furrowed, Carlisle had to explain who and what the Volturi were. I don't think that's the truth, Jasper said softly. Victoria Dash, who? Okay, Edward sighed. We've moved around, living undetected amongst human nomages for centuries. We don't drink human blood, I swear. At one point in my life, I did, but only on murderers and rapists while Jasper was forced to as he was enslaved to fight for another vampire. Jasper grimaced. Carlisle was turned during the Renaissance. Esme, Alice, Emmett, and Rosalie during the early 20th century, and Jasper a little before that during the American Civil War. He put in hastily. And when Bella moved to Forks when she was 17, we fell in love. But her being close to me meant this tracker named James Dash. I'm sorry, but tracker? They managed to get the message across that some vampires like Edward were gifted. And though Hadrian didn't see how, he let it go for now. Edward fell in love with Bella, but a vampire who was gifted in tracking people caught Bella's scent, which enticed him, and he went after her. James was killed, but his mate Victorious sought revenge by building an army of newborn vampires, newly bitten ones. Long story short, they were defeated with the help of shapeshifter wolves, the ones that Hadrian had vaguely heard about from the wizards that summoned him. These weren't animagi, wizards who could shapeshift. They were born from nomages, and they inherited their trait. They weren't werewolves either. But the point was, they stopped them, and Bella and Edward decided to get married. Edward wanted her to have a normal human life, but he knew it wasn't healthy if that was the case, for her to be around him. He agreed to change her as she wanted, but only if she married him. Hadrian raised an eyebrow at this. They were married, but due to Edward and Bella being reckless, they conceived a child together. A damper? Hadrian's eyes widened with fascination. They're rare. I wonder how your child was different to our ones. Edward proceeded to explain more. He hesitated but eventually told Hadrian about the imprinting process which the wolves had, how Seth had imprinted on Edsela Sizemore, the which they were so desperate to find. Sam on Emily, Quill on Claire, the little girl they took away, and Emily's niece. Needless to say, Hadrian was appalled at first, but eventually they explained it to him. And he said he found it comparable to human arranged marriages, but in this case their feelings would be influenced too. Edward grimaced at that and said that Jacob, one of their wolf friends, imprinted on Renesmee, their daughter. In case they asked, in short, the Volturi eventually heard about Renesmee. They had never seen or heard of a damper before, so they came. Carlyle had to explain what the Volturi intended to do, and who they consisted of, including the guard and the leaders. Hadrian's face twisted in a grimace. They came because they thought Renesmee was an immortal child, a child who had been bitten by a vampire and transformed, but was therefore frozen in their level of development. The immortal children were illegal, as they could not conceal nor control themselves. The Volturi came to eliminate them, but they wanted a show trial. They brought witnesses and intended to condemn them. Hardly a trial. Besides that, they also wanted to take the more gifted vampires like Edward and Alice and offer them a chance to join the guard or be eliminated. The Cullens gathered as many vampire witnesses from all over the world to persuade them to listen to reason and check the whole facts first. The wolves joined to stop the Volturi from entering their land and harming one of their imprintees. There was no battle. The Volturi were eventually persuaded by the arrival of another damper, like Renesmee, who testified that he had remained concealed for 150 years along with his sisters. The Volturi had realized that Renesmee was not an immortal child, but until now, well, that was the damper's name. Convinced them otherwise, they did not know if she was dangerous or will be. They left, and the only casualty of that day was Irina, the sister of two of the witnesses and a close cousin who had been punished for her mistake. Irina had been the one to panic and report the existence of an apparent immortal child to them in the first place, and the Volturi killed her for that mistake. Hadrian made a scowl. And that's why we can't let them hurt our friends or capture them, Edward said desperately. They've already given us so much, we can't ask for more or land them into any more trouble than already. Hadrian sighed. Fine, I want to talk to the wolves first. I'm going to find witnesses. Then he frowned. Wait, they said you attacked Dash. Edward sighed but gave the whole story. Hadrian stared at him. You took a witch's wand? Boy, you are an idiot. He gasped with theatrical acclaim. But that's not possible. Emily breathed. In Pocomtuck? There is no more Pocomtuck tribe. Not for the Nomages, Weiss pointed out. The Nomage Pocomtucks assimilated with the Mohicans and other tribes. Same with other supposedly extinct tribes. The wizard branch remain alive, and now the tribe is made up solely of wizards. In fact, most of the Native American witches and wizards are technically separate tribes from their Nomage counterparts, even if they consider otherwise. Claire's father was a member of the Pocomtuck. He was quite prominent too. Edsela Sizemore and her family knew him. They were related. Emily was speechless. Who was he? She breathed. They were related? Ahanu Wanalo said. Vice replied. And yes, they were. Prominent member, though tragically his life was cut short. They were either second or third cousins, I don't know the family tree. He was an Auror who made it his life's mission to eliminate dark wizards and their practices. Unfortunately, this brought a lot of unwanted attention and resentment on their part after he made himself a hero in the eyes of many American wizards today. And worse still, the NSPS were hunting him. So he had to go undercover, hid as a nomage. I assumed that around this time he met your sister. Emily remembered her sister had been infatuated, even in love. But suddenly, after the birth of their 2 daughters, he left them, she said suddenly. He abandoned them. The glare on Weiss' face was enough to stop her short. That man was under my direction for many years, he snapped. He would rather cut all his limbs off than leave a comrade out there in danger for their lives. He was fiercely loyal and devoted to his family. The only reason he would have left was if the NSPS or Dark Wizards were catching up and Claire or her sister started to show signs of accidental magic, and he needed to throw them off the scent. As it so happens, not long after Claire's year of birth, his body showed up. He was murdered, but not after putting a great fight, it appears. I assume he led them off the children's trail. Emily gaped. Why didn't my sister tell me? She whispered. Were your laws so strict that he couldn't even tell her? Weiss scoffed. There was sufficient evidence, based on a note he left behind to his family, that he did tell your sister. And she accepted it just like that. And told no one. The family had been trying to find the girls for years. Weiss scowled. Enough of this. It was merely my duty to inform you that Claire will be with family. At least they have some consolation after the tragic death of their son and brother. Either way, they have a better claim to her, and so does the tribe. I don't think, after hearing that you've not only breached the international statute of secrecy dash. Sam cut him short. We didn't dash, and exposed your child to a very disturbing ritual that came far too prematurely and seemed far too controlling. He continued as if Sam hadn't spoken. They will allow you to see her. They loved Ahanu very much and have looked forward to meeting with the girl. They feared the worst. Weissite, your advocate will be arriving shortly. As such, we've had permission from Angela Weber, who begged, despite her anger towards you, to allow nomages from your tribe to be witnesses in your trial, namely a Mrs. Sue Clearwater, a Mr. Billy Black, and another Mr. Quill Atera. They gasped. Parents or grandparents, I assume? Mom. But Leah stammered. Yes, he sounded sour. Nomages. Nomages whom you've apparently leaked the secret to. Their family, Jacob said furiously. Of course they know we turn to wolves. And Sue's related. She looks out for Claire. We'll see about that, Weiss snapped. Your legal advocate is here. He's a vampire. Leah scowled. We don't want no dash. And then the door opened again, and someone marched in. He was tall, with curly blonde hair as fine as glass or gold leaf. His skin was pale like marble, the exact same shade as a marble statue. His features were slim and handsome. Long, slim nose, straight jaw, full but not too full lips, and wide-set eyes. But the eyes were blue. His mouth, however, when he smiled, showed sharp, pointed canines, unlike the Cullens. I take it this is the pack? He asked dryly. Hadrian DeMille wasn't surprised at the hostility or wariness of the wolves. He was used to it, so to sum things up, both I and Angela Weber have spoken to Makusa, and they're allowing your family members to go on the witness stand, he said mildly. There is a good approach on which I can defend you, Dash. Leah scowled again. We don't want Dash, and I would advise you not to turn your nose up on me, no matter how much those strange Cullen vampires claim we stink, he said. If you want to see your imprints again, maybe save one of them, get out free, and more I am your only alternative. He said firmly. Well, maybe Angela Weber, but I can tell you, she is furious with you. Leah scowled. She was the one who brought them to their land. You have another person advocating for you. Unfortunately, he's been held up, Hadrian continued. Aurors are searching for Itzela Sizemore as we speak, tracking her down with the utmost desire to save her. If the magical community finds out she's been taken by them, well, she comes from a very prominent family. So I've heard. I saw a portrait with her name on the wall. Itzela Sizemore was a president of Makusa, the first Sizemore to bear that name. The second Itzela Sizemore was a glamorous, renowned beauty. The third was a famous wand maker. The fourth, you know, and there were a lot of relatives who had influence. Her grandparents are far from pleased. He gave Seth a frank stare. So much for pleasing the in-laws. Her brother is scary. They've been told about you imprinting on her, and Seth groaned. Yeah, they want you guys wiped out from the face of the earth, he shrugged. They say this imprint thing isn't natural. But they can if you haven't broken any laws. What laws haven't we broken? Leah snapped. They say that we've broken this international thing. The International Statute of Secrecy, Hadrian explained. Yes, but you told your elders, right? Yes, Sam began slowly. The rest of the wolves exchanged suspicious glances. And your elders were your parents? Hadrian pressed. Well, yes. Jacob's father, Seth, and Leah's mother, who took over after their father died, and Quill's grandfather. Sam sounded puzzled. What does that have to do with Dash? But Hadrian was smiling brightly. You told them about Ilvermorny's school? He pressed. In regards to Claire, we've had to, Leah said sharply. But did you tell them the location? Sam looked puzzled. I think Edward read my mind. The pack, yes. But Dash, he froze. I didn't tell a nomage, he said astonished. No, you didn't, Hadrian smiled. No matter what emergency laws they pass now, apart from Emily, who's related to Claire, and anyone who has blood relations to any of you, and therefore have to keep your secret like parents and the secrets of the tribe. Well, he smiled brightly. That's good news. But the imprinting, he said, growing serious again. They're not happy about that. They don't like it. It's not as if it's anyone's choice. Jacob protested. No, but you'll have to prove it isn't your choice, and they've got legitimacy and veritaserum to prove that, Hadrian said happily. Jake looked puzzled. The Cullens have had a good record, except in the distant past, he scowled. That might prove a problem. That, and they touched a witch's wand, and you guys also attacked her, and they took her prisoner. Seth scowled at Paul. All in all, you guys are going to be easier to defend. If you follow my lead, you're swimming in foreign waters now, so you'd better do exactly as I say. Many of them scowled at this, but grudgingly realized this was not something they could fight off with their teeth and claws. This was bureaucracy. A worse nightmare than bloodthirsty vampire armies. Concerning Claire Young, he sighed. That you'll have to keep quiet about if 1. Want to get out of here, 2. See her again, and 3. Save Miss Sizemore from the terrible fate of being burned alive at the stake, because based on what the Aurors have heard, that is exactly as they intend. Seth paled. They dash, he choked. Not yet, Hadrian replied. But she faces a terrible fate. Sam took a deep breath. They're trying to find her? They've set out their best trackers in every nomage community, rural village, city, or town in the United States, Hadrian sighed. Everyone is on high alert. But let's be frank. They're going to need all the help they can get because there's still a high chance they're going to kill her before anyone can find her. That was exactly what he said to the Cullens. The horror that they might have been responsible for Edzila's gruesome death by burning alive or hanging had shocked them to the core. But she can do magic, right? Bella asked desperately. Hadrian made a face. I was a wizard before I was a vampire. He admitted. I know magic. And while, yes, the wand is a European invention that was adopted as a useful tool by other wizards, they don't really need wands to wield magic. Like how she escaped the house and the wolves, Jasper murmured, remembering the blast. Yes, Hadrian agreed. But she's been captured. She's probably being tortured as we speak, or in a horrible situation in which she's stressed out, upset, injured, or weakened in any possible way. Without her wand, she's vulnerable. Wands make it easier to do magic, to channel your energy. Without it, it's like trying to walk on a tightrope. While you can do it if you are skilled, you will need ample energy and awareness to do so. She's been captured, and I don't think they will treat her well. Edward slammed his head against the ground. It's going to be much harder to get you out than the wolves, Hadrian replied. They are accused of breaching the International Statute of Secrecy, in which all magical beings and beasts are bound. They're also accused of some twisted soul ritual connection to a young girl. Claire, Bella guessed. Hadrian inclined his head. Just so. And muggles, no mages. He shook his head at the different terms. They did tell their elders about the wizarding world. And these elders are human. But they're their parents. Bella protested. Or grandparents in Quill's case. Exactly my point. They're genetically descended from them, or related. Hadrian answered. So they producing magical offspring, though not witches and wizards, falls under the category. After all, Muggle-born or Nomage-born children like Claire Young have their parents and guardians informed about their situation and abilities. No matter how many emergency laws they decide to put up in place, including the discussions about removing such children from their homes and placing them in a foster care dash, Bella, Esme, Carlisle, and Rosalie looked alarmed. It would be too late for them. Hadrian winced. The fact that you touched a witch's wand, and now she's left at the mercy, or lack thereof, of the NSPS does not do you any favors. The fact that you panicked and attacked her also doesn't help. Even if we get around the imprinting issue the wolves have, and I am able to set them free, you on the other hand. He shook his head. What about our friends up north? Bella said desperately. And in South America? Egypt? Ireland and Britain? Instantly she thought about the Denali coven, Tanya, Kate, Garrett, Eliezer, and Carmen, as well as Zafrina, who was great friends with Nessie, Senna and Kachiri, Benjamin, Tia, and their father and his mate. Siobhan, Liam, and Maggie. They didn't live in America, but Peter and Charlotte. It was their fault if they were ever captured or killed, or if the Volturi realized what they did. I can't make any promises, Hadrian said quietly, especially if human blood is a part of their diet. And it isn't yours? Emmett challenged boldly. Emmett, Esme hissed. No, not unless you want to get into trouble. He sighed. I saw they took you prisoner. I assume you had the idea of breaking out? They fell silent. You can't outrun or outfight them, he said firmly. And I'm not interested in either. Anyway, I was a wizard once before I was bitten. Not my choice. Life was tough, but easier, I suppose, than if you had been a werewolf. He cringed. I assume you're not talking about the pack. Jasper asked dryly. No, I'm talking about the ones who have been bitten and are completely unable to control themselves, he stated. Until the end of the Second Wizarding War, countries like Britain made it very difficult for anyone who'd been bitten to find a job. Second Wizarding War? Bella queried. Yes, he winced. Don't ask them about that just yet. But it was terrible. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that there are witnesses on the Wolves case, but the trial will begin shortly. What? Emmett exploded. If you want to get out of here, I suggest you do exactly as I say, he said sternly, including not talking unless I tell you to, and how I tell you to. When the trial commences, if ever you are called on the witness stand, you will be given a vial of clear liquid, a water-like potion called Veritaserum. It forces you to speak the truth. Edward opened his mouth, but Hadrian kept talking. They've made it particularly strong for vampires. You can choose not to drink it. No one is allowed to force you to tell the truth, but you will not be able to testify anything if you do not. Rosalie crossed her arms over her chest. Humph, you have a bigger chance of getting out free, I must admit, than these two, he said to the rest of the Cullens, nodding towards Edward and Bella. But don't be pessimistic, rude, or sour. Especially not in court. Makusa will try you. Just then a door flung open and Hadrian sighed. Time ago, the large congregation of people did nothing to ease anyone's nerves. There were wizards and witches from all over America, many of them wearing rich and elaborate robes. They came from everywhere and from every walk of life. There were Native American tribes, African Americans, Asians, and more, not just Caucasians. Men and women both dominated the scene and surrounded them, looking stern and hostile. They filed into their rows of seats. A few in particular caught Leah's eye. Who's that? She whispered. Hadrian looked over to where Leah was looking and sighed. There was an older man and woman, a couple dressed in very rich clothing that seemed Native American Cherokee in style and pattern, but with expensive and costly material and fine cut. Expensive plumages, jet and sapphire beads, and more. Another couple was dressed similarly in what appeared to be the Narragansett style. They looked stern, ferocious, as if capable of great warmth but great wrath. Next to them was a young man, a very handsome one, with eyes that were somewhere between liquid black caramel-colored, similar to Edsilas. His skin was perfect copper, sun-kissed, and his cheekbones clearly defined and broad. His hair was deep black, cut sleek and short. He was one of the most handsome men there was, but there was a grim coldness emanating from his person which did not encourage close contact, especially at the current moment. At Sela's family, I've been told, Hadrian sighed. Her grandparents, both Cherokee and Narragansett, and her brother, all rise for Samuel G. Quahog, president of the Magical Congress of the United States of America. A voice shouted. Someone appeared through a door underneath the platform which held the large chair in front. Everyone immediately rose. Samuel G. Quahog, the wizard president, was a tall man with dark hair and dark eyes. His look seemed distant, worried almost, but composed. He nodded. At ease. He looked tired. Present the prosecutor and legal advocate for the defendants. He proclaimed. A witch stood and cleared her throat. Accolon Gandrich, prosecutor, and Hadrian DeMille for the defendants. Now, Marcus Weiss, director of magical security and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, would lay out the indictment. Oh, this would be good. On account of the new coven of vampires living in the Olympic Peninsula in the city of Forks, Washington, the charges are these. Weiss read out from a floating piece of parchment. Attacking an employee of Makusa without provocation, disarming her, and stealing her wand. There was an angry, appalled, and disgusted collective hiss at this. And holding her captive before being responsible for her capture at the hands of the New Salem Philanthropic Society. On account of the vampires known as Mr. Edward Cullen and Mr. Jasper Hale, formerly known as Edward Anthony Mason Jr., and Major Jasper Whitlock. The charges also include drinking human blood while in the territory of the United States of America. In regards to Miss Rosalie Hale, the murder of the Nomage Royce King II and several other Nomage friends, though not of drinking their blood. In regards to Dr. Carlisle Cullen, who was bitten during the Renaissance, the hunting of witches, wizards, and other magical beings and beasts prior to his transformation. Edward thought this couldn't get any worse. Everything was laid bare for the world to see. On account of the pack of shapeshifters in the Quileute territory and the Nomage Ms. Emily Young, the attacking of beforementioned Makusa employee without provocation of breaching the international statute of secrecy by mentioning to Nomages the existence and whereabouts of Makusa headquarters a buzz grew at this, and the existence and location of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A roar of outrage grew at this, and Edward knew they had limited chances of survival. And also Marcus Weiss' voice rose at this. The bizarre soul ritual binding of supposed soulmates by the Quileute Wolfpack on several individuals, namely Ms. Emily Young, who faces the charges along with the pack, a Miss Kim Morgan and a Miss Rachel Black, Nomages of the Quileute tribe, a damper named Renesmee Carly Cullen, daughter of Edward and Isabella Cullen, and a half-blood which named Claire Young, daughter of a Nomage and former Makusa employee. An outraged roar sounded at this again, as well as the Makusa employee attacked herself. Weiss finished. He flicked his wand, and the sheaf of parchment rolled away and disappeared with a pop. Now we may proceed to trial, the president said, sounding tired though strong. I believe we should have added at least one more charge or two more charges to the indictments. A wizard spoke up. This was the prosecutor. Oh, the president asked, raising an eyebrow. Illegal entry into the United States of America, he stated. In regards to the vampires, keeping their existence secret and illegally harboring one another when they were in fact at risk to the surrounding Nomages, not merely witches and wizards, especially as they lived near Sasquatch territory. Leah bit her tongue to stop herself from screaming at this guy. Noted but already reviewed, the president informed him. Makusa legilimens have already discovered that just as Nomages are unaware of the existence of the wizarding world, so are these vampires and shapeshifters. They did not know of us, just as we did not know of them. Edward could sigh in relief. The prosecutor looked sour. Sir, there are other charges also. For the shapeshifter named Sam Yulee, the attack of a Nomage who did not press charges against him and clearly knows of his existence. The president cut in smoothly. We have already spoken to her and will not press charges against him, as she did not wish to do so, even if she is also on trial. She has such rights. While this was unexpected, it was better than Leah had imagined. The prosecutor looked like his birthday had been canceled. Continue, the president announced. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, these creatures he spat the last word, are guilty of breaching the international statute of secrecy. They exposed the location of Ilvermorny School to Mages and Makusa headquarters. They touched a witch's wand, and as we all know, international laws prohibit such an act, even to other witches and wizards. Objection, Hadrian voiced out in an almost sing-song voice. But in regards to breaching the international statute of secrecy and exposing the location of Ilvermorny School, I think you may be wrong. There was a stunned silence. Do you have any reason to believe so, Mr. DeMille? President Quahog asked. I do, sir. Hadrian answered. May I inquire as to those reasons? Quahog asked. Firstly, this esteemed prosecutor claims that they have breached the international statute of secrecy by revealing the location and existence of Ilvermorny School to Mug, and homages. In which case, need I remind him that despite any emergency laws that might have transpired in the middle of the night or in the past few hours during such a time, wizards and witches are allowed, sometimes even required, to reveal the existence of the magical world and sorcery to homages as long as they are related. He pressed, What are you saying exactly, Mr. DeMille? The president inquired. That while the shapeshifters did reveal the existence of Ilvermorny, Makusa, and the wizarding world to homages, they did so to their relatives, their parents, or in this case, their grandparents. They are not wizards, the prosecutor said harshly. Only in regards to nomage-born children or nomage-raised half-bloods dash. No, Hadrian agreed. But they are part of the, supernatural as Mug, nomages say. How many nomages can turn into wolves the size of horses? I am afraid the answer is none. There was a chorus of murmurs throughout the room. None of them expected this. The nomages in question are Mrs. Sue Clearwater, mother of Mr. Seth, and Miss Leah Clearwater present dash. He indicated towards Seth and Leah. Mr. Quill Atera III, grandfather of Mr. Quill Atera V dash. He gestured to Quill. And Mr. William Billy Black Jr., father of Jacob Black. He gestured towards Jacob. They themselves were the children, or in Mrs. Clearwater's case, daughter-in-law, of shapeshifters. As these individuals are clearly nothing like nomages, then I would state that while they are not wizards, they fall under the same category and have the same protection towards this as the parents and caregivers of nomage-borns. The prosecutor looked thunderous. Hadrian didn't even spare him a glance. In regards to the location of Ilvermorny, he stated, I have summoned witnesses with Makusa approval, these nomages mentioned, to be called onto the witness stand. The president stared him down. Very well, he stated. Bring them forwards. Billy was first. There was a vial of clear liquid in front of him which he downed, but he had been told what it was and that it was nothing like water. Please state your full name, the witch called out. William Black Jr., also known as Billy. He spoke. You are the father of Jacob, Rachel, and Rebecca Black? She asked. Yes, I am their father. Billy spoke. And your grandfather? This was Hadrian. His name was Ephraim Black? Yes, he was. Was he a shapeshifter like your son? Hadrian pressed. Billy nodded. Yes, but you yourself did not inherit his ability? No. Billy shook his head. I wasn't expecting Jake to have it either. After my grandfather died, I thought it would die out. But then Sam turned, and he was followed by Jared and Paul, and many others, Jacob among them. What is your relation to Claire Young? Hadrian pressed. We're distantly related, he stated. It's complicated and difficult to explain our family trees in La Push, but some Quileute members traveled to marry into the Macaw tribe who in turn sometimes went to our territory to marry our members. And these people often married one another in the old days. There are records in our offices, but nothing we know from memory. I could retrieve them, of course, he said hopefully. Nobody answered. But you are not closely related? The prosecutor demanded. We are descendants of Taha Aki, the first one who could shift into a wolf, Billy said calmly. All of us are related to each other at least in one point in our lives. I won't say that everyone in our tribe knows about the ones who could turn into wolves, but we do not reveal secrets to outsiders without any elder's permission, including to Europeans in the old days and non-tribal members today. The elders that do know of our children's abilities are parents and grandparents or caregivers. So at some point, are you saying that you looked after Claire Young? Jacob did, Billy put in. And Sue. Mr. President, Hadrian spoke. May I bring in Mrs. Clearwater? Quahog sighed. Very well, Mr. DeMille. Sue drank the potion just as Billy did. Your name is Susan or Sue Clearwater, nay Yuli? Yes, Sue agreed. You are the mother of Seth and Leah Clearwater. Two shapeshifters? Yes, I am. Sue agreed proudly, refusing to be intimidated. The aunt of Emily Young? Yes. She agreed. Grand-aunt to Claire Young? Yes, she said again. What is your relationship with Claire Young? Hadrian asked. I looked after her. Often babysat while Emily and Sam were busy. She said, this was after her mother died? Hadrian asked. Sue nodded density, and you noticed the girl showed signs of unexplainable prowess. Sue shrugged. My two children could turn into wolves. Of course, there was nothing in our tribal history, or the Makas, whom I am related, to explain all this. And prior to finding out your grandniece was a witch, you helped Ms. Emily Young search for answers? I did. Sue replied. And how did you learn that she was a witch? My children and the rest of the pack told me, she said. What did they say to you? That strange things were happening around Claire. Especially if she was afraid or upset. Things floating in the air, for example. Once she showed me that she could control it, or at least parts of it. There was a flower that she opened and closed. Pebble skipping. One point she turned Jared's hair blue. Jacob tried not to snort. Jared flushed, and then she tried to get away from something. I think they were playing a game of tag. She ended up on the roof. She had no idea how she got there anyway. So the pack was in close proximity to Claire? Hadrian pressed. They helped keep her secret. Emily, Sam, myself, and my children, as well as Billy and Quill's grandfather, tried to look into the various tribal legends to explain this, but we couldn't. So we ended up keeping her away from everyone else. She occasionally wandered off, but what child doesn't? You had no idea of her real father? Sue shook her head. No, none whatsoever. We only knew that Emily's sister had a relationship with a man, which resulted in 2 daughters. Shortly after, she went south to visit a friend. He left not long after, and she went back to the Makah Reserve. She never told us his name. We assumed she was dealing with the breakup hard. Hadrian barely glanced at the audience. Tell me about imprinting, he urged, and the origins of the Pax Abelites. Sue bit her lip. The elders had given her permission to do this to get them out even without the potion. But still, they were tribe secrets. We don't know for how long and how he had this ability, she stated. But long ago, our chiefs and warriors had the ability to be spirit chiefs. The Quileute tribe had settled in La Push and became efficient fishermen and shipbuilders. But as the stories go, others wanted their land and attacked them. The tribe was small and could not defend themselves among a larger force, so they took their ships and left the land. At sea, the chief Kahelia used the magic in their blood to defend it. He was the first spirit chief in Quileute history. He and all the men left the ships in spirit, leaving their bodies behind under the care of the women. Though they could not physically hurt the enemy, the warriors had a plan. They blew fierce winds into enemy camps. They could make great screaming in the wind and could get the animals to do their bidding. Animals were the only ones that could see them and help. The invading tribe had packs of thick furred dogs to pull their sleds in the north, and which were set against them. Bats were brought out of the cliff caverns. As a result, the dogs and bats won, and the survivors of the invaders scattered, thinking the harbor cursed. The Quileutes released the dogs, who ran wild, and returned to their bodies and to victory. The audience was silent. Generations after Kahelia, Taha Aki was born. He was fair and just, and he led his spirit warriors to safeguard the people. But there was one among them. Utlapa was greedy. He believed that because the Quileutes had such power, they should use them to take over and enslave the other tribes in their land. He also dreamt of taking Taha Aki's place. But Taha Aki knew what he was planning. The spirit warriors, like the pack today, have access to each other's thoughts and memories. So he knew what Utlapa was planning and had him banished. So one day, he waited and watched until Taha Aki was out in his spirit form before his own spirit leapt into Taha Aki's body and possessed him. He killed his own body to make sure Taha Aki had nowhere to turn. So Utlapa ruled as a tyrant, forbidding other warriors to leave their own bodies, with the excuse that it was too dangerous and that he had a vision of danger. He married 2 more women, even though Taha Aki's own wife was still alive. Taha Aki could only watch helplessly, unable to communicate with anyone, watch the suffering Utlapa had unleashed. He grew so desperate that he asked a wolf to share his body, and the wolf agreed. An elder of the tribe yet, noticing the wolf's strange behavior, disobeyed Utlapa's orders and left his body and learnt the truth. But Utlapa knew that somebody had left their body. He killed Yet. This was too much for Taha Aki to bear, so in front of the astonished eyes of his people, the wolf changed into a man's form, Taha Aki's, which they recognized. The warriors suddenly discovered the truth, and Thada Lapa tried to flee. Taha Aki, now possessing the strength and speed of a wolf, leapt onto him and killed him. He sent the other two wives back to their families and set things right. The only law he kept was to forbid the others to leave their bodies. He knew now it was too dangerous. He lived for 2 centuries. For some reason, he found that he lived longer and stayed younger than his warriors. His children, too, had that ability. They stayed young and strong for as long as they kept transforming. He married a second wife after his first wife died, and had more children with her. But eventually she died too. And then he met a woman. She was his true spirit wife, his soulmate. He imprinted on her. He decided to halt transformation so that he would die along with her. When her time came, Su took a deep breath and began the story of the Cold Ones. Everyone had fallen silent because, just as Hadrian had predicted, this was not what they were expecting. The Maka tribes reported several of their own maidens had gone missing. They blamed the Quileutes because of their abilities and mistrusted them just as they were afraid. So Taha Aki sent 3 of his sons to finding out who or what had done this. Everyone seemed to hold their breaths as Su continued with her story. They didn't find anything at first, except for a scent that was so sweet it set their noses to tingling and almost burned. They followed it and found the maidens, dead with their blood drained out of them. Murmurs ensued. They knew what killed them. Bending over the maidens, drinking their blood, was the form of a white man, but far paler than the other white men they had seen. His eyes were red, like the blood of the girls that he had drank from. He attacked and killed Taha Aki's sons, except for Yahayuda, because they underestimated his speed and strength. The first wolf was killed, and the second one was being killed before Yahayuda managed to rip its head off and tear the rest of it to shreds. He took the pieces of its body to the tribe to see them, but then the pieces started wriggling and tried to join back together. An appalled whisper ran through the crowd. So in panic, they set fire to the pieces, and Taha Aki wore them in a bag in case they tried to join themselves together again. Su now held up a bag, and everyone gave a shocked gasp, except for the ones that had already seen it. Taha Aki went to the Maka chief in his mourning clothes and told him what had happened. The 2 chiefs embraced, and Taha Aki mourned his sons. But the cold man, as they called, had a mate that sought revenge. Everybody cringed. Hadrian smiled inwardly. This was the desired effect. She arrived at the village and attacked them when they realized what she was. The village was destroyed by the Cold Woman. Most of the tribe who were still alive tried to flee on canoes, but the Cold Woman had swum at incredible speed and broke them, slaughtering and feeding upon them. Yahayuda transformed and nearly killed her. But as he was the only warrior left with his wolf form, he was overpowered and killed right before his parents' eyes. Seeing this, Taha Aki burst into a great rage and grief, transforming once again into an ancient, scarred wolf. He fought the Cold Woman, but he was not winning. His third wife saw that her husband was nearly killed. Her stepsons were dead. Her eldest son was dead, and the village and their tribe were being slaughtered. She looked at her young sons and saw that because they had not yet learned how to transform and were still very young, they would be unable to defend themselves. So she took a knife and she plunged it into her body. The Cold Woman froze and stopped trying to kill Taha Aki. She could not resist the lure of fresh blood. This distracted her long enough for Taha Aki to try to finish her off. Seeing their mother plunge the knife inside of her, Taha Aki's younger sons grew so enraged they transformed before they had even matured. Together they finished off the Cold Woman. Taha Aki stayed by his wife's body for 3 whole days and nights, not growling if anyone tried to touch her. Then he disappeared into the forest and was never seen again. Su finished her story and everyone was silent, even the ones who had heard this story before. "Thank you, Mrs. Clearwater," Hadrian said politely. "I can understand that this is not something that you have revealed to outsiders before." That last comment was directed towards the audience. "No, not without an express invitation," Su replied, still tense. He said. This was directed pointedly towards everyone present. Suddenly, the whole room felt uneasy. Leah felt satisfied knowing this was how they felt. A sizable portion of the audience were Native Americans. She knew that there had to be sacred, secret histories which they kept secret from outsiders. She had no doubt that if she forced somebody to tell those secrets to these bureaucrats, thereby breaching the sanctity of it, on the fact that their children were on the line, she would feel thoroughly ashamed. What about the Cullens? Hadrian asked. How did you know about these vampires? Sue took a deep breath. Ephraim Black, who was chief and the alpha of the pack at that time, encountered the Cullens while they were hunting stag in the forest. He knew they were cold ones, but he also saw that they were different. The Cullens had golden eyes, while the other cold ones had red ones. Though like the red-eyed ones, their eyes turned black when angered or hungry. They also fed on animals rather than humans. A murmur of, well, no one could be sure what it was, the emotions were mixed, ran throughout the room. So they were allowed to remain, Sue finished, as long as they did not enter tribal territory. Hadrian turned towards the prosecutor. He looked as if he had swallowed a lemon. The fact remains, he said, though with less conviction than before, that some of these imprints are underage. Perhaps we may be able to call another witness to the stand? Hadrian asked. One of the aurors this time. Gandrich's face grew instantly suspicious. Matt, the auror and legilimens who went into the mind of Edward Cullen, got called up. Your name is Matt Slaburn? The prosecutor demanded. Yes, sir, he replied. You went to the Cullen house in Forks, Washington for whatever reason? We were informed that a series of dead bodies were found in the area. The Wolves and Cullens looked startled. Some because they'd admittedly forgotten about that, others because they hadn't heard about it. And the prosecutor sounded eager for more. We found canine teeth marks in the bodies there, he replied. The Wolves looked alarmed. The prosecutor began to look triumphant. And what did you see when you went into their heads? First into Mr. Edward Cullen's, and then into the wolf packs? Hadrian asked calmly. Leah stiffened in alarm. I saw nothing. They were as shocked and startled about the remains, if they ever knew about them at all. He remarked, so they knew nothing? Hadrian pressed. Absolutely nothing. Matt replied, why did you come to the Cullen house? What prompted you? Another Makusa employee who had been stationed there. Matt replied, and why did you come to arrest the Cullens after they had taken the first Makusa employee prisoner? The prosecutor demanded. Sir, miss, the first Makusa employee who had arrived in Forks had informed the second one to get reinforcements while she confronted the Cullens. Gandrich scowled. A poor idea. It would have been better to confront such a supernatural group with larger numbers to begin with. And then perhaps we would not be in this mess. At the corner of her eye, Leah saw Seth scowl. Mr. President, Gandrich the prosecutor now addressed the president. Miss, the first employee that was sent to Forks on your orders made a poorly planned, poorly executed decision. If they had been more hostile is that the prosecutor's way of saying that these vampires might not be so hostile after all? Hadrian asked delicately. Gandrich flushed an ugly red. No, what I meant was we shall discuss our employees' decisions and plannings later on, the president said firmly. Leah saw Adsila's family scowl. Right now, the trial must commence. In regards to the vampires, why did they attack the employee in question? Two of the vampires attacked, Matt said mildly. Edward Cullen and his wife Bella. Edward gritted his teeth as all eyes turned towards him and his wife. And why did Mr. Cullen and his wife attack them? The president asked. They thought she was about to expose them. He replied, tell us about the relationship between these vampires and the shapeshifters, Hadrian stated. They have mostly a truce, an uneasy one at that in earlier times, though lately it has gotten better. He replied, at times they form alliances to protect their territory and their people inside it. And the imprints? Hadrian asked. At least two of them are underage. Nothing of any remotely romantic nature has happened between the imprintees who are underage and the wolves. Matt replied bluntly. The wolves act as if their imprints are the most important thing in their lives. But it does not have to be romantic. At a very young age, Mr. Quill Atera acted towards Claire Young as an elder brother would, except without his own agendas and getting weary of babysitting. Shortly afterwards, their relationship changed to those of mere friends. He still acts as something of an older brother and something of a best friend, and it is believed that when Claire Young matures enough physically, mentally, and emotionally, their relationship will change once again to that of a romantic nature that Mrs. Clearwater had mentioned. The prosecutor still looked sour. Does she not choose? Hadrian shrugged. It appears that Claire will choose, but in the end, It is highly likely that she will have chosen him, due to his love and attention on her. There was a flurry of mixed emotions running around the room again. In the meantime, it is not believed that Mr. Quill Atera V will threaten the physical, mental, and emotional welfare of Claire Young, nor Mr. Jacob Black or any other wolf for their imprints. Matt said slowly. This was not what Gandrich had been expecting. Leah almost laughed out loud at his face. What of attacking a Makusa employee? Gandrich spat. Leah's mood quickly sank as she regarded that thought. I looked into that. It was reckless, stupid, immature on the parts of both the Cullens and the wolves, Matt stated. But it was born on impulse. They would not have attacked said employee anyway, except to hold her down. After all, Mr. Seth Clearwater imprinted upon her. That was the bombshell. Shocked mutters and exclamations filled the room. Atsila's brother's eyes widened, and he and his grandparents quickly exchanged sharp glances and hushed words. So much for a good impression on the in-laws, Leah thought dully. But as of now, Mr. Clearwater has barely even exchanged words or a moment in private with said employee, Matt finished. She was taken after all. He ran after her to stop the NSBS from taking her. But it was too late. Gandrich tried to breathe deeply. Enough, the president announced. We shall deliberate the Wolves case now. The Cullen trial will come afterwards. And by the dark tone in his voice, the vampires knew their chances of getting out would be more microscopic than Hadrian had envisioned. All in favor of conviction for the Quileute shapeshifter pack, he announced. There were very few hands. Leah's heart leapt and her jaw dropped in astonishment. It worked. He had gotten them out alive. All in favor of clearing all charges, or at least in minor punishment. The president asked. More hands. Very well. Now, as to the Cullen Coven, and by the look on Gandrich's determined face, they were never going to get out alive. Bella looked on with relief. So this wasn't a show trial. Makusa would give a fair trial, as opposed to the Volturi. And this lawyer, Hadrian DeMille, definitely got the wolves out. The prosecutor looked like he had tasted something very terrible. He glared at the Cullens with narrowed eyes, and Bella knew that his efforts would be quadrupled at most and tripled at least. In other words, they weren't getting out without punishment. And Bella didn't see any loophole, any way out of this. Please resume the trial. Read out the indictment for the Cullen Coven, the president announced. The wolves and Emily were uncuffed and slowly led to one side. The indictment was repeated for them. The prosecutor took a deep breath. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, may we bring in witnesses for this? Gandrich asked. Bella stiffened. This could not be good. Which witnesses would you call in? The president asked. The same Auror and Legilimens. Gandrich replied, his smile like a Venus flytrap. Very well, the president sighed. Matt was called in again. You mentioned that two of the vampires, Edward and Bella Cullen, attacked the Makusa employee, Gandrich began. Were there any other vampires involved? They were as shocked as the wolves when they discovered that they had taken her prisoner, Matt replied. The eldest member of the coven tried to reason with the couple and to talk to the employee. The vampires were upset and did not want trouble, which was why Edward and Isabella Cullen took her prisoner in the first place. Gandrich's look was no less persistent, and which was why the others insisted on letting her go. It was an act of impulse, but they feared she would expose them. And Gandrich pressed. They feared she would report back to Makusa. Matt dropped the bombshell. Gandrich was beginning to look more satisfied. If Bella's heart could have moved, it would have sunk. They feared exposure from us, Matt replied. Why is that something we need to discuss? Hadrian raised an eyebrow. We already discussed why they would want to keep Dash. The wolves, Mr. DeMille, Gandrich said, barely masking his triumph. Not these vampires. Hadrian nodded as if he had expected this. These vampires had no reason to mask their existence from wizards, Gandrich continued. After all, you yourself can attest to that, Mr. DeMille. While we have had our conflicts in the past, it is only when human blood is consumed, which is precisely why these vampires have kept their existence from us. Is it? DeMille looked at Matt. Mr. Gandrich, sir, these vampires do not habitually consume human blood, unless it's donated from a no-maj blood bank. DeMille put in, Am I correct, Mr. Slayburn? Yes, Mr. DeMille, Matt replied. Habitually, Gandrich put in, There it is. They have drunk human blood, and not all of it donated. They have killed humans before. This one certainly has dash. He pointed to Jasper, who did not look at everyone. This one did. He pointed to Edward. Bella forced a snarl not to rip from her throat. This one did not, but killed some. Nonetheless, he jerked his head at Rosalie, who glared at him. And this one not only transforms people, but he was a witch hunter in his human life. Shocked gasps resounded throughout the room, along with exclamations of fear, horror, and cries of vengeance, and coming from the audience members. Carlyle closed his eyes and bowed his head. He then looked up. "Mr. President," Hadrian slowly replied. "May I call witnesses to the stand?" "From the accused?" "You may, Mr. DeMille," Quahog replied. "But only after Matt Slayburn has finished his testimony." DeMille nodded his head. "The vampiress named Rosalie Lillian Hale did kill some no-mages," Matt continued. "But they were the ones who tried to kill her. She did not consume their blood," he continued. "But she killed the no-mages because they had been drunk and they assaulted her and left her for dead dash." Rosalie flinched involuntarily. Dash, one of them, was her fiancé, and the no-mage police were unable to investigate or find any new leads on her case, which was eventually thrown aside. Miss Hale felt as if they were doing her a grave injustice. She later learned that he had bribed the no-mage investigators, called detectives, in order to drop her case. Everyone looked at one another. "And what are the others?" the president asked. "Perhaps we may call them to the witness stand now." Rosalie was first. "Your name is Rosalie Lillian Hale, and you were born in Rochester, New York in 1915? Hadrian asked. Rosalie nodded tersely. "Yes, created in 1933 by Carlyle Cullen?" Hadrian asked. Rosalie nodded again. "Ms. Hale, I know this might be difficult, but could you please tell us what happened?" Hadrian asked. He pointed to a vial of clear liquid hovering next to her. "And take the Veritasium before you do." Rosalie reluctantly nodded, gingerly picked up the vial, and looked at it suspiciously before swallowing its contents. Her eyes flashed a brighter golden, it seemed, when she had drunk it. "So, tell me about who you were before you became a vampire," Hadrian said calmly. "I was the daughter of an upper-middle-class banker who had a stable job during the Great Depression," Rosalie began. "I had 2 younger brothers and a mother who was a homemaker. My parents spoiled and doted on me, and saw my looks as a way up the social ladder. We were largely unaffected by the Great Depression due to my father's stable income, but now when I look back at it, I think he was worried sick. He brought me pretty dresses, and my parents encouraged me to look good in every way I could, so that one day I would attract a wealthy man who would secure my position, and by extension, our family's position in life. It happened one day when my mother forgot to give my father his lunch. She sent me to the bank, but insisted I wear my white organza and roll my hair up, much to my confusion. Royce King, too, was there, and noticed me, though I didn't notice him at first. He began sending me flowers, roses for my name, and then violets because my eyes back then were like them. Eventually, after being seen with him, he asked me to marry him. I accepted, but one night, when I visited my friend Vera, who had a baby son named Henry, I noticed when her husband came home, he kissed her in a different way to how Ross kissed me, and that made me feel uneasy. I pushed aside those feelings, and in the middle of the night, I started to walk home. I met Royce on the way with some friends, and I knew from a distance even that he was drunk. They all were, and it surprised me because Royce had told me, over glasses of champagne, that he didn't like to drink. I didn't realize that he preferred something much stronger. Rosalie's face was whiter now, and everyone was silent, shocked at the implication of where this was headed. Royce saw me, called out to his friends. He boasted about my beauty. One of them complained that he couldn't see me because I was all covered up. Royce ripped my hat from my hair, taking a few hairs with it. I cried out. It only excited them. They seemed to enjoy that. My pain. The wolves' eyes were wide as they heard Rosalie's tale. Everyone was shocked and stock still. "And I assume," Hadrian said quietly, to spare Rosalie the humiliation and agony of relieving those memories, "that they assaulted you." Rosalie nodded numbly. "Yes," she whispered. "They laughed and went on their way and left me for dead." Silence louder than a thunder. "Tell me what happened after that," Hadrian urged. Carlyle smelt my blood. He was alarmed. Dr. Cullen was someone I rarely ever saw, along with his wife, Esme, and Edward, who was then pretending to be her brother. He rescued me, carried me away to his home. For a long time, He used his medical skills to keep me alive. I was upset at him. I didn't want to live. I wanted, I just wanted to die. Her voice choked with despair. I didn't understand why he wanted to save me. She choked on a sob. I heard Edward arguing with Carlyle. He demanded to know why he took me. After all, I was Rosalie Hale, Royce King II's fiancée. Everyone would notice I was missing. However, he did say that they would never suspect Royce, which made me satisfied because at least I thought someone suspected him. Esme argued my case, saying that it was the right thing to do not to leave me to die out there in the cold. Eventually, Carlyle realized the only way to save me was to bite me, and he did. During the transformation, which lasted for 3 days, he stayed by my side, pleaded and begged me to forgive him, and tried to assure me that the pain would end. He tried to soothe me. Eventually it finished, and he had explained to me what I would become. She took a deep breath. I waited for 3 years until I could learn to control myself. I never attacked a human for their blood, and I learned to resist all temptation. I kept watch on the news for investigations for my disappearance. I saw Royce had not even been placed under suspicion. A person who voiced his suspicion on Royce was sued and went bankrupt. He ended up heavily in debt, starving, and on the streets. No one dared to say another word, not even my parents and brothers. Rosalie said heavily. I came to the assumption that Royce had blackmailed, or at least bribed everyone. I started following anyone who was seen coming from his office and into the police station. I overheard a conversation between 2 men. It was clear the detectives were bribed. I couldn't have justice, so I wanted revenge. Her eyes hardened into golden stones at that. I planned it very carefully. I didn't want to spill a drop of human blood, and I knew that vampires would be hard-pressed to do what Carlyle did and restrain themselves from feeding when they've smelt or tasted human blood. Even from a distance, it burned my throat. But I didn't want to break my clean record, as I've said, or have any part of those men dash. She almost spat out that word. Inside me. I killed them all, one by one, meticulously concealing their bodies. I saved Royce for last. He had barricaded himself. He knew what was coming. I wore a wedding dress, a little theatrical, but I felt he deserved it. All my dreams, my hopes for the future to have children of my own, gone because of him. I have never drunk human blood. She finished. Silence. Very well, then. Hadrian nodded to Rosalie. Thank you, Ms. Hale. Rosalie nodded tensely. Shall we decide on her verdict along with the others? He politely inquired. President Quahog nodded, like his neck was about to break from the small movement itself. Thank you, Miss Hale, Hadrian said quietly. Everyone was silent as they regarded one another. They couldn't deny it wasn't the ideal thing to do. But faced with a sizable lack of justice, corruption, and whatever else, how else could any of them respond? Hadrian knew Rosalie wouldn't get out of this scotch-free. He also knew that the others, including Carlyle, Jasper, Edward, and Bella, wouldn't either. But he could minimize the damage. They have the death penalty here. He remembered. Shall we call another one of the accused, then? He asked politely. Gandrich's face had an ugly look. By all means, he spat. Hadrian raised an eyebrow. Mr. Jasper Whitlock, otherwise known as Hale, will you please come forwards? All eyes turned to Jasper. He took a deep breath and stood up. You are Jasper Whitlock, otherwise known as Jasper Hale, born in 1844 in Houston, Texas? Yes, Jasper swallowed. He took the floating vial of Veritaserum and downed its contents, just as Rosalie did. Tell us, how did you become a vampire? Quahog asked. I was 17, underage at that time, but I felt it was my duty to join the Confederate Army in the American Civil Wars. I eventually made it to the rank of major and was the youngest major in Texas. One day, we were ordered to evacuate all the women, elderly, and children, and I was riding all the way back to Galveston when I saw 3 women. They were the 3 most exquisite creatures I had ever seen in my human life, and I was entranced. They called each other Maria, Lucy, and Nettie, and they were paler than the moon. Even Maria, who was clearly Mexican. They talked about me, wondered if I would taste nice. I was entranced. I didn't move away. And then Maria asked my name. I told her I was Major Jasper Whitlock. She said, I hope you'll survive, Jasper. And then she took my head in her hands and bit me. It was agony. After 3 whole days of feeling like I was being burnt and screaming for somebody to kill me, I was a vampire, and the thirst burned my throat. She presented me with a captured Union soldier. He couldn't have been much older than I was. I stared at him. She ordered me to feed. I could see the fear in his eyes. Not only that, I could feel it. Suddenly, it was as vivid and clear to me as the light of day. He was terrified that this would be the last time he ever saw daylight. That made me pause. And then Maria slit his throat. Blood gushed out. My throat felt like it was burning again. Without knowing, without thinking, I rushed forwards and gulped it. Afterwards, I felt sick and enraged, realizing what I had done, what she had made me do. I was this thing, this creature, this monster that fed on human blood. I attacked, but she overpowered me, along with some others. She made me do it again, and again, and again, until she was sure I had my thirst under control. She taught me to harness my new strength. At first, I was shocked when she ordered me to hit her. I would never have considered hitting a lady, but she taunted me, and being a newborn, as I know now, I was enraged. I attacked. I was stronger than her, but Maria was faster and more used to being a vampire. She easily defeated me. Later, she ordered me to get up and try again, and again, and again, until I could fight with my new strengths and speed. Eventually, I realized that what I felt with the Union soldier wasn't my imagination. I could feel it, everything anyone felt, the fear and terror in the victims that threatened to stop their hearts before I did. Maria's rage, her satisfaction, her desires. She, Nettie, and Lucy began going around. Once I had passed my newborn phase and gained control of myself, biting others, men and women alike, to transform them. I was put in charge, ordered to train them. Maria wanted revenge for the death of her mate. So did Nettie and Lucy. This was, as I later learned, the Southern Vampire Wars, when vampires fought for feeding grounds, territory, and so forth. Covertly, of course, the humans believed that there was some kind of epidemic. I was put in charge of all the newborns to train them to control their thirsts and to fight. We eventually fought against the coven that killed Maria's mate and defeated them. Maria killed them personally with relish, but she wanted more. Success made her greedy. I was the only newborn she kept alive past that stage because I was the most useful and I had a power. When confronted with a mob of enraged newborns, I could feel their anger, their hate, their rage, and their frustration, panic to do with the thirst and what they had become. I calmed them down because I wanted them to be calm. Eventually, Maria realized that I had the power not only to feel, but to control emotions. She relished the prospect and was excited at a way to control her newborns. She killed the other newborns as soon as they were old enough. It was their strength that made them useful. Human blood, their own left from back when they were still human, lingers in their tissues and strengthens them beyond the average vampire. Though they cannot control themselves, their slightest instinct towards fear, panic, and rage compels them to act. I was needed to keep them under control. Eventually, Lucy and Nettie plotted against Maria. I knew about them, and I warned her. She killed the two of them. We shared a brief romantic relationship. I thought what I had with Maria was love, but she was just using me. She never got over her deceased mate. No vampire ever does. Every time the soldiers showed signs of growing out of their newborn phase, Maria ordered me to kill them. And I did it with a heavy heart, no matter what I felt, no matter what I felt coming from them. I killed them. I felt their pain, their panic, their fear, their shock, and feelings of betrayal. Jasper struggled to keep his emotions down. But when I met a newborn named Peter, I felt close to him. I didn't want to hurt him. I trained him personally, taught him to harness his thirst, and he trusted me, just as the others did, perhaps even more so. I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill him. I went to Maria, begged, pleaded, and eventually persuaded her to keep him alive. She believed that he could be useful. Then another newborn came along. Her name was Charlotte. Peter grew close to her. More than just friends, I felt that he was falling in love with her and she with him. When the time came for Charlotte to be killed, Peter shouted at her to run away. I just stood there and let them escape. Maria's feelings towards me changed at that moment. She no longer trusted me, felt I was too soft, and thought I might be turning against her, plotting to kill her. She was terrified that I would kill her, and she began to think of ways to kill me before that happened. So I began to plan to survive. But I didn't think I could do it. She had been my first mentor, my first friend and coven mate. Even though she used me, I didn't have any hope. But to my surprise, Peter came back. He told me that vampires could live peacefully up north without fighting for any territory or feeding grounds. I knew I should take this chance. I never meant anything to Maria. I was meant to be used by her and nothing else. I left for the north, but I didn't find peace. I could still feel them, feel their emotions, their fear, pain, panic, and terror as I fed. So I tried to satisfy myself and my thirst at the same time by feeding on criminals, would-be or serial rapists, murderers, robbers, gangs, traffickers, and so forth. It didn't help. I left Peter and Charlotte. I tried to kill less often, but the thirst, it was overwhelming. And then I met Alice. It was 1948 at a diner. I was puzzled at how happy and hopeful she was, but I started feeling it too. A wistful smile made its way across his lips. Alice was, well, a waitress at the diner cut her finger. I smelt the blood, but Alice kissed me before I could attack her, and I was ever so grateful for that because, as Alice later told me, she was pregnant. Alice had golden eyes different from my red ones. She told me that she had been waiting for me for a long time. I wondered what she meant, and later she told me she could see into the future. They were all absorbing Jasper's story. We met Carlisle, Esme, Emmett, Edward, and Rosalie. I learned they fed on animal blood. I was hopeful. The flavor was all wrong, but vampires don't feed that often, so I could live with that. He finished, and thus, so ended Jasper's story. Now that Mr. Whitlock, otherwise known as Hale, has finished, perhaps it is Dr. Carlisle Cullen's turn. Hadrian stated. Claire blinked as she looked at the caretakers. She was well-fed, well-dressed, and had been bathed. She did not understand what was going on. When she asked the nice lady, they replied that there had been some trouble. One of them, a nice, honest-looking wizard, had knelt in front of Claire and stated that some vampires and giant wolves had attacked her new friend Adsela. Claire had protested. No way, she exclaimed. No way that the pack and the vampires had attacked Adsela. They knew she would not hurt them. They would never hurt her. So they asked her questions about the pack. Some instinct told Claire not to conceal from them anything. Aunt Emily once said that if she was in trouble, it was best to tell the truth, because then she would get into even bigger trouble. So she told them about the pack, the vampires, her friend Nessie, and she emphasized that they did not drink human blood. They told her that Nessie, who was with Billy, Sue, and her grandpa Charlie at that time, was not harmed or arrested. But they weren't happy with Aunt Emily or Uncle Sam or any of the wolves and vampires for revealing their secrets, like Makusa and Ilvermorny to Nomages, or for keeping their existence secret, which was strange really, cause Aunt Emily did tell her to be honest to save them all more trouble. And then came the news that Claire's father was a wizard. One wizard sat down in front of Claire and showed her a photograph. It was a picture, a moving photograph, of a young man with warm caramel-colored skin and a ready smile. He seemed vaguely familiar to Claire, but she didn't understand why until they told her this was her father. Claire had been startled, and they had explained who he was. He was a wizard whose name was Ahanu Wanaloset and came from the Pocomtuck tribe. Claire took a step back. Whoa, how do you know he's my dad? We checked, there are spells for that, the wizard replied calmly. You're not a Nomage born, you're a half-blood. It means one of your parents was a pure-blood wizard and the other one was either a Maj or a Nomage born. Your father was a good man, a great wizard. He was an Auror who made it his mission to capture and stop dark wizards and witches who sought to harm other people. Your father was a good man. He was a loving son, brother, and I'm sure he really loved your mother, your sister, and you very much, otherwise he would not have left. He stayed for a while and then disappeared because dark wizards and witches were looking for him, Claire. And if they knew he had a family, they would have done anything to capture him, even if it meant capturing you and using you as bait to lure him into a trap. They were scared of him, Claire. Your father knew he had to leave in order to keep you and your mother safe. The wizard sighed and handed Claire a photograph with moving figures again. There was Ahanu Wanaloset, her father, laughing and smiling, waving at the camera with a woman. Claire's heart gave a jolt. Her mother. Her father and mother had Claire's big sister and baby Claire on their laps, smiling and waving at the camera. "This is yours now." He sent it to his mom and dad, your grandparents. "They want you to have it." The wizard sighed. "Speaking of your grandparents, they want you to stay with them until this whole mess is over. Is that all right?" Claire nodded, her throat tight, unable to speak. She felt guilt, of course. She didn't ask that much about Aunt Emily, Uncle Sam, and Quill. But this was her father. She wanted to know as much as she could. So they took her away. They gave her a teddy bear, and she saw an older woman and man talking to the wizards. They stopped and started when they saw her. The lady had her eyes. She lowered herself slightly. "Claire," she said in a voice that threatened to break. "Claire, I'm your grandmother. I'm your dad's mom." Claire stared at her. "You're—" The lady nodded, tensely, her eyes filling with tears before she brushed them away. She looked at Claire, and the look in her eyes was heartbreaking. Same with the old man's. "I've waited a long time to meet you," she said, trying to keep her voice from breaking. Claire looked up at her. "So have I." She went to embrace her grandmother, who held her tightly and struggled not to sob. "What is going on, my lady?" "Patience," the witch replied, twisting the pendant that hung on her neck around with her fingers. "What of this new development? The wolves will be able to get out, but not without paying a small price," she replied. "But these vampires, no, they may get out, but they will still have to pay. At least some of them. That's why they plead guilty." There was a pause coming from the young man. "What are these?" "Volturi," the witch smirked. "They will prove useful. To the Cullens and to me." "I don't understand." He looked at her blankly. "The Volturi have their weaknesses, and so do the Cullens. In both cases, I will exploit them," she replied calmly. "Yet they, like all magical beings and beasts, depend on secrecy. A pity will not last long. These muggles—" She shook her head in disgust. "Fools." The young man, an American, had to remember that muggles was the British word for no-mages. But what was she planning? "Grindelwald failed," she stated bluntly. "Voldemort failed," she continued. "But I will not. Live or die, my work will be finished. Pureblood supremacy is the least of it." "You'd think," she said, her brow furrowing, "that if Voldemort was smart, he would have exposed and declared war on the Muggle world. But he did not. He never got that far, even with the Elder Wand. No matter, I do not need the death stick to do what I must. Unlike Voldemort, I do not fear death." Carlisle had finished his story. Bella and Edward had been called to the stand as well. Everyone glanced at one another. "The verdict will commence." Several wizards raised their wands, creating some sort of force field that some of them had seen in sci-fi movies around the defendants. Suddenly, none of them could hear a single thing from outside the dome. They heard and saw everyone deliberating. Apparently, this was going to be a harder case. Then the wizards lifted their wands, and the dome shrunk, lowering into nothing. On the charges of exposure of the magical world, we find the defendants Carlisle and Esme Cullen, Emmett, Jasper Whitlock, Hale, Rosalie Hale, Bella and Alice Cullen, not guilty. Came the verdict. The Cullens didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief as they realized that Edward's name had not been among them. On the charges of murdering humans, we find the defendants Esme, Emmett, Bella, and Alice Cullen not guilty. On the same charge, we find the defendants Carlisle and Edward Cullen, Jasper Whitlock Hale, and Rosalie Hale guilty. Carlisle partially on first-degree murder, Rosalie and Jasper partially on first-degree, Edward mostly on the first degree. The reasons for this is because the former three defendants were coerced, forced, and transformed against their will, though they held it off. On the defendant, Edward Cullen, it is because it was premeditated, thought of, planned out, and meticulously executed. On the defendant, Rosalie Hale, it is because although it was premeditated, but there had been next to no options due to bribery, corruption, and more to obtain justice to the violent end she received on her life. To the defendant, Edward, however, he had little to no excuse. The president paused. Bella went paler than her normal shade. On the charge of exposing the supernatural world to the no-mages, we find the defendant Edward Cullen guilty. On the charge of procreating with a no-mage, endangering her life and the life of the damper child, his own child which he threatened, we find him the charges of wrongfully attacking and imprisoning a witch and Makusa employee without provocation. We find the defendants Edward and Bella Cullen guilty. On the charge of stealing a witch's wand, and touching it without the owner's consent, we find the defendant Edward Cullen guilty on the charge of causing said witch and Makusa employee to be captured by the New Salem Protection Society. We find the defendants Edward and Bella Cullen to be partially responsible, but mostly due to carelessness. Same with the wolves. The president sighed. On whether or not we should press charges against them for the vampires they've killed is out of our hands. He nodded. The sentencing is due at a later date for the more serious crimes. For now, he looked at the defendants, wolves and vampires. Your carelessness has gotten an innocent witch in serious danger. I hope you realize that, he said quietly. Because Carlisle and Jasper Cullen were coerced, threatened, and even enslaved to capture and kill innocents, their sentence is lighter. Also because Mr. Whitlock Hale searched for a way to stop the killing of humans, and Dr. Cullen restrained himself from feeding and did not know of another way, until he discovered he could easily feed on animal blood. In regards to Ms. Hale, we have already mentioned why she did what she did, and so her sentence is to be comparatively light, and she did not feed on them or harmed another human. In regards to Mr. Edward Mason Cullen, he had been taught, he had known there was another way, yet he still rebelled. True enough, his victims had been would-be or serial murderers, rapists, robbers, gang and mafia members. But did they receive a trial? Did they manage to have a last word with their families? A goodbye? A visit? What if they had been mentally unstable or unhinged rather than purely evil? For someone, he gazed at everyone around the room. Who hears the thoughts of people? He failed to feel compassion until it was far too late. He did not see things through the eyes of others. He thought of only himself, his loved ones, and his sadly narrowed view of the world he lived in. Them versus us, good versus evil, as if there was only black and white and no shades of gray. He judged everyone, sparing no one to be one or the other, failing to see the light and the good in some, while failing to see the dark in others. He led himself into this trap. Edward froze and then slowly looked down and swallowed hard. The president paused. In regards to procreating with a nomage and endangering her and his half-human child, who also falls under the same jurisdiction, we have found the defendants Edward and previously Jacob Black guilty of attempted murder. Edward Cullen, because of his irresponsibility and carelessness, although Jacob Black will likely receive a lighter sentence. For Mr. Edward Cullen's and Mrs. Bella Cullen's carelessness and recklessness in attacking a Makusa witch with little or no provocation, and Mr. Cullen in stealing her wand. That is without excuse, though recklessness played a large role, rather than anything premeditated. The president paused. For now, please take the defendants who have been found guilty of the more serious charges, such as murder, away. For Mr. Jacob Black and those found guilty of lesser charges, there will be a fine. That will be all. The orators hauled the guilty defendants away. Esme gasped as they took them away. So that's that done, the witch sighed. All we have to do now is to inform the Volturi. And how do you plan that? The wizard asked incredulously. She smiled. That's easy. There is one among the Volturi who is under Corin's spell to keep her content and Chelsea's to keep her loyal. But the Volturi have done her a great wrong. And the Cullens. And if she knew she would have a grudge against the Cullens and the Volturi both, I planned to enlighten her. Her smile was brilliant. And who is that? He inquired. Heidi, she replied simply. Heidi is the Volturi's weak spot and the downfall of her race. You are a fool, Hadrian stated bluntly. This is the best anyone can do for you. Did you really think they would brush things aside? Edward hung his head and said nothing. Carlisle and even Jasper will receive a lighter sentence than you. Rosalie, far lighter. In fact, she might get away with 1 night in prison and a heavy fine. Carlisle and Jasper for a small while. But you? The least I can do is minimize your sentence as much as possible. Bella too. Edward sighed. I know. I guess. At least you showed remorse. Hadrian said softly. They've kept that in consideration. This isn't a show trial. Edward, Samuel G. Quahog, is known to be a fair man. I know, Edward repeated. He took a deep breath. I guess it's fairer than any trial I would have received by the Volturi. Hadrian paused. Your friends, he said. Have you kept in contact with them? Do you know where they are at now? Tanya, Kate, Garrett, Carmen, and Eleazar are in Denali, Edward replied. I'm not sure if they'll ever look for them. Hadrian said quietly. You can't warn them. He threw a subtle glance at Esme that humans would have missed. As for the others, he looked uneasy. We haven't kept in contact with Peter and Charlotte. They are nomads after all. Jasper replied. Hadrian sighed. I can't promise anything. He gave him a look. Tomorrow is your sentencing. The sentenced vampires were led to another cell, again reinforced with magic. Hadrian, Bella said desperately. Could you tell us what's going on with Etsila's search? Hadrian sighed and shook his head. They're tracking them south, but they haven't got much hope, he said shortly. He turned and ushered the other vampires away. Bella's heart sunk as she realized what she did to Seth's imprint. Then Hadrian paused and turned around. As for the canine marks found on the dead bodies littered throughout Forks, we do have a lead. They stared at him, waiting. It's fake, he stated bluntly. The tooth marks, they were all placed there, I think, to frame you guys. But I don't think the ones that killed those people were framed. What do you mean? The wolves repeated that question when Hadrian told them. I mean, someone's been meddling to get you guys in trouble, he responded. This was no incident. Jacob's sole case had been reviewed again. He had indeed been guilty of one thing. Attempted murder of a child, a half-human child, the legilimens had told them before he imprinted on her. His sentence would be comparatively light, though. The marks melted away, along with a great chunk of skin and flesh. It turns out it was just an illusion, a spell cast on the dead bodies covering them for some time before they melt away. In its place was something quite gruesome. He pulled out some photographs from his pocket and handed it to Sam. Sam recoiled as he saw those pictures. So did the others. What are they? Embry gasped. This wasn't the work of someone like you or an animal. Hadrian stated. This was again an obscurus. They stared at him. A what? Leah asked. An obscurus. Long before wizard kind went into hiding, as you all know, they were hunted by mug no-mages. Flogged, drowned, hanged, or burnt at the stake. The children, like Claire, were the most vulnerable because they were so young and therefore did not yet know how to channel and control their own abilities properly. He paused. No-mage-born children were the most vulnerable. Anyone living in close proximity with no-mages. Because of the attitude the non-magical had towards the magical, the children tried everything to suppress their magical abilities, out of fear and terror. Sometimes they were even caught, and if they weren't killed straight away, they would be locked up, starved, tortured, and treated worse than animals. Emily recoiled at this statement. Because of this, those children sought to suppress or get rid of their magic. They wouldn't use it, but they couldn't get rid of it because they were born with it. At times, they would not only be terrified of what could and would happen to them, they would be tortured, abused, starved. All of these things created enormous trauma and a fragile mental state, if any still remained, because their emotions are connected to their magic, such as the case with accidental magic. All those negative feelings, fear, panic, terror, pain, desperation, rage, and hatred, they developed into something else entirely. A force of magic that they could never dream of controlling. A dark, parasitical magical force that inhabits and occasionally possesses the child, known as an obscurus. The energy is so dark, so powerful, so malignant, it eats the child from the inside out. Their will, their control, their mentality, everything. It is unleashed when the child reaches an emotional or mental breaking point. A dark energy that destroys everything in its path, including living beings. Hadrian took a shaky breath. Because the obscurus eats its host and obscurial from the inside out, children like them rarely live past their 10th birthday to be able to go to school and learn to channel and control it properly. However, this is not always the case. Based on what I've researched, there was an obscurial that lasted longer than that here in New York. He was a teenager. That's why it's vital to find children, especially in times like this, when wizards and witches are being hunted, to keep them from developing an obscurus of their own. But it may be too late. He finished. Wait, so what killed them is? Jared choked. A child, yes. Hadrian regarded them. There is an obscurus loose in Forks, he said quietly. They suspected it was inside Claire, but they found nothing. However, it might have been just what drew the NSPS to Forks in the first place rather than you or any Sasquatch. Or maybe a combination of these things. All I'm saying is, Just keep a close watch. You won't be able to bring Claire home if Makusa thinks there may be danger or anyone suppressing magic in a child. Speaking of which, if you wish to fight for custody of Claire Dash, we do, Emily interrupted. Hadrian bit his lip. She is with her grandparents right now, he stated. First, deal with the Obscurus. Find its host. Report to Makusa. Do not engage it. It's more powerful than you can imagine. Only wizards who have been trained to handle these things can. Second, work out a compromise and try to show that you aren't endangering or affecting Claire's development in any way. The trial has already shown that, but she has two grandparents who may not be happy that she has found a soulmate at such a young age. And there's the fact that they are still searching for a way to reverse your imprinting. Several wolves spluttered in protest. And then there's the fact that wizards are trying to cover this up. Hadrian continued, an Obscurial can't control his or her magic. So I'm guessing that a wizard or a witch, maybe a group of them, knows about this Obscurus and Forks and wants it to run wild, destroying anyone and anything in its path. A pureblood supremacist, I bet. And what? Emily, Quill, and Embry asked at the exact same time. Pure bloods, Adrian replied patiently. There are three kinds of wizards. First, there are the purebloods who come from all magical families and ancestries. Second are the half-bloods who has one pureblood parent and one muggle, or nomage, or at least a nomage, born or muggle-born as the other. Third are nomage-borns as you, call it in the United States, but because of the hatred that lingers between the magical and non-magical worlds, the fact that wizards were hunted, tortured, and killed, and then forced underground, this hatred, this resentment was passed down from generation to generation because wizards typically live longer lives and have longer memories. As such, some purebloods and the occasional half-bloods believe that anyone with muggle, nomage blood are dirt, veined, and are not worthy to be called witches and wizards. They even call them nomage-borns mudbloods, meaning dirty blood. That's disgusting. Leah recoiled. Hadrian inclined his head. Muggle-borns, that's the term I grew up with, are particularly vulnerable from fanatics at either end. No one trusted them because they did not know where they stand. Now, of course, they know better. But racism in the wizarding world has never been about skin color. He gave him a look. I'll be staying in America for a while, he said. But soon I'll go back to Britain. He turned around. The wolves looked at each other. Wow, Embry muttered. We have so many problems. We don't even know where to start. How about Samvinst? Emily, can you and Sue stay in New York for a while? Figure out a way to get shared custody of Claire. Seth, I know that you and Leah will want to find Adsila, and I think you should. I'm not sure if the wizards will let you. I think they still don't trust us and don't want us to get anywhere near their investigation. So you, Quill, Embry, and Jacob once he's out. You guys can find a way to track her down. Jared, I and the rest of us will need to return to Forks. Keep an eye out for things and keep our place safe. We need to find the child and anyone who might be provoking it or trying to catch it. Sounds like a good plan. Quill agreed. I know you want to stay and find a way to get Claire back, but we have to face it. They aren't going to be happy Claire has a soulmate at her age. Her grandparents will want proof that Claire will not be rushing into a romantic relationship or attachment to anybody. Emily and Sue will have a better chance of bringing her home and working things out with her grandparents than with you hovering over them. Sam said as gently as he could. Quill bit his lip and looked down, nodding reluctantly. Two wizards stood on the lookout. The Aurors, wearing long trench coats and trilby hats, had their wands concealed in case of emergency. A whispery sound was heard in the distance, in the wind. One Auror stiffened, slowly but steadily drawing his wand, ready for an attack. The other, seeing his comrade's reactions, began to do the same. A louder rustling sound resounded, making both men jump to the right, wands at the ready. Their eyes wide, the men slowly stepped forwards, only for something to leap out of the shadows. The first man didn't have time to scream as he was bitten and his throat was drained. The second man bellowed and prepared to cast a hex, only for the creature, whatever it was, to leap at him, and he was silenced. Satisfied? The witch smiled at the crouching vampiress who was finishing off her meal. The vampire looked up only once she had been sated. Immensely, her musical voice replied. As she looked up at the witch, her eyes slowly turning back to its normal red behind the blue lenses, causing it to turn a violet color. I told you, didn't I? The witch replied. Corin and Chelsea, Really? Your own coven mates? A pity you didn't find a mate. You could have escaped easily. She growled. I'm still not saying I believe you. You don't believe that your coven mates are dead? The witch dared. That the charges against them, Noela in particular, were trumped up? Or that Edward Cullen and his damned wife were responsible for Victoria's death? Heidi hissed. I want proof of either of them. You never thought to ask the ones that traveled all the way to America. The witch sighed. Very well. And if I give you the proof, where does Arrow, Caius, and the rest of the guard think you are at now? They won't need to feed for one more week, Heidi replied. So I told them I was scouting and searching for a way to bring new victims. Slowly, gracefully, Heidi stood. I warn you, she said dangerously. If this is some kind of hoax or trap, I understand, the witch replied. But you and I both want the same thing. And what is that? Heidi scoffed. Vengeance, the witch answered, her eyes glinting. A shocking dark force flew south from Forks, along with the child it was carrying. In an apartment, Claire had had soup. She had talked and laughed with her family late into the night. She missed Aunt Emily, Uncle Sam, Quill, and the others, but she was happy. And then she went to bed, further south, a motionless witch was still unconscious. She had been beaten, bruised, and more. Water splashed on her face. Edsela gasped, struggling. Wake up, witch, a voice snarled, her eyes blinking away the water droplets. Edsela saw that she was in some kind of room, a cellar or a basement, and in front of her was a man in white robes with strange symbols. BNSBS, who are you? She struggled. Enough games, witch. The man spat. I know you are one of them. You rescued the little girl and took down several of my brothers. They are now rotting away in prison with little chances of being freed. Some of them are even on death row. He glared at her. Where you will soon be, he said with a terrible finality. Where is your wand? Edsela said nothing. For all she wanted the Cullens to pay, they did not deserve exposure, and the whole magical world was at risk. The man grabbed her hair roughly and yanked her back, slamming her head against the wall. Edsela cried out. He slammed her head again on the floor, which was quite dusty. I asked you a question, witch. The man spat. You unnatural, devil's harlot. Where is your wand? Gone. She gritted out. I dropped it where you took me. The man cursed. Hopefully the wolves will get a trespasser. Fine. Well, at least you're useless. He dragged her to the other side of the room. I'm giving you this one chance, witch. He hissed. Tell me, where is the girl? Where are the others who practice evil arts as you do? Edsela gritted her teeth and strained. The man harshly pulled her to something that resembled the gallows. Going to hang me? She mocked. You wish, he snarled. He dragged her there and shoved her to her knees. Edsela's hands were bound behind her back. The man pulled some ropes from the framework above. He looped and tied it around Edsela's hands and shoved her to her feet again. Now, I'm asking you again, you unnatural demon woman. He glared loathsomely at Edsela. Where is the rest of your kind? I heard there was a school and a headquarters somewhere. Where are you teaching children your unnatural, corrupting dark arts? Edsela glared at him. In response, the man heaved and pulled the ropes, hoisting Edsela high into the air. It had been tied around her fingers. She barely stopped herself from screaming. It was agony. Where are they? The man bellowed. Go to hell? She screamed. No, but you will, he snarled in response. After several repetitions, she blacked out from the pain. The man splashed water on her to wake her up and hauled her to a table. He strapped her to a chair. Her head was tied to a strap. A vice was behind it. Where are they? His breath heaved. She said nothing. He grabbed the vice and began turning it. Edsela screamed. The sentencing was done. Carlyle and Rosalie had it light. They would not remain in prison for more than a week after several negotiations. They did, however, receive a heavy fine. They had nomage money, so they had to change it to dragons. Same with Jasper, though they agreed on hours of community service. Edward and Bella had it rougher. Bella was in a cell away from Edward, but eventually, Hadrian did persuade them to allow her to do community service instead, in some workshop. The Cullens who got such a sentence relished the opportunity. They did have feelings of guilt, after all. Bella also got a fine, but eventually they were freed on bail. They were required to stay in New York, but Nessie came to visit. Not so much Edward. He was imprisoned for 2 months and a half before any chance of parole, on the grounds that he had no idea that there were witches and wizards in the world and anything about their wands, and that he did show remorse and try to turn over a new leaf. His visitation times came once a week. That was the sentence. Meanwhile, the wolves assigned to Atsila set out and began tracking her down. Jacob was still in prison due to his attempted murder of baby Renesmee, a half-human damper, before imprinting on her. But eventually, after hours of community service and a heavy fine which Billy borrowed from the Cullens, he was set free. He joined them in tracking Atsila and her kidnappers. Emily and Sue worked out a plan with Sam over the phone to obtain a way for joint custody, persuading Claire's grandparents to let her stay with them for part of the year. The remaining wolves returned to Forks, but found nothing. Atsila was weak. She had not eaten for days, except a few scraps of moldy bread and mustard. She had to rip off the moldy bit and eat with her hands. Her only drink was a bowl of stale water. She began to plan a way out. They thought that iron would hurt her. They were wrong. She smirked inwardly. She put on a show of being cowed and weakened, and she worked out a way. It would be difficult without a wand, but Native Americans and other cultures outside of Europe and pre-settler America and Africa had never used wands before meeting Europeans. As a result, things like cooking, fetching clothes and shoes, firewood and gathering, or hunting food couldn't be done by magic, unless you wanted to endanger yourself. That sort of magic done without wand work was like walking on a tightrope from somewhere extremely high. So no, not that sort of magic, and therefore picking locks would be hard. But attacking others and shielding yourself would be easy. She just needed to get to that phase. And boy, did those Cullens have hell to pay. Well, Keem barked. Atsila's older brother was not a person you wanted to anger. Sir, please. The man in front of him sighed. We are doing everything we can, and the expert potioneers are searching for a way dash. Keem cursed. Look, he said threateningly. I don't like or trust those wolves. They've already landed my sister in that much trouble as it is, and now one of them have some sick, twisted, magical soul ritual claim over her. This was not done with her consent, I can tell you that. I know my sister well enough. She would never allow herself to go out with a guy she doesn't trust, much less be magically bound to them. He shot a glare at the wolves. And now they're sending out their own to find her? He demanded. Whoa, we're only trying to help, Embry muttered. Keem turned on them. What kind of people are you? He spat. My sister. And there it went. The wolves had been dragged back by Makusaurers when they learned what they were doing. Keem was furious. Mr. Sizemore, please. The wizard sighed. He whirled to face him. Are you even doing enough? He spat. To find her? I have no doubt they're torturing her. Maybe she's dead by now. Seth froze. Keem, his grandfather's voice sounded from behind him. I know you're upset. We all are, but... He sighed. Keem glared at the wolves. Stay away from her. Embry glared back. Do you think only you guys could find her? Whoever it is, they're clever enough to bring her down several states and fast, without magic. Do you think that you can bring her back using only one method of tracking, even if it is magic? He had a valid point. Keem didn't back down. You aren't the only ones who can turn into animals. He stated, I've been an animagus for years, and somehow, I get the feeling that a group of horse-sized wolves on land will be a lot more conspicuous than an eagle high in the air. Now that was surprising, Leah admitted to herself. Atsila had a brother who could turn into an eagle. She wondered if Atsila could do the same. You are wasting time, someone interjected. They turned around to see Atsila and Keem's grandfather. He placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder. If you wish to find her, and find her fast, then I suggest you put aside all differences. He looked directly at Keem. Makusa will not interfere as long as we both have our words in. After all, we do have rights, and we do have influence as well. You may go after your sister, Keem, but take them with you. He nodded towards the wolves. I do not approve of this imprinting method of binding two souls together without anyone's consent. But that must be dealt with after we bring your sister back. This one has a point. We need more than one way to find Atsila and bring her home. For I fear we may all be tracking blind and deaf into grave danger. He paused. Atsila, the Obscurus, these nomage hate groups, something is far larger than it seems, especially if the dead bodies up north had been covered up by magic. No Obscurial can do that. They are just children, untrained, and not in control of their powers. Something is far from right. So work together, and maybe you can solve this one. He finished. Keem ground his teeth and nodded reluctantly. Heidi raced back to her. I will do it, the witch assured her. The Cullens will be clever enough to know that there is a vampire around them. No, I can mask myself with magic. I will deliver your proof. Heidi, make no mistake. And then will you be eager for vengeance? Heidi bit her lip and nodded. Very well. But her ruby eyes, which did not have their contact lenses on, hardened. But I want sufficient proof first. Nothing fabricated. No rumors. The witch nodded, concealing her inner smile. Well, Sam asked over the phone. Atzila's brother is joining the search, Leah spoke. And Angelo Weber, she stated, trying to keep the frown from her voice. And they've agreed? Yeah, otherwise they would have caught us. Apparently, her brother can turn into an eagle. So good for us. She sounded sour. Some sight. Leah, please don't dash. I won't, she promised. I'll keep my mouth shut, Sam. Thoughts are harder to control. The others looked at her. Angelo Weber stood, talking with Keem. They wanted one more witch or wizard to come along. The two were dressed in traveling clothes, durable and strong, that would blend in easily with nomages. The Aurors are heading north, Angela told him. We told them that there's an Obscurus again. Keem nodded, accepting this reluctantly. So it's just us, he stated. And them. Angela nodded her head towards the wolves who stiffened. Keem wasn't happy at all they were there, but he had been forced to agree with his grandfather's point. Let's go, he stated bluntly to the wolves. Where to first? Quill asked. At the end of the trail. Hold on to us. Keem instructed. Why? What are you going to do? We're going to apparate there, Angela stated shortly. It's fast, but you could easily leave parts behind, so hold on tight, Keem stated. The wolves looked uneasily at each other. Is it some form of teleportation? Embry asked uneasily. Of a sort. The wolves clung to them, and with an ear-splitting crack, they disappeared. They materialized with a whoosh of sound, another crack, and a rush of swirling colors. Embry, Leah, Quill, and Seth doubled over instantly and tried not to puke. I did say it isn't pleasant, Angela sighed. At least you didn't splinch. What's that? Embry gasped. Leaving your body parts behind, Keem said bluntly. He walked forwards. It was already nightfall. Where is he? Keem demanded. He should be here soon, Angela assured him. Who's he? Quill grumbled sourly. Al Gaves, Keem replied shortly. He should be here soon. He's the other guy, Angela explained. Where are we again? Leah grumbled. Several miles south of New York. Quiet, Keem hissed, putting his hand up for silence. Slowly, Angela drew her wand. A Lumos charm was cast, and suddenly she could see something. A pool of blood. Her horrified eyes traveled further, and she nearly screamed. Well, Esme and the rest of the Cullens, including Alice and Emmett, had to pile in the cash to pay the fine. Or bail them out. Money wasn't a problem. Makusa had kindly volunteered, just after they let Rosalie out, though they made it quite clear that they would keep tabs on them all, that they would modify the hospital's memories so that Carlisle would appear to be on paid leave. As for them asking questions on why and when he would be back, they had confunded them. The problem was converting the money from dollars to dragons. It was taking some time, and not everyone was happy. Rosalie was subdued. Obviously, it could have been the fact that she had to tell her story in front of a very large crowd, including the werewolves she didn't always like. And she despised pity. She loathed it. And there was also the fact that her brothers, sister-in-law, and father were still in prison, where she had just been released from. Esme sighed. Nothing we could do about it. Rosalie made a sound similar to a grunt in response. So, do we stay in New York? Until we free them, Esme said determinedly. Surprisingly, your father's okay with it. I think they said he's not going to stay there for long. None of them are? Except maybe Edward will stay a little longer than the others. He's a surprisingly fair man, Alice muttered. Even though I feel it's a bit harsh. Even I have to admit the president's quite. Not like the Who Nomage one. Esme suppressed a shudder when she remembered the beach, blonde, brash, obnoxious, boorish, loud, and insulting man that had been elected over a year ago. At least he was dismissing claims by the NSPS that magic was real. If he ever discovered that ordinary human nomages weren't the only ones to exist in the world, that would be bad. Esme brought herself back to the present moment. How long will this take? She asked the wizard. Not long, he replied, and promptly, with a popping sound and a rush of swirling colors, disappeared. Esme pressed her lips together. Just then a wizard in a long coat came rushing in. He ran past them, followed by several loud cracks and rushing colorful swirls. Several wizards appeared. "What's going on?" Marcus Weiss, who was standing guard nearby, demanded. "Trouble," the first man barked. "Al Gaves is dead. Weber and Sizemore found the bodies along with the wolves. It appears he's been tortured." The vampires' hearts dropped, and their temperatures felt colder than normal. "Damn them. Weiss Mutat. I'll report with the president. Wilkinson, Grimstitch, you stand by on alert. Get ready to receive any messages and orders. The rest of you, come with me." And with that, they headed off as fast as they could and disappeared. Edward tossed a rubber ball. Not magical, the way some prisoners do. What choice did he have? He was probably going to be in there longer than the rest of them. Bella, Carlisle, and Jasper would soon get out. That thought strengthened him. He then saw a group of wizards and a few witches rush past his cell, along with Marcus Weiss. A witch intercepted them. "I'm sorry, but the president is in a meeting." Weiss cussed. He stepped forwards. "And you don't think that he doesn't share information with me?" he demanded. The witch's eyes widened. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Weiss." She stumbled over her words in her rush. "This way." She gestured and they ran off. Edward frowned. There's something not quite right there, he thought. Too bad he was useless. His power had been suppressed and limited to whoever was in that cell. At least he could get a moment's peace, he thought. With so many different minds, some screaming and yelling, others flashing such bright, loud pictures, and so many different people. This was the only time he could enjoy some peace and quiet. "I swear, if I wasn't a vampire, I would go crazy by now. But what if it was related to Edsela?" Edward frowned. Slowly he stood. He peered through the bars of his cell without touching them. He couldn't help it. Some part of him, that wasn't worried or fearful for his loved ones, felt guilty. He shouldn't feel guilty. The normal part of him felt that Edsela deserved whatever she was getting for landing his wife, his father, brother, and himself in prison. At least Rosalie got out. That part arrogantly told him that it was worth it, and Edsela got what she asked for. But did she? Edward bit his lip. She didn't even attack them before Edward jumped on her. She just barely had time to send out a signal before he ripped the wand from her and knocked her out. And now she was being tortured by the NSBS. Possibly dead in a painful manner as well. Edward's teeth bit harder on his lip. She deserved it. She asked for it. She asked for it. For informing about a potential threat and the fact that classified information was passed on easily. A voice scoffed. And torture? And execution? Did anyone really deserve torture? And death like the criminals he dealt with? Remember your years, the voice mocked. That's what landed you in here, he thought. Damn, it really was his fault. Everything was his fault. Of course, Makusa wouldn't let it slide. Did he really think he could get on with his life and not pay for what he did? For everything he did? For getting Bella's life in danger? He didn't know he would create a hybrid child at Damper. But he knew it was dangerous. Makusa probably thought it was like assisting and encouraging suicide. And now Bella was in prison because she defended him from Edsela. At least Nessie was safe. But in Edsela was Seth's imprint. Edward thought, more guilt flooding through him. Seth, who had been so friendly as compared to the other wolves. Seth, who had stuck to defend them more than once. Where was he now? Edward asked himself. If he was free, and Edward knew he would be tracking Edsela. A wolf would do anything to save their imprint. A loud cracking sound ensued, interrupting him out of his thoughts. "Sir," a wizard shouted. "Sir, there's Dash." Just then a flash of red light hit him squarely on the chest, and he flew backwards, either dead or very unconscious. Edward jumped up, startled. He growled, leaning forwards in an attack position. "At ease, boy," a woman's voice drawled. "I'm not here to harm you." Edward stiffened. Who are you?" He watched as she knelt down, and she pressed her wand to the man's head. Her eyes closed. "Ah," she murmured. "So that's where it is. What a shame." She looked straight at Edward. She had dark hair and dark eyes. Her face was pretty, but there was no way of telling how old she was. She could have been in her 20s or 30s. There was no way of telling. She just seemed ageless even to Vempire. Her dark eyes glittered. Stepping in front of Edward's cell, she took a deep breath and raised her hands. There was a creak, and then a groan as the walls surrounding Edward shook and shifted. Dust and debris splattered down on the ground. Edward's eyes were massive as he realized that the witch was breaking him out. Murmuring words that seemed powerful, ancient and powerful both, the witch continued on. Bars of light burst and shone all around Edward's cell, but the witch didn't seem to notice. She closed her eyes and more lights appeared, like force fields in sci-fi movies, but they eventually began to shimmer and fade, every single one of them. The witch continued, and suddenly, loud cracks erupted and the bars of the cell strained, like they were struggling to get free. And they did. They flung out and landed on the ground in front of the witch with a loud crash. Dust, debris, and everything clouded the area, but Edward could see that the witch was smiling. His eyes were massive. "You dash to the right and then left," she said abruptly. "First you'll find Bella, and then Carlisle and Jasper. I suggest you hurry. You see, Makusa would be tipped off even without me telling them." Edward's eyes bugged further at that. "What dash?" At that moment, the witch leaned over the motionless wizard, stunned. Of course he won't remember any of this, but Secta Sempra. Edward gasped when he saw several gashes rip through the man's body, jagged wounds. The smell of the blood hit his nostrils as it oozed and pooled onto the floor. "Why the heck did you do that?" The witch looked up at Edward and smiled. "I suggest," she said calmly, "you go." Sirens blared. Her smile widened before she disappeared. Edward's look was horrified as he realized she wasn't breaking him and his family free. She was framing him. "Bella!" He called out frantically. He ran to Bella, and he saw, wide-eyed, that there was a motionless wizard in front of her, even though there were no wounds. Her cell had been broken too. Bella turned wide and shocked eyes on Edward. She ran to him, and they embraced. "Edward, I dash." "I know," he growled. "Let's go get Carlisle and Jasper." They ran off. Wizards appeared in swirls of colors and cracks. They shot jets of light, deadly spells no doubt, at them as they ran. Bella gasped, but they both kept running. Edward knew he could take no chances. There was a big chance that their spells would harm them. "Come on," he shouted. They dodged the spells, which was surprisingly hard as some of the jets and beams of light seemed to have followed them, while others rained debris onto them, whatever could block them. It was clear that these guys had been very well trained. Eventually, Edward had managed to follow the witch's instructions. While she was framing him, he had no doubt she wanted to see him escape. There would have been little point of going through so much trouble. He found Jasper and Carlisle, who looked just as stunned. "This way," the witch's sing-song voice appeared. Edward froze dead. She pointed, smiling, to a staircase that had appeared out of nowhere. "Hurry!" She disappeared again. They ran as fast as they could up the stairs, dodging screaming witches and wizards, jets of light, and more objects falling towards them. Esme frowned as she heard sirens. "What's going on?" "Esme!" That was Edward's voice gasping. Esme's eyes widened when she heard it. The rest of the Cullens gasped. "Esme Emmett, Rosalie Alice." That was Carlisle and Jasper's voices in quick succession. Wizards shot jets of light from their wands, and some from their hands as they appeared. The golden phoenix statues on the pillars shrieked and dove for the runaway vampires, along with other things. Brooms, mops, buckets, dusters, etc. And magical creatures including goblins and house elves threw their own spells at them, which they miraculously managed to evade. "We need to get out of here," Bella shouted. Esme's eyes widened further, before she instantly realized they didn't have much time. They ran out of there. Jasper took a deep breath and concentrated on his power, unleashing it on the ones blocking them, so that anything they felt, fear, panic, despair, grief, pushed them aside, like rag dolls. They ran out onto the streets, only to find something smashing onto them. "There!" a voice shouted. Next thing anyone knew, a ray of magical energy threw them back, and all sorts of beams of light streamed out of the wizard's wands. Everything exploded into light. A woman wearing a mask of gold appeared, and somehow, the mask managed to mold her features perfectly, like it was molten gold. "You required my assistance?" she asked. Her accent was British. Makusaurus and all sorts of wizards and magical creatures subdued them in no time. Edward heard snippets of voices. "He's too dangerous. The others won't be happy." Tell Quahog and Weiss later. Deal with him first. Yes, sir. One voice replied, and Edward felt something grab him roughly by the wrists and bind him tight. Same with his ankles. He shouted as the shield broke. It wasn't me. It wasn't any of them. Let them go. He bellowed as he saw the rest of his family being restrained. But a long strip of something erupted from one witch's wand and flew to his mouth, gagging him tightly, so that even his teeth and venom could not destroy it. Soon, Heidi. She soothed the vampiress. Heidi growled, if he is the one, I want proof, and I want him to suffer by my hands. You'll get your proof, she said, ushering her to another room. It was a blank white room. At least 1/4 of it stood on solid tiles. The Cullens, magically bound and gagged, were dragged into the room. Subdue the rest of them. The witch in charge snapped. The other witches and wizards, in white clothing, shot spells at them to prevent them from using their powers. Edward shouted something through the gag, twisting violently, trying to get to them. Remember, don't do anything. Yet, she whispered to Heidi. Let them make a run for it. We'll be waiting for them at the end of the journey. You have to keep your end of the bargain. She reminded Heidi. Heidi reluctantly agreed. This one first, the witch in charge stated. Don't worry, son. This won't hurt a bit. She stepped forwards and pressed her wand to Edward's temple, slowly pulling it away. A long, glistening, wavy silver thread grew out from Edward's head, making him freeze. Bella's eyes widened as she saw the witch toss it in front of them, onto the thick black liquid that covered the rest of the 3/4 of the room. It fell, causing smooth, thick ripples. A shimmer of light appeared, glittering and glowing, before a face emerged in the dark liquid. It was a woman's face. An oval face with a slim, straight nose, high cheekbones, full lips, and strong jawline. Her hair was like polished bronze. She looked like Edward and remarkably like Nessie. But her eyes were green. The vampire's eyes widened as they saw her face in the liquid. Edward, she crooned, holding out her hand to the tiny bronze-haired boy in front of her. Come on now. It's bath time. And they walked off hand in hand. The image shimmered and faded, changing into something else. The woman, dressed in Edwardian clothing. No pun there, but heavily pregnant, holding Edward by the hand. You want a gingerbread, don't you, darling? Toddler Edward eagerly nodded. Hold tight to my hand now, she instructed, just as she was about to cross the street. A screech of tires, a rattling sound, and a car nearly collided with them. Elizabeth Mason, Edward's mother, gasped and held Edward to her, over her pregnant belly, both children she cradled protectively. But it was too late. But something pulled them out of the way before the car collided with them. Are you all right? A musical voice asked. The voice of a female vampire. A red-haired woman hovered over them, her hair a sharp and shocking contrast to shades of dark and blonde. She held them up. Yes, thank you, Elizabeth Mason gasped. Miss, she smiled. Victoria. Edward. Suddenly, Elizabeth's sweet voice called to him. Edward, come. Meet your baby sister, Victoria. The scene had changed. Edward's mother was sitting up in bed. A dark-haired, dark-eyed man hovered close to them, smiling happily and beckoning his son to come to them. Toddler Edward moved forwards. The vampires watched entranced, and then the scene changed. It was Bella and Edward getting engaged, then married. Baby Renesmee. Happy memories. You like it, don't you? The witch crooned to Edward. Edward nodded numbly, hypnotized. That was when a chair materialized out of nowhere. A floating chair, hovering towards them. You want to get in? Bella yelled something, but was muffled through the magical gag. Edward nodded and stepped onto the chair. The fluid started to rise. Bella and the others watched, wide-eyed as Edward sat on the floating chair and it moved backwards. The memories on the liquid shifted and changed. It was Victoria again. Edward confronting Victoria. Except this time, she wasn't smiling. She was looking at Edward with absolute hate. Edward was speaking to her, goading her softly. Then Edward ripping her head off and setting on fire, a look of satisfaction on his face. Heidi hissed sharply. The witch beside her concealed her smile. Remember, she warned Heidi, this will have to wait for later. Otherwise, your vengeance will not be complete. The liquid rose even higher, forming arcs around Edward, growing into a sphere. Now, I think, she muttered to herself. Invisible, Protected from anyone's hearing too, she shot a spell at one of the executioners. The witch gasped in surprise, stunned, as her wand flew out of the air and sailed onto the black fluid, dissolving any memories. Edward blinked and yelled in shock. Just then, with one arm free, Bella reached out and knocked her other captor unconscious. Another tried to shoot a spell, but Bella was too fast. She knocked him out too. Jasper managed to free himself in no time, Emmett and Alice as well. Rosalie and Esme came next, and then Carlisle. The liquid rose in an arcing fashion around Edward and his chair. It did not look remotely welcoming and nice now. It started to burn holes in Edward's chair. "Edward!" Bella shrieked. "Jump!" Carlisle shouted desperately, even though the liquid was rising faster now. Edward leapt. He landed on the other side. Bella sobbed tearlessly as she held on to him. Esme too. They all did. She materialized in front of them. "You!" Edward snarled. "Who is this?" Rosalie asked. "She framed me and set you free." She replied simply, "They're coming now. I suggest you go." She disappeared. Edward and Emmett cursed. "Come on!" Bella grabbed onto his hand, and they ran out of there. "And that's what happened?" Emmett sounded incredulous. "She set you free and then framed you?" Jasper frowned. "If that's the case, why did she save you and all of us? You were about to be executed." Bella shivered, and so did Esme. Edward reached out and held her close, even as he had to suppress a shudder at the memory. Forget beheading, hanging, electric chair, gas chamber, or shooting. That was far worse. That execution, Rosalie murmured. "That thing, your memories." Edward nodded tersely. Bella's eyes widened as she gasped. "Edward Dash, you had a baby sister," Rosalie said, stunned. "And Victoria? Was that Victoria? That saved your life." Bella sounded stunned. "It appears so," Edward whispered. Human memories were blurry and unfocused when vampires recalled them. But when these wizards retrieved it, even the memories he could not recall. "Victoria," he whispered, shocked. The woman he had loathed and whose existence he had cursed for a long time, who had hunted his Bella down and made their lives miserable. She had saved not only his, but his mother's and unborn baby sister's life, and his mother had named her daughter after her. Edward reeled from the shock. Sensing this, Carlisle reached out to touch his arm. "Don't think about it," he instructed. "Did she do anything with Jacob?" Edward shook his head. "I couldn't read her thoughts," he said in frustration. "I couldn't read anyone's thoughts." "I think they know you can read thoughts," Rosalie said darkly. "That's why they were careful." Carlisle agreed. "They probably have magical ways to block you from their minds." "Not all of them." Edward frowned. "But some of them." Carlisle stood. "We need to find the wolves," he stated. "And Seth." Edward and Bella flinched at the mention of his name. He would not be happy with them, for all his previous support at what they did to his imprint. "Dead," Angela hissed. "What do we do now?" "We keep moving. We can't afford to fall behind," Keem said decidedly. Seth and Leah glanced at each other. "We should be nearing my aunt at Sela's," Keem explained. "She'll take us in." Leah was a bit wary. After all, at Sela's family, Keem including, were not happy that Seth had imprinted on her. Judging from the look on his face, Seth was too. "Just how many at Sela's are there in your family?" Leah mumbled. "Including my sister and baby daughter, 5. Keem answered. "The first was a president of Makusa, the second a famously good-looking enchantress who had adventures, not just ending up in high society, and the third, who we're going to see now, is a famous wand maker. She was married to Tiago Quintana, one of the 4 celebrated wand makers of the 20th century. He made wand cores out of the spines of white river monsters. She works on a variety of cores and wand woods instead." "Aha!" Leah pretended to understand what he was talking about. "Wands are made of magical wood encased over a powerful core," Angela explained, "taken from a magical creature. The wand maker finds magical wood by help of a bowtruckle, a creature that inhabits trees that contain magic. They don't take the whole tree down, they just give some wood lice to feed the bowtruckle in payment for taking some of the wood. Then they also take cores, the spines of white river monsters, Snallygaster heartstrings. They're dragon-like creatures who live in rivers Rougarou. They're dog-headed monsters who live in the Louisiana bayou, jackalope antlers, and more." "Jackalopes?" Quill muttered. "Those things exist." "They most certainly do," Angela confirmed. Many things that are considered myth or nonsense by no-mages are in fact real. Atsila Sizemore 3 is the best in the market right now. Soon they arrived to a deserted alleyway. "Stand back," Keem ordered. He tapped his wand onto the fake bricks of a wall in front of them in a strange pattern. Soon the fake bricks began to shift and melt away, curling back to reveal another alleyway that was more like a street. It was deserted. Keem moved purposefully down the street, the others following him. Leah spotted shops advertising spellbooks, cauldrons and potion ingredients, magical clothing, pets including owls, rats, cats and lizards, owls, and much more. Normally, she would have lingered, even in the dark, fascinated by these things and what they were selling, but now, Keem stopped in front of a store. He knocked and pushed open the door. A bell jingled as he came in. Inside was made of wood, musky, fresh and strong in scent, freshly scrubbed floorboards and all. There was a counter in front and shelves behind it. The various shelves were stocked with thin, narrow boxes that could not possibly hold shoes. So Leah knew what they held. "Anna Atsila," Keem called out. "It's Keem. Funny seeing you here," a woman's voice mused. Leah spun around, at the ready for an attack. But the speaker showed no sign of hostility. It was a woman with dark, bright, and brilliant eyes. You could tell she was highly intelligent by her eyes. Her hair was a mixture of glistening black and silvered threads. Her face was gorgeous, but worn and aged. "Anna Atsila," Keem took a deep breath. "I assume you've heard the news?" "Who hasn't?" she asked sharply. "You're clearly not here to buy a wand. Redwood, 10¼ inches, wampus hair core. Powerful for dueling and combat. That's your wand, isn't it?" Keem nodded tightly. "And your sister's wand. Cherry and Thunderbird tail feather, 10½ inches, supple and firm." Atsila. Number 3 sighed. Keem nodded again. "I actually have it here," he said hoarsely, producing his sister's wand. "I need to give it back to her. When I find her." She nodded sadly, but with strength in her dark eyes. She turned to Angela. "Angela Weber. Laurel and White River monster spine, 11¼ inches, slim and swishy. Brings out hidden qualities to the most steadfast and resilient. Performs powerful magic. One of the last ones made in a collaboration by me and my husband." Atsila Sizemore Quintana sighed. Then her eyes turned to the wolves. "Who are these? I assume they're not here to buy my wands?" "No," Keem said shortly. "Unless..." She turned a suspicious gaze to Angela. "Are they Dash?" "The wolf shapeshifters, yes." Atsila Sizemore Quintana straightened. "Why did you bring them here?" she asked Keem. "Grandfather's insistence," he muttered. "He said if we worked together, we would be able to find and save her." She looked grim. "You've tracked her whereabouts?" "We're close," he assured her. "Not close enough," his aunt retorted. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to take a detour into my shop." "Are you here to ask me what I've learned?" "Because I tell you, I've seen very little no-mages throughout my lifetime. In America and abroad, I studied under Ollivanders in Britain. That's what gave me the idea of working with multiple wand cores and woods, though my stubborn-ass husband didn't like the idea." She snorted. "As I was saying, I don't see many no-mages. But I've been to the underground. It's not easy, procuring certain types of wand cores. Eventually, we have to resort to rather dangerous means to collect them. So I learned something. The NSPS are not your biggest threat. They're falling prey, puppets in the hands of someone." Leah straightened. "What are you talking about?" "I mean to say that there's been talk of a fanatical group that are sick of the International Statute of Secrecy," Atsila III replied. "People who are sick that it's always the no-mages who are protected and not them. People who feel like we're being cheated. After all, no-mages have learned to fly now. They have television, microwaves, phones, electricity. Never mind that magic makes too much electric currents go crazy. Movie theaters too. But we're catching up," Angela admonished. "The Atlan Dash. I know what they've given us, the new adapter innovations, but they're based similarly to what you'd find in the no-mage world, and not all wizards like that. They want something that comes from us. We used to be ahead of the no-mages, Miss Weber. But now, I think we've fallen behind, and many people are not happy with it, and that the International Statute of Secrecy was unable to give us wizarding television until very recently. Now this group are also even more sick of the NSPS. They want revenge on the no-mages for being forced underground for centuries." The wolves stiffened. and for hunting and killing them. That's why they're taking revenge, but it's not going to be the quick and easy slash to the throat or the killing curse. Oh no. She stared them down. They're planning something much more painful. That's why they're aiming not only for revenge, but total destruction of the Nomaj world. That's impossible, Angela heard herself saying. Really? That came very close, twice, Edsela III reminded her. The Global Wizarding War, the First and Second Wizarding Wars, and don't say that they were all in Europe. She said sharply. Keem and Angela went white. We can't have another war, Angela whispered. No, Sizemore Quintana agreed. Definitely not. But there are things that were left unresolved from those wars, including in the United States of America. But Aunt Edsela, Keem protested. There's hardly anyone who's a pureblood here in the United States. Ever since the Salem witch trials, most American wizards moved overseas to escape the craze. That meant the ones who were left had to marry Nomaj-borns, or at least half-bloods and squibs. Even Nomages until Rappaport's law came up. How can they possibly expect to be pureblood supremacists? It's not like Europe, Asia, Africa, even Australia, and Oceania. We're a mix here. We're a democracy. He looked at each of them. We always have been. There was silence. I meant anti-Nomaj groups, his aunt replied. Not necessarily pureblood supremacists. Even Nomaj-borns suffer under their oppression. Look at the obscurists in the 20s. And there's reports of another obscurial now, and that these people are taking advantage of it. She gave him a warning look. With the end of the Second Wizarding War in Europe, word reached overseas. We might have barred entry to the United States at that point, stood in check at Nomaj airports, but that will never stop the word from spreading. People were inspired, encouraged by Voldemort and Grindelwald. They dream of a world where they don't have to stay in the shadows underground, where their children won't be hunted at the expense of mass slaughter. Angela gasped. Not all Nomages are bad. No, but generally they're not very good at sharing the world. Edsela Sizemore Quintana replied. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. I'll prepare some food, and then you can sleep. She waved her own wand, and some lights flickered off. A candle floated out of nowhere, hovering in front of her as she told them to follow her. Keem helped his aunt. The wolves watched in wonder as placemats and napkins floated and landed in place. She was cooking a meatloaf, and they watched wide-eyed as she assembled and cooked it magically in no time at all. They ate dinner, and Sizemore Quintana sighed. I think Edsela might have stumbled into this too early and too soon. Keem bristled, so did Seth. She's more than capable. That she is, his aunt agreed. And more than talented, capable, and intelligent. But she's not ready. I warned her. Take a break. Enjoy your life before you rush into this. You've only just graduated. She's 18, you know. She said sharply. And she wanted to get into this dangerous job already? Keem sighed, exasperated. That's what we all told her. But we knew she's more than highly capable of handling it, despite being young and inexperienced. She loves this job. She's always been fiercely independent. She doesn't like to rely on anyone, not to keep her safe anything. She won't just sit down when things are bad. You're right. She nodded. That's what we all love about Edsela. She stood. Keem, dear, could you help with the dishes? Angela stood, offering as well. The wolves stood, but the famous wand maker held out her slim hand and gestured for them to sit down. Which one of you? She trailed off. That would be me, Seth said awkwardly. But there was no hostility in her gaze. She just sighed. I won't say I'm happy with this turn of events, with the fact that you're her soulmate, without her even knowing or approving of this choice. She stated bluntly. Seth winced. Leah bristled. I know you mean well, she continued, but you don't know Edsela, and you don't know the world she's a part of. Do you really want to risk this? Seth looked at her in the eye. I'm willing to take the risks, he said. If you all will give me a chance, dash. And that's what I'm going to tell you. I am willing to do that. She stated. Love for us isn't the same as Nomages. There aren't that many. What do you call them, divorces? She sighed. Marriage is binding for many of us. Remarriage rarely, if ever, happens. And while that might suit you just fine, Edsela is strong, and she's fiercely independent. She might not like this idea of having a soulmate so early in life either. Seth bit his lip. She won't sit down in a fight. She won't tolerate someone always trying to shield and warn her during a fight. She likes only partnerships and teamwork. You won't ever be able to stop her from going anywhere she likes. Or getting some space for her own. Do you know how her parents died? She asked him quietly. Seth said, she said that they were killed in an accident. They taught her to cover things up well at her department, the wand maker sighed. But no, they were part of the expeditionary force that went overseas during the First and Second Wizarding Wars. They were captured by Death Eater sympathizers in America. However, when they returned, they were tortured and eventually murdered, not with a quick spell, but in a gruesome manner. That's why Edsela and her brother were raised by their grandparents. The wolves were silent. Her brother went as part of the forces overseas. During the Second Wizarding War, Sizemore Quintana continued. And he had a wife too. She's just had twin babies. The girl also named Edsela. She rolled her eyes. His wife was captured, tortured, and murdered. He couldn't save her. He was very bitter about that. He still is. I swear, I've never seen him smile. And then a cousin, Ahanu Wanalo Dash. Quill stiffened as he recognized the name of Claire's father. He was hunted down and killed too. Sizemore Quintana sighed. Love isn't easy. It's hard. It's tough. But Ahanu knew that. So did Keem's wife. And his parents. And sometimes it doesn't mean obsessively holding on to them. It doesn't mean trying to shield them from every little falling piece of debris, or constantly sticking to them like doxies to a moldy cloth. No, sometimes it means letting them go. She stared him down. I've known Edsela longer than most people, she stated. It doesn't always come straight away. Mine didn't. I hated my husband at first sight. I hated him even when I loved him. And yet, he was the love of my life. He still is. I'll never love again. But if he didn't love me, I would have let him go. I wouldn't have clung to his robes like a desperate madwoman, mad with love. That's obsession. That's infatuation. And while they're a part of love, they're not the whole bit. Love is letting someone go when they need you to do it. Sometimes temporarily. Sometimes permanently. If you don't, they suffer. The wound isn't cleaned or healed. It's allowed to fester because you can't bear the pain of getting it cleaned and closed up. Sizemore Quintana said frankly, that's not love if you aren't able to let go. And if it's that bad, then you'd better let go before everyone who cares about you suffers too. Leah shifted uncomfortably. So I want you to promise me. Woo her if you must, but give her some space. To breathe, to grow, to find herself. And you may not like it, but you can't always be there. If you love her, let her go. If she accepts your heart, then let her go from time to time to do her work. Even if it kills you, because it's so dangerous, because she'll wilt, wither, and die without it. Be partners, not possessive ones. If she doesn't accept you, then let her go for good. Promise me you will never set your sights on her again, because the two of you will suffer if she is forced to do so. Let her go because that's the right thing for love to do. Seth was stunned into silence by her words. She stood. It's late. Come, I'll show you where you'll sleep. Once you reach Volterra, the witch said quietly, and told them the basics. Arrow will demand to know what you've been up to. You must show them. She placed a necklace around Heidi's neck. The pendant glowed. Keep this hidden at all times. She waved her hand, and the necklace seemingly disappeared. This will project false memories that will fool even Arrow, and compel him and Caius to go to America once more to confront the Cullens, which will lead to Makusa discovering them, and many of the Cullens' former friends believing them guilty of betrayal. Do you know each of the background of the individual members of the Guard? The witch asked quietly. Only the ones I've been really close to, Heidi replied. And the ones that came afterwards, whose recruitment I've witnessed. What about Alec and Jane? She asked softly. They're the ones we'll all be very interested. Alec and Jane? Heidi scoffed. They're the least likely ones to betray Arrow. Are you sure? She asked. They've been waiting nearly a millennia for vengeance. The Volturi might have saved their lives, but they've done them a great wrong. Jane is capable of so much more than inflicting pain, like a common torturer, and Alec more than a living anesthetic. The Volturi took their chance away of being more than that, forced them into a life of eternal servitude and pain. And make no mistake, they feel pain. What Jane inflicts upon her victims, she feels herself. Alec too. Heidi furrowed her brow, but nodded. I'm giving you a future, Heidi, she reminded her. Don't waste it. I've freed you from Chelsea's spell. Of course, you can go back to being the meal ticket and fisher for the 3 male chauvinist vampires. The choice is yours. Heidi nodded again, then sped off. What? Weiss hissed. You attempted to execute someone without authorization. Without my or the president's knowing? The other Aurors shifted and looked uneasily. He glared each of them down. Enough! Samuel Quahog appeared. Who was it that gave the order? You know executions are not to be done unless they are specifically authorized by myself and Mr. Weiss. Behind him was a tall, gorgeously formed witch behind a gold mask. The mask appeared cast of molten gold, moving with her every twitching change of expression. The same witch who blocked and stopped the Cullens from running away. She moved past the president silently and lifted her delicate wand. Lumos, she whispered in her musical voice. The dungeons were dark. She bent down and began healing the man faster. Vulnera Senenter, she murmured, closing his wound and bringing up essence of Didney to prevent scarring and infections. This was the 3rd man she healed. Mr. President, she called out. These do not look like vampire marks. Their heads turned towards her. These appear more of a magical attack, she replied. Are you sure? The president asked. The scars are not a result of vampire teeth or talons, she replied. Of any type, as the others if you would. Renervate. The man jerked awake. Mr. President, he gasped. Mr. Weiss, someone attacked me. A stunning spell? I dash. The witch nodded. There. These vampires could not perform stunning spells. The president looked chillingly, and Weiss looked murderous at the Aurors and executioners who shifted their feet. So, the president began. You attempted to execute someone on the basis of a threat that turned out to be false, which you did not investigate fully? Mr. President, one of them cried. We were worried that once he'd blasted out of that cell, he wouldn't dash. The witch stood, disregarding their excuses. She surveyed the broken remains of the cell, ripped bars and chunks of stone. This was done by magic. Didn't your spells repel anyone trying to break free? This isn't ordinary magic. This is Atlantean. The president and Weiss turned to stare at her. What? There's someone here in America, she stated. Someone who shouldn't be here. Someone dabbling at the very least in dark Atlantean magic, forbidden. Possibly blood magic as well. She whirled around, and I believe I know who it might just be. She glided away. I suggest that these people who attempted to take the law into their own hands should be dealt with right away, she said. Morning had come quickly. Seth shook himself awake. Good, you're up, he jumped, but calm when he noticed something. It was a medium cat-like creature, like a cougar or a jaguar. But it glowed with such luminous brilliance and dazzled him, made out of silver-white light. It spoke with Etzela Sizemore Quintana's voice. Breakfast is downstairs. I'll be back, just getting more wand wood and cores from underground. I'll give you some info. Do not step out of the house. I'll bring important news. With that, the creature wandered off. Seth pushed the covers from his body and stood, heading downstairs. He found Leah, Keem, and Angela eating at the breakfast counter. Hey guys, he said. Quill and Embry were eating toast. Hey, there's news, Keem said shortly. But we'll have to wait. He seemed a mixture of emotions. To him, this place was another home where he had grown up in. Yet, nowhere was safe anymore. Angela nodded. Your children are okay? He nodded. Wayne's got them all cleaned up and eating. He stated. Your house elf? Angela asked. He nodded. Something's not right, he murmured. The morning was pale, but foggy. Something was definitely not right. What? Arrow demanded. It's what happened. Heidi finished. That's impossible, Caius scoffed. Witches? Wizards? They're just the human's way of trying to explain things they can't explain. But Arrow didn't even hesitate. Show me, he urged. Heidi touched Arrow's hand. The older vampire hissed as he saw everything the witch wanted him to see. Brother, he snarled. She does not lie, nor is she mistaken. He looked up at her. It appears the Cullens have placed the vampire race in more danger than before. Yet again, they've made a mess. And it's time for us to clean it up for good. The food is just in the other room, Heidi assured them. Arrow nodded, and she bowed and left the room. She had done it. Heidi, that was Alec. Where have you been? Heidi smiled bitterly. The whole guard will find out soon enough. Arrow's not happy, and Caius won't be either, once he's believed it. Believed what? That was Dimitri and Jane. Heidi looked at them. Vampires are not the only supernatural beings in the world. There is another world hidden within our own, and the Cullens have endangered us by offending them again. Dimitri cursed. Alec and Jane looked at each other. Are you sure? Jane asked skeptically. Heidi looked incredulous. Arrow is about to break the news to everyone. Well then, Jane said. She looked at her twin. Time to prepare for a fight. So they're in New Orleans, Sizemore Quintana finished. Are you serious? Keem asked incredulously. Why would they be in New Orleans? Because there are a lot of targets in New Orleans, those truly magical, and those with no magic, but believe that they have some means of power through superstition. And therefore, it attracts the NSBS like bees to honey, his aunt replied. Yes, but naturally, shouldn't they be afraid of it? Why bring it Sela there? Surely they would think that a witch's powers would be assisted by other witches. Courage, or in this case, recklessness, is fueled when they believe they have something to fight for. She said grimly. Keem's eyes widened. They don't just want our extermination. They want to expose us. Adsela Sizemore III nodded grimly. There's more at stake here, she stated. Nomages don't know much, if anything, about the wizarding world, or any magical races and creatures. And they will view us all either as a curiosity object. We'll all be enslaved along with our creatures, viewed as potential threats or freaks. And therefore the witch hunts will start again. Except this time, with new nomage technology, including nuclear weapons and their experimentation, there may be more at risk than we can imagine. Very bad, Embry muttered. He remembered something Arrow, the Volturi vampire, had said during their encounter. Something about human nukes. You'd better get going, she advised. Thanks, Aunt Sela. She nodded. Here. She handed him a bag. Extra provisions and several items that you may be familiar with and prove useful. Keem pulled out a glass spinning top. The latest sneakoscope model. Brand new. There's a faux glass somewhere in there too. Detects any intruder when you set them up, or anyone doing remotely suspicious. Keem reached his hand down in the incredibly small bag, and the wolf's eyes widened when his whole arm disappeared into it. Undetectable extension charm, Sizemore Quintana explained. Also, featherlight charms. They also can't get lost, and nobody can steal from it. There's food, healing supplies, including essence of Didney and pickled myrtlap essence. And more, she nodded. Best get going. You have a war to prevent. They all grimaced as they set off. Come back alive, Keem, she called out after him. You have children, you know. Keem looked pained and mournful. I know. So what now? Edward demanded. We can't return to Forks. They'll be waiting for us. The Cullens thought deeply. We have to find Sela. Alice piped up surprisingly. They stared at her. Why? Edward asked, bewildered. Because we'll show them. They'll have to listen to us if we bring her to safety, Alice said. Edward, hearing her thoughts, realized the same thing, and that we could persuade them we were innocent. Besides, you heard those wizards that tried to execute us. They said that they would inform the president and Marcus Weiss later, probably meaning that they weren't allowed to do it, Jasper realized. She nodded eagerly. So, we find her, and we make up to Seth for what we've done. But where is she? Bella argued. They only said they tracked her south. Then south we go, Alice said determinedly. No matter what it takes, we have to set things right. We may have already gotten the Denalis in danger. Jasper pointed out. Shouldn't we warn them? I don't have a phone on me right now, Edward said regrettably. I think they took our stuff off of us, even right before the execution. Emmett grunted. Bella winced at the reminder. Okay, Denali first. We're heading in dangerous territory, Keem warned them. Because of some voodoo? Don't take this lightly, Angela said. They're powerful spellcasters, dark magic. And then there are the Rugerus in the Louisiana Bayou and zombies down south. Great, Leah muttered. These wizards can control zombies too? Keem gave her a strange look. No, that's Inferi. Dead bodies that have been reanimated without their soul and controlled like puppets to do their master's bidding. Zombies are naturally made. But yes, they're a danger too. Leah gave him an incredulous look. And of course, there's more. The NSPS are the least of our worries. But even then we can't get ourselves lax because of them. Angela kept walking. It's a good thing we're in nomage clothing. So you have their scent? Edward nodded. Going down south. Carlisle frowned. They took her south. That's what they said. What if we're jeopardizing their mission? Esme asked. What if we distract them or give them away? Not a chance, Edward said flatly. We do have our abilities that could hide us from nomages. We'll be fine, and so will they. They went off. The truth was, Edward needed to help them, but they had to go to Denali first. He needed to distract himself. His close brush with death had shown him memories that he had forgotten, including his human mother. How long had it been since he had last thought of her? Edward felt a powerful surge of guilt as he reflected that. His human mother, whom he had been close to in his first life, who had raised him and destroyed her own chances to survive in order to nurse him back to health, who made sure Carlyle saved him, whom he had never or rarely thought about in his vampire life, except to give away her jewelry. More guilt. Renesmee looked like her, he reflected, except she had Charlie's curls and Bella's eyes. Yet Renesmee had been named after Esme, whom he did love just as much as his biological mother, and Renee, and Charlie and Carlyle. He suddenly remembered his baby sister. Victoria, her name was, named after the vampire who had saved them, and ironically the one who had tried to hunt Bella down when Edward took away her mate. Edward felt his insides squirm again. He needed to do it. She deserved it. But did she deserve to be goaded like that? He asked himself. He had goaded her to her death after killing her mate. Yes, she destroyed many human lives and the vampire newborns like Riley and Bree Tanner. But how would he react if he had lost Bella? He could have given her a chance to surrender. But even though he pretended to, he was in fact goading her, tormenting her. He wanted to destroy her. And now, he knew that she had saved his mother's, his own, and his unborn sister's life. Even more guilt and shame flooded through him, along with self-loathing. He had almost killed his own daughter, his own baby daughter, and wanted to, even though it was his fault. Makusa had punished him for that. That was among the indictment. Where was Renesmee now? His heart dropped into a void when he considered that question. Was she paying, perhaps being investigated for her parents' escape? Another part of him wondered what happened to his baby sister. Edward vaguely thought that she might have died young. Infant mortality rates back then were much higher. But Marcus Weiss said that she had disappeared under very suspicious circumstances. Mysteries within mysteries, he thought. Jasper gave a glance to Bella. She moved up to him. Hey, she said. She bit her lip. You're upset. I'll be fine, he said. Once this whole mess is over. Bella looked out at the distance. You're thinking about Renesmee, aren't you? And all those memories you had. Edward nodded tightly. Belle sight. But that was what she looked like. And what you looked like as a small kid. I always wondered. Edward felt a smile twitch his lips, but then it quickly fell. I didn't remember I had a baby sister. Bella glanced up at him. A baby sister named Victoria. He pressed his lips together. How was it possible? She was the one who saved us. Who saved me? Bella looked out at the distance. And my mother named her daughter after her? Bella bit her lip. Edward, but she had nothing to say. I haven't thought about my mother for years, he admitted. I love Esme the same, of course, but I feel horrible for not thinking about her. I mean, I did give away her jewelry and everything. She glanced up at him. Edward, I'm sure she's in a happier place. Now, if she knows and sees that you're among people who love you, she argued. Maybe, he stated. And maybe she also feels hurt because I've rarely thought about her. And that I didn't offer Victoria a chance to surrender for all she's done to us. She would have killed you, Bella said incredulously. And you did offer her the chance. And she would have killed you. But it was all on me, he admitted. And no, she knew I didn't mean it. I was goading her, taunting her, so I could kill her. Bella's eyes widened. Edward he shook his head and kept on going. It was strange. He knew he needed to kill her. He certainly would have done anything to save Bella and the rest of his family. But now that he knew about her connection with his human family, there's no sign of them. Marcus Weiss snapped. The Aurors and executioners have been revived and promptly arrested. Of course there isn't. He continued. Meanwhile, the mast, which was leaning over a map of the United States of America. She held in her hands a colored crystal dangling on a leather cord. She swung it around, her eyes closed, chanting in her mind. We've had to resort to more difficult means to track them down. The president glanced at the mast witch. Her eyes suddenly flew open and the crystal dropped, as if suddenly gaining a heavy weight, onto the southern part of the United States as depicted on the map. There, she stated. They all came over there. They're heading to New Orleans. she stated. My guess is that they are trying to find their wolf friends and the Aurors, to assist or to convince them that they mean no harm. Maybe both. Marcus looked unsure. The other methods of tracking are hard to do, she said. These vampires travel at high speeds through several states. As you don't put trackers on your prisoners, this would be difficult. They don't apparate. They don't use the fluid network or port keys and broomsticks. So, it is going to be harder. She stood, and I'm rather sure they don't have the time to obtain an illegal flying carpet either. They're illegal here, as they are in Britain, the mast which stood. And there's more. A few minutes ago, I began to detect something odd. I am a seer after all, though I don't use that power regularly. But they're coming. Marcus looked up at her sharply. Who? The Volturi, she stated. The leaders of the vampire world for these vampires. They believe that the Cullens have endangered their race by exposing them to humans. They're coming to give them a show, trial, and to exterminate them. And possibly anyone who learn about them as well. Vice Coast. How many are there? There are 3 main leaders that I saw in their coven. Arrow, who is as greedy as he is cheerful. Caius, as sadistic, cruel, and ruthless as he is unreasonable. And Marcus, who isn't interested in going, but is being dragged along. Their wives are coming as well. Sulpicia and Athenodora, the wives of Arrow and Caius. The whole guard will be there. And they have powers, just as some of the Cullens do. They're coming here to exterminate the Cullens, anyone who's learned about them, and everyone who supported the Cullens when they first came here. They're bringing the whole guard with them. The largest coven of vampires, an entire army, and a whole load of witnesses vampires to see that the Cullens were in fact guilty of endangering them. She looked at them. This could mean war. A war that exposes us. That person is playing with us. She wants the magical worlds exposed. President Quahog looked grim. What now? I have to speak with the ICW, she stated. The International Confederation of Wizards must know of this threat, and the clans in case of war. May I suggest, she said, that you prepare your Aurors in America? Speed isn't the same for vampires as it is for humans. Even with planes, trains, and cars, vampires were fast in comparison, even at such long distances. It wasn't easy jumping on trains, renting cars when they were sure it were safe to do such things, and running at full speed. They hunted buffalo when they found some, moose, and other things, but they mostly kept running. They knew they needed to get to Denali fast, and at last they were there. Eleazar froze when he saw them. Was it them? There was no denying it. Eleazar moved towards them. Carlisle, Esme, he stated. Edward, Bella, Jasper, Emmett, Rosalie, and Alice. He frowned. Where's Renesmee, though? She's safe, Bella assured him, more like she tried to assure herself. What are you all doing here? Edward opened his mouth, but it looked like he was unable to get the words out. He had nothing to say. Is it the Volturi? Pressed Eleazar. His eyes flashed. It's time they paid for what they did to Irina. Well, it's Dash, Bella gestured helplessly. More complicated than that. Eleazar's eyes darkened. Very well, come inside, but I should warn you, he said. Asami is here. Edward and Carlisle halted. Asami. Jasper's eyes widened. Tashiro's mate. Who's Tashiro? Bella asked, puzzled. And Asami? Tashiro was a Japanese nomad. Carlisle said. We invited him, and he was about to come to Forks, but he never arrived. The Volturi killed him, Edward said quietly. I remember now. I saw it in their thoughts. The Cullens were silent. So that's what happened to him? Jasper and Carlisle turned sharply towards Edward. Why didn't you say so? Edward shrugged helplessly. You knew, but you didn't tell us? Rosalie asked through gritted teeth. You knew he died, but you didn't tell anyone? Edward. Esme scolded. He had a mate who's inside. Eleazar reminded. She knows he's dead. I didn't think Dash, Edward began. It what? That it mattered? After all, wasn't he coming to their aid when he died? And could he really say that in front of everyone else? Edward didn't want anyone to feel any pain. That's why he deliberately kept silent, and that he had forgotten in the aftermath and the relief of the Volturi's departure. But of course, Asami had to find out anyway, and now they had to confront her. Come on. Eleazar gestured to the house. Inside the house was large. It was wide, with clear tones of blue, greens, and the occasional yellow and red. The walls were pale, but the rug was a lush reddish pink. On the sofa, Garrett was there, with Kate sitting next to him. Tanya was sitting on the left side of a young vampire. A beautiful lady with glistening liquid black hair, shimmering all the way to her waist. Her face was oval, and her skin was snowy white with an oriental tinge, like almonds. Her almond-shaped eyes were black, so it was hard to tell whether she was vegetarian or not, and she had slim, delicate features. Carlyle took a deep breath. Tanya, Kate, and Garrett stood. Carmen came from the other room. Carlyle, Tanya said in surprise. What are you all doing here? The visiting vampire did not say or do anything. She merely kept sitting, her eyes narrowing as she regarded them. Carlyle greeted them. We came to warn you all. They explained everything that had happened, in chronological order. The Denalis stood stunned. Asami made no visible motion, and that's what happened. Bella and Edward shifted together uneasily. This is a surprise, Kate muttered. Vampires, giant shape-shifting wolves, now witches. Asami now twitched. Garrett whistled. Man, I was definitely not expecting that. Tanya looked astonished, but shook her head. You do realize that if they come for us, they will search for every vampire that has killed a human in America and warn the ones overseas. Jasper interrupted. They will also put them to trial. Like us. And the Volturi will get involved. Again. Carmen whispered. As always. Asami now spoke, her voice quite soft. Asami Edward shifted. I'm sorry about Toshiro. Asami froze. You should not have mentioned that. Edward froze. I'm sorry. Sorry is not good enough. Asami stood slowly. Tanya, Kate, Garrett, Carmen Eliezer, Carlyle, Esme, all of you she began. I need to speak with Edward. Alone. And his mate. Carmen and Eliezer looked at her, concerned. It's fine, she stated. We won't get violent. Everyone else looked at each other and reluctantly nodded. They left the room. Edward began again. Asami, What? She challenged. You want us to come to your aid again? The Denalis? Tanya, Kate, and Irina. Even after they had lost a sister? You want other covens to come to you again? You want us to go to war? Against these wizards? Or the Volturi? Or both? She challenged. We would never want that, Edward tried to assure her. Never, Bella agreed. Yet you seem to have a skill at getting recklessly into trouble and getting everybody else into trouble with you. Asami snarled. So are you going to ask again? Go ahead, ask. You knew, didn't you? You knew Toshiro had died. Edward flinched at that. You knew. You knew before even I did. I didn't know. Because he kept me in the dark, he was afraid the Volturi would come for me. We lived so far away. I searched for him day and night, and then I heard what happened to you. You must have known. But you didn't. Tell me. None of you bothered to tell me, despite the fact that he died going to your aid. Asami's anguished gaze met theirs. The agony and heartbreak in her eyes. Bella found that she couldn't look at them. Edward couldn't. Do you know that vampires mate for life? Asami asked quietly. You fall in love once, you never find it again. It stays with you for eternity. So does the pain. Imagine losing the one you love because they died. Can you imagine losing her to death? And you she glanced at Bella. Can you imagine if he dies? Would you be able to live? No, never. Bella couldn't meet her eyes, and yet you condemned so many people to that. Asami spat. Every time you wander around, you get into trouble, and somebody dies. Someone else is left alive half-broken, while you get back to your normal, happy lives. I bet you didn't even think about Toshiro or Irina. Much do you? You left your friends to their grief, and you didn't even bother to tell or console them either. Asami Edward protested. I'm sorry, I should have told you, but you were too busy, you forgot. Asami hissed. You went back to your lives to raise your daughter. Do you know how many of us have children? Could ever dream about having children? None, no one, except for you. Edward took a step back. How about having parents that are still living, that we can still visit? Her eyes flashed at Bella. Parents and children whom you still hold close to you. Do you have any idea how much we wish we had them? And if we have any like that? None, of course not. But those who had something didn't have much at all. Just coven mates, sisters, brothers, and soulmates. Her voice broke at the end. Bella looked down at her feet. The guilt rose within her so badly, she didn't know if she could voice it. Asami, this woman, had lost her mate when he tried to come to their aid. And you don't even think about that, Asami whispered brokenly. You don't think, or remember, or care. Edward flinched at the end of that sentence. And now, the whole vampire race is in danger once again because of your recklessness. Again and again, people have had to die for you, or be left broken. Irina lost her mate too, and they had as much a right to be together as you two did. It wasn't supposed to be like that, Edward protested, recovering his nerve. He tried to kill Bella. I am sorry. Asami's eyes ripped through him. Sorry doesn't mean give you your heart and soul back. Sorry doesn't bring back a life. Her eyes turned to Bella. You might have done wrong, but this was your fault too. You were reckless to meet a vampire hunting. Bella took a step back. Asami dash, Edward began hotly. That's right, Defender Cullen. Asami scoffed. She has no voice, no sense of responsibility. Just like you. You really are soulmates. I hope you shall be happy together. This was your fault too. You brought a human close to you, even when other vampires who fed on human blood were near. You were careless about the lives of others too. That female, Victoria, her mate was the enthusiastic one. She was just upset about losing him. And I bet you didn't give a single thought about her pain. Or Irina's, or Tanya and Kate's, or mine. You just turned around after the trial and went back to your happy lives, raising your daughter, visiting your human relatives, without a second's thought what they and I were going through. Her eyes flashed brightly. She turned around in disgust. Go then, ask for help, ask them all, and once they've died and the others are left to mourn, you can go back to your happy lives, living in peace, like this has never happened. While the rest of us are left to pick up the pieces. You won't spare a single thought for us. Or you will, but it won't be that important. I don't think that if you could sleep, you will lose any seeing the faces of those that have died or left broken by you in the night. None of us matters. Only you and your mate and your family. She turned to leave. Edward and Bella watched her. The horrible feeling that welled inside of Bella made her feel thoroughly ashamed, and pity rose high for this female. She wanted to hide in shame. Asami left the room. Garrett entered the room. He sighed. Not the friendliest of meetings, he admitted. Edward looked down. Bella closed her eyes. Do you blame us, Garrett? Blame you? Garrett shook her head. Nah, not really. Tanya, Kate, Carmen, and Eleazar don't either. He said gently. This was making her feel worse. Bella turned away. Look, Garrett said, holding his hands out. She's in pain. She frowned. Well, I can't say she'll get over it. No one gets over the loss of their mate. Thanks, Edward mumbled. You should have told someone. Garrett sighed at Edward. But I suppose that's just part of growing up, accepting responsibility for stuff, he said teasingly. You overgrown, reckless 17-year-olds. He turned serious. What are you going to do about them? He asked. Well, we're just here to warn you guys, Bella admitted. Then, she paused. We were planning on finding Itzila, the witch who's been kidnapped by the humans, Garrett said. That's right, Bella confirmed. The one that got kidnapped? Thanks to them. And the wizards are still going to go after vampires who have killed humans. Edward winced. And the Volturi dash, Garrett began. But he was interrupted when Alice burst into the room. The Volturi know, she gasped. They know about the existence of witches and wizards now. They're on their way. They know what happened to us, and now they're coming over. Edward's eyes bulged. Bella turned cold, even for vampires all over. What? Rosalie shrieked, barging in as well. They're coming, Alice wailed. If the vampires find the wizards, Esme gasped. There'll be war, Jasper whispered. A terrible war. The wizards might win and start exterminating the vampires on the grounds that they are a threat to humanity. Or the Volturi and their allies will hunt every human that they could. Asami reappeared, her eyes dangerously bright. Of course, just as I predicted, as if you hadn't gotten enough people in danger. She said, now there's going to be a war. All because of you two. Throwing them a last contemptuous look, she turned and headed for the forest. Where are you going? Eleazar shouted. Asami didn't answer. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I take it, things did not go according to plan. She accepted a glass of fine oak-matured mead. Same as always. Agilbert Fontaine, headmaster of Ilvermorny, sighed. The masked witch shook her head. I know who did this, she stated. And somehow, I have the feeling that having these vampires go to war with the magical world is not what she wants. Then what does she want? He raised an eyebrow. Clearly, the extermination or enslavement of non-magical peoples and the rise of the magical world. She stated, sipping the mead. So what now? Fontaine asked. Might I suggest you keep your students secure and inside where you can monitor them at all times? She asked politely. Of course, I have a feeling, as intelligent and sensible as you are, that you are already planning just that. Fontaine grunted. I can do that, but students always break rules, which can't be helped. Her eyes stared at him through the eye holes of the mask. And I'd rather not terrify my students, Fontaine put in. Their parents will soon be terrified, the masked witch pointed out. They'll start crying for them to stay in school. She leaned forwards. There is an interesting case, which intrigues me greatly. Next year, there will be a new pupil, a witch who's grown up in close proximity to these strange new vampires that we've just discovered. And amongst these shape-shifting werewolves which would die to protect her. I assume, she continued, you know that I am talking about Claire Young Wanalosette? Fontaine inclined his head. I have heard of her. Interesting case. He frowned. Though as her future headmaster, I am concerned with whether or not this has or will affect her development. After all, one of those wolves claim her as their soulmate. He frowned. No child should have their future decided for them by somebody else, especially not whom they shall marry. Especially at such a young age. She sighed. Perhaps she will have a choice after all, she said simply. After all, don't you take students from all over North America? There will be plenty her age, and they certainly, unlike in Hogwarts at my time, won't look at her blood status, or even her unusual background. You have a low tolerance for bullying, she admitted. Quite admirable, I must say. In Hogwarts, the teachers mostly leave the students to their own devices, unless their lives are threatened and their well-being. Fontaine raised an eyebrow. I take it you did not particularly enjoy your school years? The masked witch laughed softly. At least things have changed there now, she stated. After the Second Wizarding War, she leaned forwards. The Volturi are coming. There's going to be a great conflict, but I need to capture the one responsible for this. She stated. She is using those second Selamiers to her own advantage. She's the puppet master, and everyone dances on her strings. Her gaze never once left his. And I need your help in stopping her. But it goes deep within the heart of the American wizarding elite, which you were a part of. Agilbert Fontaine regarded the masked witch silently for a long time. Tell me what you need me to do, he finally said. Angela stared up at Keem up ahead. I don't blame him, but he seems... Embry trailed off. I don't know what to say. Angela shrugged. The family's been through some hard times, she said. He doesn't want anything else to happen to them again. She looked at them. We're getting close, she admitted. New Orleans is not always the safest place for even accomplished witches and wizards. Voodoo, Quill muttered. And zombies and those infry things, right? Embry asked. Right. Angela nodded. And in the Louisiana Bayou. There are monsters there, just don't risk it. She shuddered. Great. Embry muttered. Good to know? Adsela moaned. Boy, she hated this. As a member of the Domasia, the Department of Magical and Secret Intelligence of America, she had been trained to resist and react under extreme circumstances, including capture and torture. Damn, but it sucked. But now she had a plan. She found out what she needed to anyway. The man didn't have a damn clue, except an anonymous tip-off. Oh. And to add to her humiliation, yesterday he brought a camera crew. That's right, they filmed her. They said she was a witch, captured by the insidious head of an evil organization, aimed to promote dark magic and the evil occult worldwide through the worship of Satan. Oh boy, and she heard snippets of them arguing. They didn't think that she could hear them, passed out as she was. But she heard them. She heard that an anonymous tip-off was leading them. Somewhere where they would film the sequence. Her torturer told them that the head of the second Selamiers, whoever that person is, was ordering them to go to South America. South America? What was in South America? Whatever it was big and clearly not something to be ignored. She needed to notify Makusa and the various ministries and councils of magic. Heck, the ICW, if needs be, and she knew how. She had built up her power and prepared a shield charm while that jerk was asleep. And then she had secretly sent, using an old magical Cherokee technique, to transfer a bit of power into flame. Well, in this case, they had gaslighting, but it could be transferred and used to fuel a fire. Right, she thought. It was time to get to it. She needed to leave. Fast. Atsila Sizemore Quintana was silent, deep in thought for a long time. She had been with someone who professed to know the future. But damn, crystal balls are such. She grimaced and drank her tea. Nope, tea leaves would not work either. She always preferred wands. She loved them. The science of it, the intriguing intricacies, the sheer, enchanting power of it. That made sense. That was beyond exciting and required intelligence, awareness, and skill. She had been so passionate about wand lore, she treated it religiously even. Her deep devotion and passionate love for the art had attracted the attention of Garrick Ollivander in Britain, and he had invited her for tea and dinner, whereupon they had discussed at great lengths the wand market in America and the cores, woods and combinations there, and their properties, as well as the ones in Britain. She had brought samples of wand woods and cores native to the United States. Garrick Ollivander had examined them, but he had grimaced when she explained to him who the 4 major wand makers were in the U.S. and what they made their wands out of. Violetta Beauvais only made wands out of swamp mayhaw wood and rougarou hair. Johannes Jonker experimented with several different wand cores before settling only with wampus cat hair. Likewise, Tiago Quintana had only one core. Whatever that was, she suspected that it was White River Monster Spine, and Shakoba Wolf had worked with Thunderbird Tail Feather as well. But they're all the same, Mr. Ollivander complained. And they live so far apart. How will you Americans know which wand wood and wand core is more suited for you than the others? She had scoffed. My thoughts precisely. Ollivander and Atsila Sizemore III had developed a firm friendship during which he had asked to work as his assistant, which he surprisingly agreed, and gathered woods and cores for him. In time, she became his apprentice. She was determined to take wand making to a new level of refinement in America, and so was Mr. Ollivander. But the cores that British wizards used were different to those used by American ones. America didn't have unicorns or dragons or phoenixes. These were hard to find and not at all native. Importing them from abroad would be far too difficult. But her learning wand making in Britain when she planned to establish her craft in the United States, where different cores and occasionally woods were used. She had to test them out, travel, and experiment herself. And she did. It was some time before she met Tiago Quintana, when she was viewing the White River Monster. He said he'd fancied her, but was far from happy that she was looking for White River Monster spines. He'd been gruff, and she explained to him then that he should start working with a variety of cores, with which he firmly refused and insulted her. She had been offended. Their relationship was heated and prickly from the very beginning. He thought she was a spoiled, snobbish, know-it-all brat from one of Wizarding America's wealthiest and most renowned families. She thought he was a stuck-up, bad-tempered, paranoid, jealous jerk who would not see reason. She had complained to Mr. Ollivander about him during their contacts. She always thought he might be putting her down, doing everything he could to destroy her business before she even sold a wand. But that was not the truth, far from it. He kept silent, and from time to time, she could have sworn that while she was studying magical creatures and woods in Arkansas, that he smiled at her direction with a soft look in his eye. She also realized that he wasn't putting her down at all. Apparently, he was moving closer and closer, becoming more approachable, less cold and more civil, and then more and more polite, trying to break the ice. One day, she had slipped and fallen into ice. A White River Monster was there. Not a pleasant encounter. But Tiago had saved her, subdued the monster, pulled her up from the ice, and wrapped her in blankets, giving HR pepper-up potion and another tonic for shock and special tomato and chicken soup, his mother's recipe. They'd become friends and quite close, often helping each other. And they had been in love. Atsila III closed her eyes at all the memories. They'd married. And boy, did Mr. Ollivander make a joke out of it. They had all bonded over talk of young love, relationships, family, and wand lore. Love doesn't always strike you down, she thought. It's not possession. It's not a one-way thing. She thought. That's why she was so disturbed. The thought of the wolves, imprinting way of securing mates, it sounded possessive. And Atsila, her namesake, had always been so fiercely independent. It irked her, that concept, not that love could hit you hard and fast. She knew for some it was like that, but it could be one-sided, and that it was a naturally built thing to not merely seek out your soulmate, even though he or she could be unknowing and unaware of this, even too young to understand the concept of love itself. That a person could always pop up and act firstly like a big brother, then a best friend, then a romantic soulmate. It sounded like the imprinter was imposing him or herself upon the other person they felt attracted to. And how on earth could someone you see as a brother first ever end up being your mate for life? Adsila III frowned and sipped her tea. She will survive, the seer said calmly. And so will your nephew. They will not be crushed, I promise you. Adsila Sizemore Quintana frowned. There's something going on, she stated. All of this? There's something not right, isn't there? No, the seer gave a sigh. But there are ways to solve the issue. If they work fast, that is there anything I can do? She pressed. Not yet, the seer replied calmly. Not more than should be done. She frowned. Seers were always so cryptic. You will know when the time comes. All you have to do is provide them with whatever it takes for them to stop this oncoming disaster. Very well, then. Adsila Sizemore Quintana sighed. Very well. The gas lamp burned bright as normal, eerily so in the darkness, but it emitted a faint hissing sound. It was almost time. Adsila tried to hide a smile as her tormentor approached her. Given up? Yet, Devil's W asterisk asterisk asterisk? He taunted. Have ya? He raised the whip, prepared to strike her again, bringing it down, only for him to fly backwards. The gas lamp exploded. The wood was dry and musty down in the cellar. Adsila had prepared a shield charm, and she would be unharmed. She simply waited while the whole house burst into flames. Then she rose up, weakly but with strength. The asterisk 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 had left some food on the table to taunt her, eating them all, while she starved. While it made her insides churn to eat something that he prepared for himself, she knew to survive, she had no choice. Hunger overwhelmed her. She had shielded the table too. Grabbing them and the bottle of water, she charged out of there. It was a real pity she didn't have a wand. But where was she? Startled, outside the ruined house, she looked around. She didn't bother stopping, though, only looking in all directions, wary of another sneak attack. She was in New Orleans. Adsila cursed and kept going. Heidi, the witch called out. Heidi was waiting for her. They're going to gather recruits, she murmured. She knew that this which would make sure that no one would see or hear them. So they'll be scattered, she remarked. I take it they're not just looking for them in Europe. No, Heidi frowned. We're almost finished. But then how will we? Because right now is not the time, her brows furrowed. You want vengeance, so do I. You want the Volturi and the Cullens to pay? So do I. I also want Makusa and the ministries and councils of magic to pay. And the Muggles, she stated. The non-magicals. We will have vengeance, Heidi, and they will know what it feels like. I promise you they will, she said calmly. But vengeance, as the Muggles in America say, is a dish best served cold. We can't act rashly or angrily. Not until the time comes, when the timing is right and the place, and it will come soon. The pain will be 10 times more than what they would feel. Now is far from the right time. Heidi nodded. I understand. Keep searching for recruits, she suggested. You want the Volturi to get all the help they need. Them and witnesses. The more the better. She looked at her. The Cullens are on the run. They're getting desperate, but they're scattered. We need them there too. It's worse than killing them before this is done. The agony, the betrayal. Oh, now they will know what it feels like, she said smoothly. Right now they could be anywhere. We need them right where we want them. And how are we to accomplish that? Heidi asked, bewildered. The Cullens know no loyalty other than to themselves. First and foremost, the witch replied. And so, we have one of them. Who dash? Heidi's eyes bugged. The girl. Their daughter. Renesmee. The enchantress smiled. The NSPS received an anonymous tip-off too. Now, I have the Cullen's daughter. I also have a Makusa wizard. And something which will no doubt lure the Volturi to Argentina when the time comes. Argentina. Heidi mused. That's where it will happen? At the biggest and most exciting event in all the magical world. She smiled. We're not just witches and wizards, but all manner of magical creatures will gather and congregate. The Muggles will have no choice but to accept the proof of it all, especially as the NSPS have grown in number. She loathed the fanatic American non-magical society, but they would have their uses. Because of them, their world will burn, their people will suffer, and she would have vengeance upon the Muggle world, the ministries and councils of magic who were supposed to protect their people, but instead hid them. They only grew because I allowed them to grow, Heidi, she remarked. Most American Muggles, or no-mages, would only scoff at their idiocy and superstition if it weren't for me. I gave them the fuel to light their flames. But the fire would not merely consume the greedy, corrupt, and traitorous governing bodies that betray their own people, but themselves. And now with that vulgar creature that is soon to enter the White House in Washington, D.C. as no-maj president. He hates outsiders who are non-magical and merely new and remotely suspicious to this country. He will fan the flames into wildfire. If he hates non-magical outsiders who are different and are overly suspicious of them, I am sure he will feel more hatred towards everything remotely supernatural. The Muggles, or No-Maj Electoral College, have already elected him. Heidi bowed her beautiful head. In the meantime, keep an eye on Jane and Alec, please, she asked. It would be a pity if they missed the party. Marcus, too. What about the Obscurus? Heidi asked. She half-turned. Grindelwald made a mistake in thinking he could ever control an Obscurus-possessed child. But I have no such ambition. They're too dangerous. You can't cure someone who's mentally and emotionally unstable. Someone who's been locked up, tortured and starved since early childhood, neglected and deprived of love and comfort. They suppress their abilities instead of learning how to control them. They tried to crush them, she said bluntly. But their powers are tied to their emotions, and you can't get rid of those. Fear, terror, anger, pain, hurt, love, desperation. A child feels all those, and thus their magic lashes out. It grows stronger and more powerful, but with a will of its own. You can't cure an Obscurus any more than you can eradicate someone's mental disease. You can't extract the parasite from the person, but you can give it a peaceful end, she said quietly. I will regret it the most, she said softly, not being able to save that poor child. After all, I was a mother too. Heidi could see her face clearer now. Until the Cullens, Volturian Muggles were responsible for their deaths, along with my husband and parents. She took a deep and shaky breath, turning towards Heidi. And those are my brothers and sisters. Once I had a family, like you. But the self-centered, obsessive, unconcerned, and callous whims of these people destroyed them all. Now, only I remain, but I will make them pay. So must you. They were your family too, and I think you've sat still long enough. Heidi nodded, not meeting her eyes. She was right. It was time to make them pay. All of them. Keem froze. What was that? He demanded. Angela whipped out her wand along with him. Get ready, she warned the wolves. They crouched, ready to transform. Just then something flew at them, but it wasn't a zombie or a Rougarou. It wasn't even a no-maj. It was Atsila. She gasped and fell to the ground. Atsila. Keem gasped. Seth launched himself towards her, but she was bleeding. Have to get away, she mumbled. They'll be searching. I set the house afire. Come on. Keem lifted Atsila up. We have to apparate to Aunt Atsila's. All right, Keem, Angela advised. The four of you hold on. They held on, and with an ear-splitting crack, they disapparated. So no help, Emmett said glumly. None, Carlyle said gently. Besides, we've asked them enough. Last time they were only meant for witnesses. Now, we don't know what we're setting them up against. He's right, Esme agreed. So what shall we do? Jasper asked. Go back to Forks? Bella agreed with that decision. Nessie, she said warily. But they'll definitely be there. She wanted to go home. She wanted to lie down, even though she couldn't sleep. To feel the warmth, the coziness of four walls around her. The Cullens' big house with its pale white walls, decorated with art and antiques, or her small, tasteful, pretty cottage with its sofa, ottoman and medieval chair, and its stocked bookcase. Nessie's nursery, her bedroom. Smell the fragrance of her daughter's hair. Feel the warmth of her little form in her arms. She closed her eyes, longing for home and a simple life. But we can't, she whispered. We have to find Atsila. Get them to listen to us. We don't want war. Show them we're the good guys. That's the only way we'll be able to live our lives in peace. Edward nodded, reluctantly. She's right. Now where? Alice gasped. New Orleans. No way. They're at a shop in. She blinked. Edward grabbed Bella's arm. Let's go. At Selah. Keem set her down. At Selah. Seth gasped. Angela, could you dash? Keem began. She cast a diagnosis spell. Broken ribs and ankles looked twisted and broken too. Her face was white. Internal bleeding as well as external to the head. Skull appears fractured. She's suffering from blood loss and malnutrition. Spinal injuries as well. Her injuries have not been attended to. She took a shaky breath. Accio blood replenishing potion. She murmured, waving her wand. Accio nutrient potions. She summoned various other things. Accio didn't he? Accio pickled Murtlap. Those things zoomed at her. Give us some space. She ordered. I'm going to put her to sleep now, so I can perform emergency surgery. They nodded. Seth. Leah touched his arm and pulled him back while Angela worked on Selah. He was shaking, white and sweating like mad. He looked sick, like he wanted nothing more than to lurch forwards and scoop her up in his arms. But he obviously knew better. Angela looked like she knew what she was doing. Keem looked pale and clammy as well. It was some time, who knew? A few hours at most, when Angela announced she had finished and could do no more. Now she has to rest. Waving her wand, she levitated at Selah's motionless form so they would be able to carry her upstairs. Well, we found Selah, Embry said glumly, and she's safe. Keem heaved out a sigh. Now all we have to do is inform Makusa. Inform Makusa? His aunt's voice sounded from behind him. She shook her head. Good luck with getting them to listen. Keem spun around. Aunt Selah, he stated. So she's safe? His aunt asked sharply. He nodded. She's resting upstairs. Angela performed emergency surgery on her. Good. She looked enormously relieved. We've had news. What news? He looked puzzled. An obscurus. She sounded grim. It's been sighted, and it's heading south. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was supposed to be deserted right now. The masked witch sighed as she took in the beauty and magnificence of the granite castle. Its magnificence, displayed in a grand combination of towers, curving bay windows, slanted roofs with dark tiles, gabled dormer windows, and so much more. She could easily see the hall where the students would be sorted, and one of them would have a certain witch from Forks, Washington. Memories of Hogwarts surfaced in her mind. It looked so much like home, both castles. So warm and cozy, despite the magnificence. But like Hogwarts, it could shape people's lives not only for the better, but for the worst. She needed to speak with the headmaster, Agilbert Fontaine, about Claire Young Wanalosette and the witch who was out for revenge. You have to go to the Argentina, to the Patagonian desert. Aunt Selah said firmly. The Cullens are being lured there. Whoever these people are, they have their daughter. They'll come for her. A voice stated. They all looked up. Selah looked weary but alert, and far from pleased. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded the wolves. And I think you have some explaining to do. So how did you manage to lure that damper child out of Forks? With the obscurial. She replied, calm as ever. Despite being half vampire, she has incredible sympathy. Of course, she ended being drawn in. Curiosity killed the cat as the muggles, sorry, no mages say. She sighed. And Jacob Black is currently making his way, searching for her. They're in a mess. The dark-haired witch looked grim. Revenge was on the way. We're almost there. Her tone and expression darkened and hardened. We're so very close. Closer than we've ever been. Years of oppression, uncaring and callous leaders. Suffering in silence has led to this. Now we will have revenge. All of us. He agreed, sending the owl on its way. The Cullens might be all over the place, but there were some people who cared, and they bet they knew where they would be. So you Cullens are vampires who have a damper daughter and shape-shifting humans that aren't wizards or no mages, but call themselves werewolves even though you're not. Selah asked coldly. They nodded. No one told her about the imprinting yet. They didn't know how to broach it to her and whether or not she would freak out. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. And all that just happened? It did. They all agreed, including Keem and Angela. Selah sighed. Keem, you should get back home. The children are fine. I've checked up on them, and Aduda and Elise are with them, and our house elf. He stated, well, in that case, we'd better warn Makusa. Atsila said shortly. The NSPS are heading to South America. South America? Leah said, bewildered. What's there? I don't know, a lot of magical things. She said bluntly. Creatures, plants, wizards, and witches. Castelo Bruxo, the South American school in Brazil that takes everyone from South and Central America. Some of the most famous Quidditch teams in the world. Quidditch? Quill asked, puzzled. It's to wizards what soccer is to no mages. The most popular and widely viewed and played sport in the world, though some people in the US prefer quadpot. Atsila closed her eyes. There's 4 balls, and it's played on broomsticks. Tell you about it later. Angela muttered. Sounds pretty cool. Anyway, Atsila interrupted. They're heading down south. I don't know what's going on, but I heard that the NSPS received an anonymous tip-off. That means that, whether or not whatever it is, they're so eager to see is true, they're going to South America. She frowned. Whatever it is, they won't even be able to get close. I researched Castelo Bruxo, Angela put in. All the magical schools that have been registered, that is, it's an imposing square edifice of golden rock that looks like an ancient pre-European temple, but it's shrouded entirely in magic. If no mages set eyes on it, if they ever manage to make it to that part of the Amazon rainforest, which is actually impossible, even with sophisticated mountain climbing equipment, helicopters, and planes, they wouldn't be able to see it. They all looked at her. It looks like a ruin to no mages. They see it. It's a dangerous ruin with signs that tell that it's dangerous and could collapse any moment. Plus, it's guided by the Capra. They're small, furry spirit beings who are extraordinarily mischievous at best and a pain in the neck at most. So not Castelo Bruxo, Atsila stated, or Ilvermorny. As far as we know, they don't know where the schools are. But her face sunk into her hands. Atsila. Seth sounded worried. He moved over to her and touched her shoulder. Keem stiffened, but said nothing. I'm fine, she said softly. But it doesn't discount the fact that whatever it is they're looking for, there are plenty of magical things in South America. And whoever gave them a tip-off. She paused. I think it's a traitor. After that horrifying thought, Atsila managed to convince them not to contact anybody to tell them of their location. Likely also remembering what happened to Garrick Ollivander in Britain during the Second Wizarding War and not wanting the same thing to happen to her aunt. She was in a soft bed with warm, clean sheets. She had eaten a filling but not sickening amount of hot chicken and tomato soup. She had had a bath. Her injuries were healing swiftly, and yet something irked her. Something was not right. She knew that there had to be a traitor. Something was very, very wrong. And then something happened. She fell asleep, but not before she set up dream catchers. These were special types, not to ward off nightmares and catch good dreams, but things that she had to be aware of. A magical Native American spell had been cast on them, and she dreamt of a massive something, like black fog, but it wasn't. It was unstable, dark magic, chaotic and powerful. It was destroying everything. She dreamed of a massive russet-furred wolf and a wizard in Makusa robes, and a girl who looked like Edward Cullen. Renesmee, the Damper daughter, in a desert with magical parts embedded within it, but the No-Mages were unaware of that, as usual. They only saw a great expanse of sand and dust, and someone turning, her face smiling in a sinister way, with dark hair and eyes and pale skin. That was before she woke up, and she looked down to see the Cullens had arrived. To say that Atsila was pleased to see them would be a blunt lie. Her aunt and namesake wasn't pleased either, any more than the wolves, but they let them in nonetheless, before anyone could notice. Everything had been explained to Atsila 4 and 3, but it didn't make them any happier. Nevertheless, they were also suffering for things, and they, after realizing that they also had a common enemy, told the Cullens everything that had happened. Someone did betray us, Edward said. He told her about the witch. Her eyes bugged. She remembered the witch in her dream now. That's her, Edward whispered, seeing her thoughts. But why would she do that? Atsila 4 hissed. I don't know, Esme whispered. None of us do. This has to be a trap, Atsila and Keem said at the same time. What choice do we have? Bella burst out. Atsila's eyes narrowed. For one, you don't act without thinking. she said through gritted teeth. Bella immediately quieted. Hey, it wasn't Bella's dash. Atsila turned her heated glare at Edward. Enough. Maybe another time, Aunt Atsila said firmly. But not now. We all have bigger things to worry about. Is there any way you can inform the other members of your pack? Atsila scowled, and Keem's face darkened. Seth winced at that. No, he definitely couldn't tell her now. The Fla network? Angela suggested. Or just a fire. What if they're checking all the fires? Atsila said suspiciously. And they're being monitored? It's a risk we have to take, Angela said determinedly. Atsila frowned. What date is this? It's June 31st, Angela replied. Why? Atsila swore in Cherokee and Narragansett Algonquian. Damn it, she cursed. The summer break. I'm not sure if the students at Castello Bruxo follow the same school year as Ilvermorny, but it's a good chance that some kids from Ilvermorny and their families will be vacationing in South America. She scowled. Damn it, but they're luring the NSPS there. A huge number of them with camera crews. But that doesn't mean they'll find anything, though, Keem said doubtfully. I know. Atsila looked up at her brother. But still, Alice froze, and then gasped. What? Atsila said. She can see the future, Bella explained. Alice? What is it? What do you see? Edward pressed. The Volturi, Alice gasped. They're coming to South America. What? The witches and wizards of the room sounded bewildered. Alice moaned. They heard about what happened to us, she wailed. They're on the way. Now they have proof that we've endangered the whole vampire world. They're going to punish us. They're heading to Forks? Emit blurted. Again? Wait, Keem halted. Who are the Volturi? Dr. and Mrs. Cullen hastily explained to them. Oh, Atsila closed her eyes. Just when we thought things couldn't get any better, her brother growled. So they're heading to Forks? No. Alice looked startled. Right now? They're recruiting. Recruiting? Bella looked alarmed. More members of the guard. More witnesses. That's before they head to America. She blinked. A flash of visions made Alice see something. A crimson dress. Mahogany curls. The most beautiful face for a vampire. Heidi. She sounded puzzled. What did Heidi have to do with this? Is she recruiting? Jasper asked. I think so. I see them. Heidi and Dimitri. Felix. Alec and Jane. Corin, Chelsea, so many others. They're all over the continent. But they're not just in Europe. They've gone to Asia too. And Africa. Her eyes bugged. Edward. They're getting 3 times the number they brought with them to Forks. He groaned and covered his face with his hands. And how are we supposed to keep Nessie and the others safe by that with Makusa on our tails? They dash, Alice froze. They're not heading north. They're going south. Keem and Atsila stared at her. They're heading to South America. She blinked. Why? Keem demanded. He stared at his sister and his silent, brooding aunt and Angela. You said they're recruiting right now? Alice nodded. They're almost finished. Merlin's underwear, Atsila gasped. The wolves and the Cullens stared at her. Her eyes shot at Edward. You said this would set you free? Only to frame you? Someone in Makusa tried to execute you. Yeah, but she set us free again. Jasper stated. Rosalie frowned. Where are you going with this? Edward gasped. There is someone in Makusa. Not just that, Atsila muttered. So there's someone in Makusa. And based on what I know, a number of really inappropriate incidents have led to more nomages joining the NSPS or Second Solomiers. And I did hear they received a tip-off. She said darkly. From an anonymous somebody. And not to mention, the Volturi are heading this way. And that nomages are currently having a tense time. They elected a president here in the United States that's not exactly well-loved by all. I'd say Edward Emmett, Jasper, and Rosalie muttered. And everything's so tense. She framed you. Atsila gasped. She wants a 3-way war. Their eyes shot up at her. What? Angela gasped. Nomage, wizard, and vampire. Keem breathed. That's why she framed you, Atsila whispered to the Cullens. In order to start a 3-way war. To lure the Volturi to the Americas. But to get Makusa to treat you as runaway fugitives. Which you admittedly are at this moment. Luring you to South America, and meanwhile, getting the NSPS to go to South America too. But why? Quill blurted. He sounded frustrated. What's in South America? The question is, Why do they want everyone to attack now and in South America? Atsila got up and began pacing. Keem scowled. If these Volturi are recruiting, they're scattered all over the continents, Atsila began. That's what you said. She nodded to Alice. They're scattered. It's a bad time. They'll be all over the place. Keem nodded. Even for you immortals, this could take a long time. He agreed. And Makusa is currently trying to find me and dealing with numerous crises. President Quahog once said before I left, something to do with the ICW, the International Confederation of Wizards. Our UN. She frowned. They're putting pressure on him to do something about the NSPS and reinforcing Rappaport's law completely, which would bring stricter measures to the witches and wizards in the United States. They'll be too busy to even stick their heads up for air, even for a moment. The Nomages are rioting about their president-elect, and the Nomage White House are busy trying to secure a peaceful transition. She muttered, "This doesn't make any sense." She exclaimed, frustrated. "No," Keem agreed. "Only an idiot would attack right now." They both said, "And whoever this witch is, she is clearly not an idiot," Adsila said, frustrated. "She wants a full attention. There's a reason the NSPS are bringing a camera crew to South America. A big one. And I bet they're getting a lot of people, and they've infiltrated the White House too." The Wolves and Cullens looked alarmed. So a direction connection to the footage, whatever it is, they're planning to capture in South America and North America's media. But not now, surely. The media are too occupied about the orange buffoon about to go into the White House. And the Volturi are recruiting. So it can't be now. She said, frustrated. "So when?" Embry demanded. "I don't know." Adsila threw her hands into the air. "Whoever this is, she wants the full attention of the Nomage world, the Wizarding world, and the Vampire one. She wants a war the size that would shame the First, Second, and Global Wizarding Wars. Something to make the Nomage World Wars look like a kid's food fight. She wants an explosion. She wants people's attention dash. Her mind drifted to the many kids and their families heading to vacation in South America. She wants Merlin's beer." She gasped. "What?" Keem demanded. "The World Cup." She gasped. "The Quidditch World Cup. It's in July, in Argentina." Once again, I am so very, very sorry for not updating this in a long time. I'm so sorry. And I've changed the date to make it correspond with the Quidditch World Cup. It's 2014. Even in the first page, it would have changed. As for the guy they talked about, technically he wasn't anywhere near being president-elect during this time, but to make things more tense within the Nomage community in this verse, I admit he has. Besides, in Harry Potter and the Queen's Handbag, Harry, Ron, and Hermione learn that it's the Queen's 80th birthday. The timing is wrong as the Queen turned 80 in 2006 when the skit was made, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione being students meant this was somewhere between 1993 and 1995. So the Queen is older in that universe. So hey, I'm in good company. Look up the skit if you don't believe me. Chapter 11. To readers, very important. Updated, sorry about this, but I've made some changes. The initial plot was going on for too long. The original plan was for them to go to a border town at the US-Mexico border, but now I've changed that to the Patagonian desert to move things up more quickly. I'm so very, very sorry. But it won't happen again. To Theron 325. Thank you, but I'm so sorry. I've been busy with work and study. To Nicolar 85. Sorry, but I've been busy. Thanks anyway. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them. And Twilight. That belongs to J.K. Rowling and Stephanie Meyer, respectively. The astonishment was beyond comprehension. The Quidditch World Cup? That was Keem and Angelo at once, the latter gasping, and the former demanding, albeit in a shocked, horrified manner. "Wait, what?" Quill was bewildered. "Quidditch," Adsila muttered. "The World Cup? It's in Argentina. That's when they're going to attack. The Volturi will be lead to Argentina, and the NSPS. They've got people heading to South America at this very moment. That's why they want a camera crew. To capture everything. Proof that wizards and magical beings and creatures exist." Keem frowned. "But they won't be able to get it," he protested. "Quidditch stadiums, especially for something as momentous as the World Cup, are enchanted by more than just spells. First off, they're situated in places that are diabolically difficult to get to, unless you practice magic like port keys or certain stuff. Even to buy camping equipment for fans who've traveled from around the world to watch, the nearest settlements and shops would be miles and miles away. You'd need at least a week to get there. This World Cup is going to be in the middle of a desert, the Patagonian Desert. I can't see how a bunch of nomages would get there easily, especially not when there are nomage repelling wards and other things in place. We can't even apparate to that place. You need to apparate to the portkey sites. But we've been infiltrated, Edsila argued. They have someone in Makusa. At least one person. They have someone in the NSBS. And the Volturi too. Not to mention, countless people from around the world and magical creatures will be in attendance. The president told me the opening ceremony will be mascot-themed. And we all know they always use magical creatures like leprechauns for Ireland, a troll for the Norwegian team, river genies for the Ivory Coast, and more. They will all be at the opening ceremony this year. What a perfect opportunity to show off. Which is what they want wizards to do. A display of magical power, diversity and uniqueness in culture, skill in Quidditch and mystique. What a perfect thing to capture on cameras, I'd say, Emmett muttered. The Cullens and wolves looked astonished. Proof that magic exists along with magical beings and creatures, Edsila said quietly. And wizards, beings, and beasts from all over the magical world, Keem. This will spread worldwide mayhem, a global witch and vampire hunt among other creatures. And if Nomage United States has a president that's not exactly welcoming of his own kind from overseas that can potentially threaten the people he wants to protect, regardless whether you like him or not, how do you think he'd react to the idea that witches, vampires, dragons, and other things live alongside him? A thunderstruck silence hit them all. Even Keem could not answer that, but then he frowned and said, "There's something more? I still don't get what the talks about an obscurial has to do with any of this." Edsila closed her eyes. It can't have come at a worse time. In fact, she froze and then cursed. It can't have come at a worse time, she gritted her teeth. An obscurus amid all this. This is to make it triply hard to deal with it all at once. Keem shot up to his feet. But not impossible. Do you think we'll be able to warn Makusa, brother? Edsila challenged. No. If they have someone on the inside, they'll do everything to make sure we won't get near the president. Or any other head of state, who, by the way, has no reason to believe us as we're harboring fugitives in their eyes. She threw her hands up and began pacing again. We have no choice. We need to go to Argentina. Keem looked thunderous. Do you have any idea what usually happens when people spring a trap? He demanded. Edsila narrowed her eyes. Oh, I know, brother. Just as I know, I may be fined, fired, and disgraced once this is all over it. Wizarding America might see me as another Dorcas Twelvetrees. They may imprison or even execute me, but the least I could do is put things right. And I won't be doing this alone. Seth suddenly stood up. Then I'll be going with you. She stared at him, but before she could say something, a large, tawny owl flew into the room, taking everyone by surprise. It clutched a large parchment envelope in its talons, dropping it onto the coffee table. Edsila gingerly picked it up. She stared at the Cullens. It's addressed to you. Carlisle reached over. I'll take it, he said. The owl preened and ruffled its feathers while Angela absently fed it a treat. Carlisle read the letter. What is it, Carlisle? Jasper demanded. What does it say? Edward gasped. What? Bella demanded. Edward, what does it dash? They've got Nessie, Carlisle whispered. Bella went whiter than her usual shade and nearly fell over, except Edward was clutching her tight, his face as white as hers, shaking and pinched. How? Esme and Rosalie demanded. Your daughter? Keem demanded. Edsila turned incredulous looks to her brother. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. In no time, Edsila Sizemore Quintana whipped out her own wand. Someone's breached the village wards. She warned. Keem, Edsila, and Angela whipped out their wands. The vampires and wolves leapt to their feet. The wolves got ready to shift while the vampires crouched, ready to attack. The dark-haired witch smirked. Fools, she muttered. Sweeping her wand, she put out the lights and cast a spell that put most of the inhabitants to sleep. All except the inhabitants of One Wand Shop. Yes, she knew who Edsila Sizemore and her family were. She wasn't stupid. Alohomora, she muttered to the reinforced door. The gate had been harder as this was after hours, and she wasn't going to risk the front door, but the back door was a different matter entirely. A shadowy, hooded figure appeared out of nowhere, and the dark, haired witch threw back her own hood, smirking with ices like dark ice. "You!" Edward growled. "What do you want?" "You'll be surprised," she stated scathingly. "In the absence of justice, I want vengeance." She raised her arms to the ceiling. The windows and doors swung themselves shut, and the sound of clicking locks was heard. "Who are you?" Etzela demanded. "The witches and wizards," minus Etzela Sizemore Quintana, who was preparing a secret, raised and pointed their wands at her. "What do you want?" "Right now, I only want to talk. Later on, I want more in the long term, but it doesn't matter now." Her icy, loathing-filled eyes leveled out a stare at Bella and Edward. "Bella shrieked in rage. What have you done to my daughter?" "Right now, I promise she's unharmed and simply in a deep sleep," she stated. "Who are you?" Edward demanded. The witch answered with a smile that could make the fires of hell freeze. "Let me explain. Who am I and what do I want with you? My name is Adriana Della Rosa. I am a witch of part Italian descent, but was born in France after my father's family escaped during the troubles of the Wizarding Wars in Europe. I was educated in Beauxbatons where I met the love of my life." She smiled slowly. "His name was Luciano de Milo. We had our successful careers in the French Ministry of Magic, got married, and had 2 beautiful children. Oh, and we were happy. We were so happy until Luciano told me that he wanted to take a little trip to Italy in 2006 with our son, who was 4 years old, and our daughter, who was nearly 1 year in age." Her dark eyes flashed with rage and grief. "Most of our relatives were in Milan and Florence, but we decided to travel all across Italy with our children. In particular, there was this one town that drew our curiosity, Volterra." Esme gasped and the Cullens froze. "Yes, we were in Volterra, March 2006. There was a festival, full of people in red robes, celebrating and mimicking a festival hundreds of years ago, which commemorates the burning of witches and vampires. I was uneasy. I had read about and traveled to various countries, including this one. I didn't want the children to come, in case they started displaying accidental magic, but Luciano assured me the children would be closely watched by us. So, we went there. It was a hot sunny day, and crowded, full of people, including tourists with red cloaks. And suddenly my little boy, my 4-year-old son, tugged at my hand. He pointed right across the fountain. A handsome young man with bronze hair and the palest skin, taking off his shirt and stepping forwards near the fountain to sparkle in the sunlight. Edward went a sickly gray-white, and Bella was so white if she wasn't a vampire she would have fainted. Alice looked sick, terrified, frightened. The rest of the Cullens didn't see any of this happening, but they knew. They knew what had happened. "I think you know the rest of the story," she laughed harshly. The girl stops the boy, and as it turns out, Juliet tells Romeo that she isn't dead after all. "But my son saw everything, and so did I. I insisted we leave immediately, but they still caught us. We barely managed to escape, and that was because Luciano, my husband, stayed back to fight them off." Her eyes flashed with rage and tears. As you can imagine, he was overpowered. "I wish with all my heart I stayed behind, but I needed to get my children to safety. It doesn't matter. We were hunted down. I lost my children. My son, who was 4 years old, my daughter, who hadn't even reached the age of 1, and my husband, who I was supposed to spend the rest of my life with, to grow old and to hold my grandchildren. Because of you," she said softly. Edward began to shake his head slowly, then fervently, in horrific denial. "They died because of you. I spent years and years trying to find justice for the murderers of my children. But the ministries in Europe failed me. They were all concerned with the international statute of secrecy for any real justice. Justice was denied to me. So, I swore to find vengeance against those that allowed my husband's and my children's death to be shoved under the rug instead of properly burying them. Against the non-magicals who played a hand in my children's demise when they spotted accidental magic when we were hiding and I went back to find my husband, and against the monsters that destroyed my family, my children who didn't even have time to go to school," she breathed. Edward was whiter than paper now. Bella and Alice looked Sick. You know what I want? I wanted justice. But no one's getting that, are they? The ministries and councils of magic, including Makusa here in America, are adamant. Secrecy is more important. But I have nothing more to lose. Adriana took a deep, shaking breath. Now all her secrets were out. So I joined an organization committed to avenging the wrongs done upon us. You will not stop us. You can never do such a thing. Soon everything will begin, and the whole world will know that you were the ones who brought 3 worlds to ruin. The non-magical world, the magical, and your own race. Everything will be revealed soon enough. Because of you, the Volturi are coming. I infiltrated the Volturi. I found a way to break Chelsea's spell and Corin's. They're being led here on evidence that you have endangered the entire vampire race, which in a sense is true. Everyone recoiled. Please, Carlyle whispered. Your daughter Renesmee, as I've said, is unharmed. But I can't have justice, so I must have revenge. You'll be there to see it. She's in Argentina in the Patagonian desert, where the Quidditch World Cup begins. Just then, Edsela Sizemore Quintana attacked. A flash of lights were directed at Adriana's direction, except she blocked it, though it took her by surprise, causing her to fall over. Keem seized the opportunity to shoot a hex at her, but she dodged it and shot a spell at the lights, an old-fashioned chandelier. It came crashing down, and she shouted a powerful spell, unlocking the doors and window before waving her wand and allowing shelves, chairs, tables, every piece of furniture and ornamentation to come crashing towards them. If you want to see your daughter alive for the last time, she called out, I suggest you be there and not tip a Makusa. You don't think we've infiltrated them too? She swept her wand and went out, disapparating in front of the house. Edsela Sizemore Quintana sighed. Well, she said ruefully, nothing for it. The witches and wizard came coughing from the dust and debris. Here, Edsela choked. I'll help you clean up. Me too, Angela coughed. The 3 witches waved their wands, and soon magic began to take place. The owl hooted in the corner as the table and chairs mended and cleaned and polished themselves as if by wax, soap and water. The ornaments mended and flew back to their original places. The frames and glass of the photo frames did the same, and the chandelier floated up to the ceiling, all the crystals coming together and polishing themselves of the dust, which also disappeared from the floorboards, rug, and sofa. In no time at all, the room was immaculate, sparkling and gleaming. Whoa, Embry breathed. Quill agreed. The wolves all did, but right now, Jacob was too distressed to care. We have to get to the dessert, he declared. We have to find Nessie, and we will, Sam assured him. We will go to Argentina. We have to stop this as well. He looked at the Sizemores and Angela. What's the quickest way there? Edsela sighed. This was against her better judgment, but we need a portkey, she declared. So, I take it Miss Claire Young won't be treated any differently? The masked witch asked the headmaster. And that her, ahem, status remains a secret. I assure you, we will make efforts to make her feel welcome and at home, but she will be no different from that of any other student. I promise, he stated. Good, she replied smoothly. As to the Sizemore family and their relatives, she gazed wistfully at the castle. They were in the banqueting hall right now, a large, grandiose place with a high, elegantly arched ceiling, intricate carvings and chandeliers hovering over the tables, which were laid with tablecloths and silverware, filled with students not in their usual blue and cranberry robes, chatting as they ate. There was a balcony outside. From what she could see from the glass doors, the view would be outstanding. The 2 of them, the witch and Headmaster Agilbert Fontaine, were standing at a balcony above, draped with the school colors and crest. I trust that they will be able to act as guardians for young Claire, but surely she is allowed contact with her aunt and her husband. But the wolf imprinter would not be allowed on the premises, he said in a stern voice. Rest assured, Headmaster Fontaine, that this is a place where a child is meant to develop healthily and of sound mind, and that will not happen, she stated. This school, Ilvermorny, it reminded her so much of Hogwarts, though it was also different. A massive mural of the school's crest could be seen from where they were standing, observing the students. I will make sure of it, he nodded. But if the occasion calls, Mr. Sam Yulee and Ms. Emily Young can be here to act as guardians? She asked. The headmaster, Agilbert Fontaine hesitated. But on other matters, Adriana Della Rosa's eldest son is in the United States. She stated, her daughter is in Britain. I intend to reunite them, but I will need your help. The boy is here, Headmaster Fontaine. And unless Adriana receives reassurance that her children are alive, the headmaster frowned. Forgive me, but you are sure she is the culprit? If she feels that there is no justice, then I am certain that she will, and that she does feel this way, she stated calmly. Beaux Batons runs a student exchange program, much like Castello Bruxo. I was in it, and thus I received the opportunity to know her. She sighed. A very gifted witch, Adriana, and a terrible, tragic, horrific loss, her husband. But it does not have to be this way. No, Headmaster Fontaine admitted. The boy has since been adopted, and now he's going to be in his 4th year. But I think he holds memories of his biological parents. Yes, I quite agree. The masked witch stated. These Volturi, though, will be a problem, and they will need to be dealt with, she admitted. But it will be good for the siblings to have contact with their mother and each other. She then frowned. Forgive me, but are students supposed to be home by this time? The headmaster sighed. Parents are clamoring for their children to stay at Ilvermorny unless they're going out of the country on vacation. Those not attending the Quidditch World Cup or going anywhere else will stay here. Her eyes darkened. I see, she said gravely. The wolves, Cullens, and the 2 witches and 1 wizard arrived in the Patagonian desert. Damn, Paul muttered. This place is hot. It's the desert, Paul. Jared muttered. What did you expect? Paul glared at him. But Sam cut him off. Enough. Where do you think the stadium is? At Sela's side. It's that way, Keem answered. They turned to him. How'd you know? I was part of the Auror and law enforcement squadron sent here to clear the area of any nomages and mundane animals. He muttered. Also to sweep the place of any potential threats, including dark wizards. It was clear he was upset at the latest development. Do you think Nessie will be there? Bella asked desperately. Adsela looked at her. She might not have agreed with Bella and her husband on numerous things, but now she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Losing a daughter, but then again, they were responsible for Adriana Della Rosa's children's and husband's deaths to begin with. Her eyes hardened when she thought about that. As much as she couldn't excuse the witch's actions, she could understand how it would have been painful and how the loss of her husband and children would have driven her mad. Unlike nomages who could marry and divorce easily, there were few cases of divorce or even remarriage in the magical world. Wizards generally were bonded for life. And to anyone, nomage or magical, the loss of a child. She had no children of her own, but the loss of a child was something a number of people, including her grandparents, had experienced. Whether the offspring is a baby or between 30 and 40 years of age didn't matter, or even in utero. The grief may become bearable, but the pain and sorrow would remain for life. Edward winced when she thought that. If their run-in with Adsela and Makusa was any indication, they had a habit of stumbling into quite dangerous situations, Adsela reflected. By the looks on their faces, they didn't mean for Adriana Della Rosa's innocent husband and children to be murdered, but they did cause the situation. A bronze-haired, handsome boy who sparkled in the sun. She didn't know much about vampires, but by the basis of Adriana's story and her own experience, she guessed that when Edward and Bella acted rashly or made mistakes, they ended up with something bigger than they could have imagined. Edward winced further when she said that. The mistake wasn't hers, you know. He muttered. Adsela rolled her eyes. You seem to be making a lot of excuses for your wife, when she's half as responsible. She muttered. Edward gritted his teeth, but said nothing. She's an adult, you know, she said critically. I don't care how many years she's had as a vampire, or that you're eternally youthful. Grow up. I could say the same about you. He retorted. I haven't been whining about my wand since I saw you again, she snorted. That was over and done with. I just have a trust issue with someone who could have been responsible with getting someone's family broken without even knowing it. Edward's eyes flashed. That was a burn, but then he sighed. Seth had stiffened nearby, and even if he didn't realize that Seth, who had stood guard over Bella and Nessie, never discriminated against them, while Edward repaid him by attacking his imprint and getting him off on a bad start with his soulmate. He had to admit Adsela had a point, and not just with Adriana. He remembered Tanya, Kate, and Irina, who had already lost a mother. Victoria, who had lost a mate and tried to kill Bella in revenge, but who had saved his pregnant mother and himself as a small boy. Asami, whose mate Toshiro had been killed whilst going to see Carlisle, and the rest of them to stand as a witness to their innocence. He had never been directly responsible for any of them, except for James and Victoria. But even though he kept telling himself that he wondered if that could have been avoided, James, no. Of course not. That was something he was asking for. But Edward had never thought about anyone who died when Bella and Nessie were still young and vulnerable. He was mostly focused on and concentrated on his family, without even acknowledging their loss. The Denali coven had retreated, and the first time he made contact with them was again to plead for their help, while Asami was there nonetheless. I didn't mean for them to be killed, he said softly. I was heartbroken, and I thought Bella was dead. Vampires mate for life, too. I went to Volterra because there was no way my family would have agreed with this. I wanted to be killed. Edsela stared at him. Alice had seen a vision of Bella jumping off a cliff. Long story. And me being a mind reader saw everything. She rushed over to Forks, and I called when she was occupied upstairs. I said I was Carlisle and asked for Charlie Swan, Bella's father. Jacob, who answered, said that Charlie was away at a funeral. It was actually Jacob who answered. We didn't know each other that well back then, and the funeral was for a family friend. But I was too. Shattered to care. I headed right for Volterra, where they tried to recruit me and refused to kill me. So I wanted to provoke them. It was a hot, sunny day, and the sun causes our skin to sparkle in the light. It was also crowded, as Adriana said, and I started to take my shirt off to attract attention. In front of the homages, Edsela realized. So they would be forced to kill you as punishment. The vampires were indeed sparkling brightly now when hit by the bright Argentinian sun, which was when Adriana's son saw me. He said glumly, and they must have seen him. Edsela was silent. You get into a lot of trouble without meaning to, she stated. Edward laughed softly. You don't know the half of it. Bella mater. Edsela sighed. I can forget what happened to my wand. In fact, I already have. It's not broken after all. And I suppose I'm definitely not going to try to kill you or get you into legal trouble. Goodness knows, you've got a lot on your plate already, whether or not it was your fault. And your daughter wasn't to blame for any of this. She sighed. So I suppose it's my way of saying sorry I got you into trouble and sorry I reacted in a hostile manner. I'm sorry too, Edward sighed. I tend to be overprotective over my family. I reacted without thinking because I thought you would try to harm or imprison any of us. I didn't mean for you to get captured, and I certainly never wanted to hurt you or take your wand without knowing what it meant to you. He was silent. I'm sorry too, Bella echoed his words. Edward looked at her. You're right. I am an adult, and it's time I start acting like one. She shook her head. I've never meant for anyone to get hurt or worse killed. Alice was about to say something, but she saw a flash of images. She gasped. A very lovely female vampire in a red dress with mahogany curls. She could only have been Heidi, who was walking somewhere dark. Heidi was speaking to a cloaked and hooded figure hidden in the shadows. The Obscurus is headed right this way, she murmured to the hidden figure. Excellent. It was Adriana's voice. The Volturi have no idea? Heidi shook her head. No, your spell protects me. There was silence. The girl? She asked. The damper is still alive. Adriana spoke. She's unconscious. The shapeshifter, however, will be at the opening ceremony. Give the Volturi something to be convinced about, and the second Selamirs. We need to hurry, though. The ones on top are getting quite impatient. Heidi nodded. Will I then have my revenge on the Cullens and the Volturi? Do we not wish for the same thing? Adriana asked. But be careful. The twins are trailing you. Alec and Jane? Heidi sounded surprised. Yes, them, but don't kill them. Or Marcus. Like you, he has a reason to hold a grudge against Aero and Caius. If he knew, that is, what could Marcus possibly hold against Aero and Caius for? Heidi sounded puzzled. Well, for starters, murdering his wife Didime. Adriana sighed. Even though she was Aero's sister, from his first life, that is. Heidi's eyes gleamed ferociously. And Alec and Jane will most certainly have an interest in our cause. They hate humans. You see, before they were vampires, they had, special abilities. They were children when they were sentenced to death, then turned. Their mother wasn't so lucky, but Arrow could have saved her. The vision disappeared. Edward was gaping at her. How did she know that? He demanded. Not even I knew. Knew what? Carlyle sounded confused. Heidi is the traitor, Alice said determinedly. She's working with Adriana to overthrow the Volturi. They're planning on turning Alec and Jane to their side. Emmett scoffed. That's never going to work. Those two are the most loyal of the Coven's guards. She knows things, Edward said. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes. She knows things that none of us do. Secrets that have been long dead for centuries. Nobody knows how Marcus' wife died, but she does. Marcus had a wife. Bella sounded confused. I saw only two wives when they came to Forks. Sulpicia and Athenodora are Arrow's and Caius' mates respectively, Carlyle informed them. But Didyme was Marcus' sister, and she died many centuries ago. Rosalie frowned. How did she die? No one knows. But she could have only been murdered by Arrow and Caius. Edward's eyes were wide. That's what Adriana said. Edsela frowned. And you believe her? She must have offered Heidi a fair amount of proof, Jasper muttered. She's beyond clever. She wouldn't base anything on a lie, just to lure people to her side. Carlyle's eyes were wide. Didyme, she can't have been murdered by them. Not by Arrow. Never by Arrow. Bella frowned. Why not? Because she was Arrow's sister, Carlyle responded, prompting gasps. From his human life. Centuries ago, he turned her when he was only a vampire for a few years himself. All I know was that she was gifted and that she had a lot of admirers. Marcus fell for her, and she fell for him in turn. But then the two of them talked about leaving. They wanted out of the Volturi. Marcus didn't want to rule alongside Arrow and Caius anymore. Not even Didyme wanted to stay. But as they prepared to leave, Didyme was mysteriously killed. They all stared unblinkingly at Carlyle. Her death was the reason why Sulpicia and Athenodora are so carefully guarded, he admitted. He killed his own sister? Esme gasped. Probably. Edward clenched his fist. They couldn't have Marcus leaving, could they? He's too useful for them. But what about Heidi? Rosalie frowned. What could have prompted her to betray them like that? And Alec and Jane? Adriana said that Alec and Jane could have had a reason to go over to their side, Edward recalled. They hate humans. Something that happened in their human life. Something about executions. And their mother, Bella frowned. She had seen Alec and Jane as monsters for as long as she could remember. She didn't register that they looked remarkably young, so they must have been turned in their adolescence. Only children, as a matter of fact. The thought of that horrified Bella. Execution? Mother? What could have possibly happened to the twins that prompted the Volturi to change them? To hate humans so much. Renesmee is at the Patagonian desert, Edward said, relieved. They talked about luring the obscurest to the opening ceremony there. He took a shaking breath. She's there, and so is Jacob. That horrified the wolves. He's there? Embry choked. He, Seth, Quill, and Leah exchanged horrified glances. Jake's been captured along with Nessie. A collective groan rose from around them. Jacob Black. I remember him. Edsela mused. Based on what you said, who are Arrow, Caius, and Marcus again? Edward quickly explained. Arrow, Caius, and Marcus are the rulers of our world. Sulpicia, Athenodora, and Didyme are their wives, or were in Didyme's case. As Carlyle said, she mysteriously died, and now Adriana says that Arrow killed her. And he was her brother in her human life? She asked. Edward nodded. That's why Marcus looks so depressed all the time. Emmett muttered. And what about this Heidi? And Alec and Jane? Edsela continued. Heidi was a member of their guard. She's gifted like me, Alice, and Jasper. She's attractive, to put it mildly. It's difficult for anyone not to be mesmerized by her, which is why the Volturi use her to lure their prey. Edsela, Angela, the wolves, and even Keem winced. So are Alec and Jane, Carlyle continued. They must have been really young when they were turned, and they've been frozen that way. Alec's gift is to cut the senses from anyone, leaving them blind and deaf. Jane, on the other hand, is the opposite. She makes her victims feel pain, the greatest amount of pain they can ever imagine. Sounds like the Cruciatus curse, Edsela and Keem muttered simultaneously. It's a torture curse that makes the victims feel the worst pain imaginable. Angela explained. So they have all the authority of your world? Edsela asked. Edward nodded, though not many are content with it. Edsela took a deep breath. Any way to reason with them? They shook their heads. They won't believe you, Jasper stated flatly. Not in the least. Or maybe Arrow would. As he's gifted, he can see people's thoughts and hear them like Edward can, but he needs to touch them in order to find out. Edsela, Angela, and Keem exchanged glances. We can't afford war, Keem said sternly. No, Edward agreed. I don't know what Heidi has against us, though. Well, only one way to find out, Edsela muttered. The Quidditch World Cup Stadium in the Patagonian desert was a work of architectural art. It was so massive, sunken deep into the dunes and a rocky mountain, but it repelled bad weather, dust, sand, and allowed only the coolest of breezes, with limitless space, not simply due to magic, but also because of the architectural ingenuity of it all. People had begun to camp everywhere. For students from Castellobruxo and Ilvermorny, the journey was relatively easier as compared to those who had to cross the Atlantic Ocean from Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. But there were plenty there, including underage children of school age or those that were young. The heads of state, including the president of the Argentine Council of Magic, the president of Makusa, and the presidents and ministers from all over the world, would be at the top box. It took some time, but now wizards and witches were able to enjoy their very own television, and few pureblood elitists had anything to say against that. But still, many who could go did go to Argentina, even in the burning desert. The boy who lived, Harry Potter, his family, and the family and friends of the members of Dumbledore's army were going to be there, including a certain dreamy-eyed witch named Luna Lovegood Scamander. Luna sighed wistfully as she watched her boys examine everything excitedly. The World Cup would begin the next evening, and already her boys were quite excited. Lorcan and Lysander argued and bet on which teams were going to win, which chaser would score the most goals, which beater would swing the hardest. But they both agreed that Victor Crumb was the best seeker in any team. Nearby, Harry was keeping a tight grip on his sons James and Albus, reprimanding them for accidentally knocking something onto Lily, their little sister, which turned her hair neon green, much to her distress, while Ginny turned Lily back to normal. Just like the 1994 World Cup, people were just beginning to stir. Some of them had decided to cook breakfast, a few actually managing to work the matches, others looking around carefully before flicking the pile of sticks with their wands. They'd sent their children to fetch water, and a few toddlers had taken to floating on their toy broomsticks before Argentine council officials sternly warned their parents at the risk of receiving a fine. They dangled all the colors of their teams, and it was a vibrant scene of a gathering from all over the world, except that there was that touch of magic the closer one got to the stadium. We're going to stick out, Edsela warned. Everyone's wearing their team colors. Keem, could we dash on it? Her brother insisted. He cast a glance at the vampires' sparkly skins. They definitely stood out. Pick any team, she insisted. Well, we can't all be Team USA? Quill and Embry snorted. Seth said, we need to hurry. Keem disapparated along with Angela. Edsela stayed behind. In no time at all, they were back. Couldn't find Team USA. Hope you don't mind supporting Brazil. Keem muttered. All of the US stuff were sold out. I wonder why. Angela mused. This is the first time the US actually qualified for the World Cup in some time, Keem admitted. Not since 1994 did we manage to. Can't have that, can't we? Jared asked, as he donned his Brazilian wear. Oh, and Harry Potter's here, Angela squealed, along with his family and Dumbledore's army. Edsela froze. Harry Potter? He's here? And Dumbledore's army? A surge of hope rose within her. Who's Harry Potter? That was Edward. He was the hero of the Second Wizarding War, defeated a Dark Lord several times over, Edsela said hastily before Angela could begin gushing. And Dumbledore's army was the resistance he formed within Hogwarts, his school. They fought with the Order of the Phoenix in the final battle. That's great, right? Rosalie shared hopeful looks with Esme. Does that mean there are people who could help us? Keem made a face. They're swarmed with British Ministry officials and Aurors. We'll never get within 5 yards of them. And they have a VIP box reserved for them. Carlisle opened his mouth, about to suggest something when Alice froze again. They'll be here tonight, she hissed. Who? Alec and Jane. Heidi's luring them in. Heidi knew Alec and Jane were watching her. Heidi. That was Alec. Alec. She turned, sighing. Heard you barely got away. He went closer to her. You heard right, she said glumly. They were nearly onto me. They definitely caught the Cullens. Alex snorted. Cullens? They're a disgrace and an embarrassment to all vampire kind. You don't have to tell me, Alec. It seems they have a penchant for creating trouble where there isn't any, Heidi remarked. Well, that girl certainly does, he scoffed. Edward's little by asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Her just breathing simply annoys me. Heidi quirked a smile. You know, Alec, she doesn't need to breathe anymore. Not now that she's become one of us. Details, details. He waved a careless hand. And now these… You actually saw them? With wands and stuff? She nodded. Damn, Alec whistled. And the Cullens just had to go offend them? What did they do? Attack one of them, she stated. Because they were suspicious. You know how Edward gets when he sees little Bella in danger. And their daughter. The girl, I understand. I frankly can't see anything special about Bella. Alex smirked. Well, we can't have that, can we? And now they know about us and they're on to us? Without a doubt. Heidi replied seriously. I saw several men, wizards. You can tell even without the wands and robes because they smell different. I can't describe it. It doesn't mean I find them inedible, just that they're powerful. I can sniff it well over 2 miles away. I wonder if they know Carlisle used to be a witch hunter. Alex's face darkened. Perfect Khalil. Perfect Edward. Never could do any wrong, even if they tried. He sneered. Of course he hunted down witches. Me and Jane knew that from back when he was here. We would have killed him too, ripped him from limb to limb, tear him to shreds and watched him burn. But Arrow seemed to take a liking to that golden moron. Heidi narrowed her eyes. She said nothing. Alec didn't seem to notice. Jane and I used to have special abilities. Not quite what we had now. All I know is that we could make good things happen as well as bad. Not saying our gifts are useless, he chuckled dryly. But we could do a whole range of stuff we didn't think was possible. And then those, filth came along. Arrow saved us. Can't say the same about our mother. They murdered her. His eyes flashed. She was innocent, and so were we. But they burned us. I was lucky, but Jane… He trailed off. I'm sorry, Alec. Heidi whispered softly, but Alec didn't seem to hear her. Every time we've killed, every time we've inflicted pain upon the Cullens, I see them. His musical voice suddenly hoarse. So does Jane. We see them each and every time. Those pathetic, hypocritical asterisk, 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 asterisk s. The ones that claim to protect the innocent, yet willingly condemn a mother and her children to death. Carlisle used to do that. Edward adored and worshipped him, followed his every move. I can't wait. I can't wait to kill them all. I don't want any more blood. Just death. Just their deaths. That's all I'm asking. For them to suffer. Golden eyes, dedicated to serving humankind. He spat. Protecting them. They're monsters, I say. Monsters who eat themselves up. That's why we're here. To make sure they don't become more than they already are. But it appears we've been too lax. And Carlisle gets to run free and do whatever he wants, along with his precious family. Never mind that he's ripped countless families apart. You do realize that we might have to spare them, though? Heidi asked quietly. Alec's eyes snapped upwards. He snarled. They deserve to die. I know, she said grimly. They certainly do. But Bella, Edward, Alice, Rosalie. Rosalie, I think, might be like me. The former 3 are gifted. And Carlisle. She trailed off. He growled. I want them to suffer. I want them to die. We've waited centuries long, a millennia, in fact. How much longer do we have to wait? Heidi's eyes darkened. I know. I want vengeance too. Oh, that got his attention. Did the Cullens do something to you? Heidi closed her eyes. Them and some others. I have a particular grudge against Edward and Bella. Alec nodded. In that case, we're with you. Indeed. Jane suddenly appeared. The Cullens have overreached themselves. Their arrogance and sense of their own immortality and importance won't save them. She paused and looked at Felix and Dimitri approaching them. I think we have enough, she remarked. Heidi smiled. How many have joined us? She asked eagerly. A great deal. Her eyes gleamed. And the best part, the Cullens don't even know. I do love surprises, Alec grinned. So South America? Dimitri grinned. You know, Heidi, I wouldn't mind dash. No, Dimitri. She sighed. Now's not the time anyway. You wound my heart. You truly do. Heidi rolled her eyes. I'm gonna go get us some extra fuel for the journey. Felix, I hear you've been assigned to the Sulpicia. Athenodora. She frowned. Now I do not normally question orders, but I wonder why they're coming. We're here to execute the Cullens before they lead them to Volterra, Jane remarked. That is our goal, to see justice done. There was a hunger in her eyes, blacker than they were when she saw her prey. Well, with all the extra mouths, wish me luck, Heidi remarked, gliding away. Save me a bite. Dimitri playfully pretended to bite her. Heidi shook her head, but he could see her eyes soften and see her smile. Score one, Dimitri grinned. Heidi hoped she would be able to get the four of them to see reason. After all, they would have reason, especially Alec and Jane, to turn against Arrow and Caius. She'd warned Adriana about the vampires that were too loyal, often without good reason, like Chelsea, who could leave any time she wanted to, but chose not to. And her maid Afton, Corin, who also employed her own power of generating happiness, was also a primary factor in keeping everybody content, including Alec and Jane, she thought. They wanted revenge, but could hold off with Corin's power. And Chelsea, of course, kept them loyal. And Marcus. This would fail without Marcus. They would tear the Volturi apart. They would destroy the Cullens. She would have her revenge. The little girl sat, sniffling. Don't be afraid, a man whispered. Adriana shifted, uneasy. The opening ceremony would be tomorrow evening. But glancing at the child, Merlin, do I really want to use an innocent child? She wondered fearfully. If her little girl were alive, they would roughly be at the same age. She couldn't do this. She could never do this. Leave, she ordered the man. Leave now. The man glared at her, mutinously, but turned and left. She sighed, before kneeling in front of the child. She's going to die soon, anyway. She tried to reason with herself. This is their doing. It causes her great pain, kills her from the inside out. But still she found that this was something she was reluctant to do. Once a mother, always a mother, she thought. She couldn't do this. Could she? She sighed. Don't be afraid, little one. I promise. I won't let them hurt you again. The girl stopped shaking and sniffled, looking up with wet eyes. Promise. Her lip quivered fearfully. Promise. She gathered the small child to her in a tight hug. Please, God, don't let anything happen to this tiny, innocent child. If we survive or fail, let her live. She prayed. Even the damper girl. She did not feel easy about that. Merlin's beard. What was happening to her? She needed to take revenge for her late children and her husband. But in the end, was that what she wanted? She couldn't have her family back. So what if this was the only option available to her? At least if her children lived, she would have hope for the future, for them to live their lives well, but they were gone. Dead. And the Volturi, Cullens, ministries, councils, and non-magicals were all to blame. Well, next chapter, prepare for some action. Different worlds clash, and the Quidditch World Cup begins. Chapter 12, to Theron 3:25. I hope I don't disappoint. Some sections are a little wordy, but wait and see why. Summary. Drama, chaos, anarchy, horrific revelations, betrayal, fight scenes. You name it. And some bonding. Disclaimer. I own neither Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts. That's J.K. Rowling. Or Twilight. That's Stephanie Meyer. The problem with the Quidditch World Cup this year was that the Argentine Council of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards Quidditch Committee had chosen a location that was hard to access. But the pride for the Argentine Council of Magic was the 10,000 portkeys used to transport them to the site. But the sun burned, the desert was dusty and dry, and certain spells, charms, and potions were kept in place. Argentine President Valentina Vasquez smiled brilliantly as she soaked up the warmth and the positive energy that exuded everywhere. President Samuel G. Quahog, British Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Liechtenstein's minister, Otto Obermeier, and countless other heads of state had an evening tea before heading off to the match. Nearby, Adsela Sizemore looked nervous. Something's not right. Alice was about to say something when she had a vision. Immediately, Edward hissed. This way. He gestured and they headed off. Alice's vision was coming true. Heidi was walking calmly. Alec, you can come out now. You too, Jane, Dimitri. She stated. And Felix. Jane came out looking suspicious. Where are you going? Heidi smiled at her. I wanted to show you guys something. Or rather, introduce you to someone. Felix and Jane exchanged bewildered glances. What are you talking about? Alec asked curiously. Dimitri's brow furrowed. Heidi, what's going on? She stepped slowly closer to the twins. You want revenge? I want revenge too. I can help you get your revenge, as long as you allow me mine. Dimitri and Felix looked startled. Alec looked bewildered. Heidi, Jane began slowly. What are you talking about? Someone took something from me long ago, she stated. Jane, let's be frank and honest here. How long have you guys been in the guard now? Jane opened her mouth, only to be cut in by Alec. Since around 800 Alec replied. I've been in since before 1500. She replied. I was born in Germany. It was a terrible life. Even then I was different. She laughed harshly, bitterly. Everyone saw me as a plaything. Everyone wanted a piece of me. I was abused, violated, mocked, scorned, struck. You name it. I loathed them. And then I found someone. Heidi's look became hungrier. I found a home. I found a family that didn't reject me, use me, or scorn me because of what I looked like and how I found myself before then. The only thing was I had to change. The agony lasted for 3 days, and then I was reborn into a whole new life. She paused. Her name was Hilda, she said quietly. And she was my mother, sister, friend, and more. There were 3 others. Mary, Noela, and then Victoria. She was quiet, but the depth of agony and emotion rent her eyes. I think you know who I'm talking about. They were my family, and I can safely say that neither Hilda and the others ever did anything wrong. She turned around, her back stiff, keeping her composure, but so obviously racked with pain. Unfortunately, word of my talent spread fast, and that was where Aero, Caius, and Marcus came in. We didn't get a trial, and I was spared, blubbering and pathetic as I was for mercy. Victoria escaped, but Mary, Noela, and Hilda all died. My family, my first family. She took a deep, shaking breath, turning towards Alec and Jane in particular, but the 2 males as well. She looked at them in the eye and said, I think you remember what happened. Jane froze. I was under Chelsea and Corin's spell for so long. I didn't remember. I couldn't even remember. She laughed bitterly and softly, shaking her head. I couldn't remember my life before the Volturi took me to be her guard. She looked at all of them in the eye. But then, whilst hunting, I was lured in by a scent which turned out to be induced. The scent was cast by a woman who called herself a witch, a magic user. She could do things, make wondrous things happen. Good things would happen to those whom she wanted it to, and bad for the ones she wanted to inflict upon. Isn't that what you could do, Alec, Jane? She asked the 2 of them. When you were young, before you were turned, could you not do those amazing, wondrous things? Things that would blow your mind. Good blessings to come upon those who were kind to you, and curses upon those who were cruel? Wasn't that your ability? She asked them. Jane, Alec, Felix, and Dimitri stood there frozen. She was like you, Heidi stated. You could have been like her, if you had been allowed to hone your skills, use it to survive, keep your loved ones safe and alive. Except that it was taken from you. By them, by non-magicals. A voice appeared. The 4 vampires started, and Adriana appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Jane demanded. What do you want? Justice or revenge? And are you honestly, seriously saying to me that you don't want that too? Adriana asked softly, gently. Jane snarled. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. We would have been alike if you twins had been given a chance along with your family. Suddenly, the Cullens appeared. Edward, Bella, Carlisle, Esme, Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and the wolves appeared. You, Dimitri hissed, crouching into an attack form. Carlisle instantly held his hands up. We don't want any trouble. I beg to differ, as clearly you've dash, Alec began, but Adriana whispered. SH. They're fools, Alec, Jane, Felix, Dimitri. They know absolutely nothing. Nothing in the least. Her voice was like sweet, cold, fresh water from a spring, after months or even years in the desert. It was like smooth, melted honey, a feast for those who spent months in starvation. It soothed everyone. Alec turned slowly towards her. They all did. What do you know? I know that around 800 AD you were born. You were lovely, beautiful children, loved and adored by your parents. Your father was a Frankish soldier, and your mother a Saxon from Britain. They were wise, brilliant, and respected, your parents. And you were full of life, light, and brilliance. You could laugh. You could sing. You were curious, both of you twins so eager to learn, so eager to explore. Even the Cullens and the wolves had frozen. It wasn't easy, was it? Adriana stepped closer. Being different, being odd, queer, or special and unique, which I prefer to call you. Amazing, wondrous things like miraculous strokes of good luck occurred to those who were kind to you, and those who were cruel, evil, nasty, and robbed the poor and needy and trod on them. You punished. They had strokes of bad luck for robbing the poor and treading on you. But then the vindictive, spiteful, selfish, greedy creatures had their revenge. Jane and Alec were frozen, seemingly hypnotized in those dark, dark eyes. They came for you, the monstrous, angry, bloodthirsty mob, with torches and pitchforks, axes and weapons. They cut your father down first, when he yelled at you and your mother to run. Cowardly, mercilessly, they hacked him down with axes. Your mother screamed. She pleaded and begged for them to spare her precious, much-beloved children. But the villagers were having none of it. They grabbed you and her, put you on the rack, placed your head in a vice. And once it was done, they took you to the place of execution. They shouted at you. Witch. They called you. Abomination. Freaks. And they pulled your mother on the pile of sticks. They tied her to the stake, her and her unborn child. She was pregnant with your sibling for 8 months. Everyone was captivated by the heartbreaking sorrow in her voice, by her voice, eyes, and tail. She gave birth to your baby sibling as soon as the flames were being lit. The executioner, a huge, hulking mass of a man, hiding under a hood, took one look at the newborn baby and tossed it into the flames. Your mother looked at you in the eyes, just before the flames engulfed her, mouthing to you that she loved you. Stop! Jane shouted. Stop! Her body was shaking, hunched over. Her brother was the same. Oh, children. Adriana's voice was soft and gentle. They tried to do the same to you, didn't they? They tied you to the stake after they forced you to watch your mother and newborn sibling burn. You choked in the smoke, Alec. You couldn't breathe. The smoke engulfed you, and everything went black. But you, Jane, you felt the burning. You felt the pain, the flames searing and roasting you, making your skin curl black, roasting your flesh to a crisp, charring your bones. And then they took you. Adriana cut herself off. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and pain. After waiting after your mother and baby sibling were killed, they finally took you, transformed you. You actually wished for the flames, for death. She knelt in front of the hunched forms of the choking, sobbing twins. Bella, Edward, and the others were dumbstruck. They had never seen or imagined Alec and Jane acting like this. Never had they imagined the twins whom they feared and hated could be so vulnerable, that they could actually be full of pain and hate, could actually have suffered this, to make them hate so much. Adriana touched their shoulders gently. Edward's eyes were wide. He was seeing their memories. It sickened him. Never could he imagined the ones he hated so much. Understand this, she whispered. I never wanted to make you relive these horrific moments. But you see, Jane, Alec, they could have saved them. Jane stopped her choking, gulping sobs to stare at Adriana in the eyes. Alec beside her froze and stared up at her too. They? Jane whispered. Adriana's eyes narrowed. I see things that others cannot, she said, deadly calm. I see your past, your present, your future. I showed Heidi hers, and the Volturi could have saved you. They had their eye on you for years. They could have saved your mother, father, and sibling. But they wanted you too, because you were gifted. The twins' eyes were wide, and so were Felix's and Demetri's. Her voice was no longer soothing and calm, like a lullaby rocking a baby to sleep. It was growing a keen, deadly edge. Those hooded men and women who came near your house. Who do you think they were? That man who could be seen watching you play. Who do you think it was? You do not need me to tell you. Ask yourself, and you will know the answer. How did they know when to come? Why did Arrow and his guards appear to you, just as your lives were being taken from you by the flames? They could not see the future. Jane and Alec froze. No, Alec breathed. An earth-shaking, horrific realization was upon them. Adriana looked grave and solemn. You were bound to them for so long. You know of Charmian or Chelsea's gift and Corinth's. How only mated couples are able to leave. But you cannot go. You had nowhere and no one else to go to. Only they promised you justice, vengeance for the ones who murdered your innocent family and destroyed your lives. How long have you waited? Jane and Alex said nothing, did nothing. Have you had your vengeance? Adriana asked, standing. Ask yourself. Heidi, have you had your vengeance? Heidi's eyes narrowed. I've been waiting for centuries, she admitted, in a way that made it clear she was tired of waiting. You and I, Jane, Alec, we could have been the same, Adriana admitted. We were part of the same race. Humans with special latent abilities are not like you. Your family, and you could have been protected safe. You could have lived to grow in peace, fall in love, get married, raise children, watch them grow, and build a happy home with their grandparents. But all that was stolen from you, by them, the non-magicals who are our enemies and target us, to wipe us to extinction. Her voice grew in edge and venomous fire. And the Volturi who seek only their own greedy gain in this world. Why did they not save your mother? Why did they not save your father? Why did they not save your newborn sibling? Stop it, Jane cried. Stop. But she could not say it. She could not say anymore. Search your feelings and your past. You know it is true, Adriana said softly. They've used and betrayed you. Enough. For the first time, Bella broke through the spell. She had been entranced by Adriana's voice as well for some reason. Magic, it could only be. Do you wish to stay and serve them for another millennium? Adriana asked, not taking her eyes off the twins. The spell had done its work on them. She turned her eyes towards Felix. What about you, Felix? They're strongman and personal heavy. Is that what you are? Isn't that what you were always to them? Felix stood stunned and hypnotized. She turned towards Dimitri. Dimitri, the most powerful tracker in the world. You do realize that they had a tracker before you? Ask them what happened to them. Dimitri shook his head, eyes wild. It's true, Jane whispered. They killed him. They killed him when they wanted to replace him. With you. She looked sick. We mean nothing to them. Our family. Alex spat. They replaced him, Dimitri, Heidi spoke. How long before they replace you? With another powerful tracker. She turned towards Felix. Or Felix with another heavy? Felix's mouth dropped open in denial. Enough, Edward demanded. What are you doing? I know you're trying to destroy me for vengeance. But vengeance, Heidi hissed. You were the one who killed my sister. She snarled with hatred. She suffered. Before she was turned, she was beaten, abused, belittled. You know nothing about us, Cullen. You and your doting father and mother, your playful siblings, your worshiping wife whom you adore, your child whom none of us had the chance to have. She shouted. You took away things from those who had very little, nothing, and you came home to your family, your wife and daughter. You have everything. She shrieked. Edward looked like he had been struck. It sounded like what Asami had said. What's going on? Soon, members of the guard appeared. Arrow. Adriana smiled. Caius and Marcus. It's about time. The three leaders stared at her. Caius hissed. I don't know who you are, but Jane stood up, snarling. You. She targeted all her hate and rage towards Arrow and Caius. You lied to us. You could have saved them. You've been keeping an eye on me and Alec for years, waiting for us to get old enough so you could change us to be your lapdogs. She shouted. To say that Arrow was surprised was an understatement. You wanted my father and mother, my innocent father and mother, and our sibling who never got a chance at life, before he was tossed in the flames to die, so we could serve you like slaves. When we had nothing else left, the guard started to shift and murmur. Caius and Arrow looked bewildered. Arrow managed to recover from his shock and pasted a sickly sweet smile upon his face. Jane, he said calmly. Adriana sighed. Really? You're going to tell them another lie? That you wanted to save their parents, but you arrived too late? You weren't late to save them. Arrow turned and narrowed his eyes towards her. Who are you? Caius demanded. Adriana smiled. I'm glad you asked. You see, before you changed them, Alec and Jane are part of the same race of magic users as I am. Magic is a myth, Caius scoffed. A myth humans invented to explain natural phenomena that humans are too thick to understand. Adriana smiled coldly. Crucio, she said, pointing her wand at Caius. Instantly, Caius' face contorted. He fell, convulsing to the ground, shaking. He screamed, "Does it pain you, Caius?" She whispered, "Tell me, who have you used these twins to inflict pain upon?" Because it felt just like that. Alec and Jane were capable of much more than mere sadism. They were an untrained witch and wizard, like I was at that age. They could bestow blessings and strokes of luck upon those that were kind and good to them, or those who needed blessings, and curse those who have done injustice upon the world. But you took that away, robbed that of them. She said to both Aro and Caius, "You robbed them of their lives and their family, like you did for the others." Aro's face contorted. "Don't listen to her," he snarled, but they could see his unease. The guard kept shifting uneasily. "You killed Hilda and Mary and Noela based on trumped-up charges. There was no trial and no proof that they had broken vampire law. But you wanted Heidi to serve you, the talented vampire, as fisher and bait," she stated. "You killed your first tracker, too. He was dispensable. You wanted the more powerful Dimitri. You've been using them. They are all dispensable, just as Dime was." Aro's face turned to fear. "Don't listen to her. She's lying." "Lying." Adriana laughed. "Marcus, did I lie? You remember, don't you? How you talked about wanting to leave. How you were discontent with how the way things were run in Volterra, like tyrants, gaining fame and fortune from this. Dime was his sister, and she was talented, but her gift was not as useful as yours. So how does a vampire from the most protected coven become murdered without her death being solved? Only if her brother was involved." She looked at Aro. "Weren't you, Aro?" "You and Caius." They went whiter than they chalky shades. Marcus froze. "And Marcus?" Aro was shaking. She's lying. I would never. My own sister. But he had been found out." "You," Marcus whispered, for once paying attention to everything. "You killed her. My mate. You killed me." Aro looked ill, and even Caius lost his composure. "Marcus," he began. "Heidi," Adriana said after a few seconds. "You know what to do." Heidi nodded, and she threw something at Chelsea's direction. Chelsea's eyes widened, and she screamed when the bottle hit her. She burst into flame. Adriana threw something at Corin and Afton too. They screamed and burnt like Chelsea. The spell was broken. "Kill," Adriana said calmly. And with that, the Volturi screamed with rage and tore each other apart. "Edward," Bella shouted, "she's broken Corin and Chelsea's spells by killing them." Edward explained. "Without them, the Volturi are turning against each other. They don't have any allegiance left." Marcus snarled like a beast as he targeted Caius. Caius hissed back warningly, and Aro leapt to his defense only to be killed by another member of his own guard. His head snapped off. Caius screamed as he was held in place, his arms snapped off, held by Felix and Dimitri, by Marcus, as he went savagely tearing his brothers apart and tossing them into the flames. The guard went on a rampage, killing each other. No bonds existed. All friendships gone. Only Alec, Jane, Felix, Dimitri, and Heidi stayed out of the fight. "Come." Adriana gestured to them. "She's getting away." Edward yelled. Jasper and Emmett ran after them with Sam and Jared. Adriana smirked and cast a shield charm. They fell backwards. "Fool," she stated. "You wanted them gone anyway. We will have our revenge." She looked at Heidi. "Remember what you have to do." They all disappeared, the portkey in place. The Quidditch World Cup would begin. "I can't believe it," Jasper said in disbelief. They dash." Edward looked grim. "I didn't see it," he admitted. "But now I've seen Heidi's memories. She was rescued from her miserable human life and in the same coven with others like her, including Victoria. The Volturi placed trumped-up charges on the coven, not even giving them a trial before executing them. They spared Heidi because she would be useful and put her under Chelsea and Corin's spells to keep her happy and content." He looked at them. "Alec and Jane," Bella whispered. She exchanged horrified glances with Esme. "They were victims of witch burnings," Carlisle admitted. "Them and their family." Bella looked sick. "Is it true? What happened to their family, Dash?"